to day 7 of the Australian Track and Field Championships, which of course also doubles as the Olympic and Paralympic trials. And weren't we treated to some fabulous athletics last night, which culminated in the crowning of the fastest female in Australia, Hannah Bassick, who ran so well. She equalled that Australian meet record of Sally Pearson's. And in the men's, the fastest male in the country was, of course, our Olympic qualified Rohan Browning. Now, today's program looks very exciting. I'm standing out here at the high jump because this bar has been set at 2 metres, and we have Nicola McDermott competing later today, and this is the height that she is after. No female Australian has ever gone over 2 metres, and with Eleanor Patterson, our other Olympic qualified athlete, out injured, she's the one who's going to go after this height. It is so high, and behind me on my left, behind my left shoulder, is the discus cage, and in that discus cage we're going to have our world champion from 2009. She has been to 3 Olympics, and not only has she been there, she's been in 3 Olympic finals, and she is coming back from a horrific injury. I'm of course talking about Danny Stevens. Now, there is so much to look forward to on today's program, and I'm going to throw you up to Ben Offrains and Matt Lynch in the commentary box, who I know are excited about today's events.
Yeah, we certainly are, Tamsin. After what was a sensational Saturday night here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre, we saw the track set alight, the field going off. Kelsey Lee Barber, Catherine Mitchell out there in the women's javelin. We saw Matt Denny out in the discus as well for the men's. Brandon Stark in the high jump. And on the track, we also saw, as Tamsin said, the 100 metres for men and women and the 400 metres for the men and women. And then to the distance, the 8s for the men, the 15 for the women's. But for me, the highlight was Nina Kennedy in the women's pole vault, attempting an Australian record of 4:85.
Pete, that she set the meet record, the world Australian record, almost the Oceania record. That's the next one on the target, I'd say, but 4:85 would have been a fantastic jump, and I think she was riding the wave of those 100-metre finals. If you check back to the interviews, Rowan and Hannah both pausing in their post-race interviews just to, you know, let the crowd and let everyone absorb those attempts. It was fantastic, and we had the women yesterday. We go straight to the men's today. They're a good hour and a half into the competition. The bar's at 5:10, so we're deep into it in our men's pole vault final here, because we've got the women's and men's long jump finals to go right in front of the grandstands later on this afternoon as well. We've got plenty of action on the track and in the field here for day 7 of the Australian Track and Field Championships for 2021. And it's probably, for the Opens, it's probably the best conditions we've had.
Yeah, it is. The sun's out this morning. Again, there's still not too much wind about. So these men will be happy with the conditions they've been presented with this morning. Now, the conditions were pretty good last night as well. Obviously, it was a little cool, but there was no wind about. Nice and still. The crowd was electric. It was great to see such a big crowd in at the track. It's been a while since we've had a crowd of that size.
Well, that can be allowed to go and watch athletics.
Oh, exactly. Obviously, the events of the past 12 months have obviously restricted that significantly. And as we said, Nina Kennedy, she attempted that 4:85, but taking the win with 4:75. And Elizaveta Panova, she attempted 4:50, couldn't quite get over that. She ended up with 4:40. Yeah, training partners and know each other really well. And they're both working with Paul Burgess, and it seems like he's been doing great things there, as we see. Just missing that on the way over.
Yeah, Tristan Vincent, he's gone over 5 this year. The bar at 5:10. It's a great effort. One of his first attempts. So, 11 in this field. James Woods, Curtis Marshall, Dalton DeMedio, Tristan Vincent right there, Jack Downey, Liam Harris, Angus Armstrong, Nikolai Simmons, Ethan Princena-White, Wilson Cram, and Maxwell Jones. This is Jack Downey, next to jump. The South Australian gone 5:45 this season. He could be the next big pole vaulter we've had come through the ranks following the footsteps of those 3 athletes. It's funny that all those athletes, most of them born, obviously we've had Declan Carruthers retire very, very young, but Angus Armstrong and Curtis Marshall, those 3 had competed against each other all through the school ages and pushed themselves further and further. And they're just breeding pole vault success.
So Downey, only 20 years old. So he has a bright future ahead of him. And to already go 5:45, he's our second best jumper this season, behind Marshall with that 480. As you see Downey, 5:10, and up and over.
Made short work of that one. He would have been in the World Under-20 champs last year if it was to go ahead. Obviously one of those athletes born in 2001 who missed that opportunity to represent their country. We go over to the track. It's the 200 metres today for the sprinters. And this is the first of our timed finals. This is the under-15 women's para 200 metres. So from the inside, lane 2, Kira Post, 3, Kira Wright. In 4, Sabella Wharton. 5, Talaya Blacksmith. In 6, Abby Pete. In 7, Charlize Colwell. And in 8, Reese Pryor. So again, not the first across the post. Here, we've got a mix of classifications, 36s, 37s and 38s. We have the T20 in there as well. So they're away now in the para under-15 women's 200 metres. It's Post, Wright, Wharton, Blacksmith, Pete, Colwell and Pryor. They'll come around into the home straight. This is the under-15 para 200 metres. It's Talaya Blacksmith from New South Wales in the lead. The South Australian Kira Post, T37 athlete, also having a fantastic bend, and Sabella Wharton. She's getting into her work now. Talaya Blacksmith. She's going to cross the line first. And it's going to be Post and Wharton. And on the outside, the West Australian Reese Pryor. And it's a Victorian Wright. And then Colwell and Abby Pete. 29-29. The wind negative 0.1. So some good sprinting conditions. No strong breeze. The back burning seems to have been blown away from last night. So the air is clear as well. So 5:10 on the bar here in the pole vault. Oh, just not to be there. Youngster Wilson Cram, 18-year-old. If he can get over this bar 5:10, that's a World Under-20 qualifier. He won the under-20 pole vault early this week. And that could secure him a spot. Obviously, being a 2003 born athlete, he's also eligible for the World Under-20 champs next year, which are proposed to be in Cali in Colombia. Yet to see Curtis Marshall and Angus Armstrong open up their accounts here. 5:10, that's a small change for them. the men's shot put. It's getting through their warm-ups now. Won't be too far away from seeing the big boys in the circle. Oh, a missed attempt there. Don DeMedio. Tristan Vincent will be next to jump. So Tristan Vincent, he's gone over 5 for the first time this season. He had a good crack at 5'10" just before. Representing QUT Tigers is Vincent. It's a slight nor'easterly breeze. The wind, you see the windsock as he runs down the straight coming perpendicular to the runway. Slight cross breeze, but nothing dramatic. Fantastic for the 200-metre runners. Next attempt, 5'10" for Tristan Vincent. Oh, he came down on the bar. He had everything over. And unfortunately, it's his competition over. But that is a fantastic effort there for the Queenslander. He had 5'10", just at the tip of his fingers. But that'll give him some confidence for his next competition, I'd say. 5'10" is just only a few inches away. So the next event on the track, it's the women's 200-metre para under 17s. 4 athletes in the field. Amali Leslie in lane 2, Sasha White in 3, Indiana Cooper in 4, and Akala Miller in 5. Leslie and White, both T01 athletes, hearing impaired. T38 athlete, Indiana Cooper, a CP athlete, and the intellectual disability athlete, Akala Miller in 5. Next in the pole vault, it will be Liam Harris.
On your marks.
So, Amali Leslie, Sasha White, Indiana Cooper, and Akala Miller. Good start from Indiana Cooper of New South Wales. She has come in with the fastest seed time. She's going to lead this field into the home straight. She's looking strong as she opens up the stride. Sasha White on her left-hand side on the outside, closer to the stand. Akala Miller, and right on the inside, Amali Leslie. But it's a New South Wales athlete, T38, Indiana Cooper, takes line on as their sub 30. What a run. The win plus 1.0. A fantastic run there for the 14-year-old Indiana Cooper. Strong running there for the New South Wales athlete with a big PB. You can see the excitement there, sub 30 seconds. Wilson Cram now, his last attempt at 5'10". Get this, it's a world under 20 qualifying mark. He has got leapt over 5 metres before. And he'll join a long list of athletes who have gone on to represent Australia in the pole vault at the World Under 20 Championships. So here goes Cram. Last attempt at 5:10. No, not to be for the Victorian, unfortunately. So that ends his competition.
I think we're all interested to see what Curtis Marshall can do in this pole vault. As we see the start list for the women's under 20 para 200 meters. And there's your start list. So Sarah Jane Clifton Blight will go in 3, Annabelle Coleman in 4, Isis Holt in 5, Abby Craswell in 6, and Clara Campillos out there in lane 7. So we've seen Isis Holt already these championships. And we were commenting on how much she's achieved in such a short space of time. She's almost like a veteran of the para team, yet she's still so young. And only 20 years of age this year. She has 2 silver medals and a bronze
On your marks.
from the Rio Paralympics. She's got 5 gold medals from the World Para Athletics Championships. 2 of them over this distance in the 200.
Set.
So away, Clifton Blight and Coleman, Abby Craswell and Kim Pillis. It looks like Isis Holt is withdrawal from this event, so unfortunately we will not see her partake in this, as we see Campillos come off the bend with a nice handy lead. Craswell trying to go after, as is Coleman, and back to Clifton Blight, but Campillos will take the win here. Followed by Coleman and then Craswell, as Clifton Blight comes through to finish this women's under 20 200 meters. So Campillos 31.15 there, Coleman 33.42, Craswell 34.24, and Clifton Blight 46.69. You see Angus Armstrong not able to get over 5:25 on that attempt. Competing in the UWA colours. He shifted from New South Wales to Western Australia to join the squad with Curtis Marshall, Nina Kennedy, Elizaveta Parnova and crew to work with Paul Burgess and the team at the West Australian Institute of Sport, who do an amazing job supporting that pole vault program.
Little bit of that motivation, and now he's paying for it, but he's training really well. He's just trying to get that competition feel, you know, and he's right there and he's pretty close. Curtis says he's training the house down. It's just fingers crossed he can start to find that groove, because we know that he's well capable of getting that Olympic standard when he's in shape.
Now we go to the track for what will be the under-20 men's para 200-metre final. Nathaniel Halpin from the ACT will go into in 3 from the ACT, Brock Hughes in 4 from New South Wales, Sammy Muamba in 5 from South Australia, Cameron McLeod in 6 from New South Wales, Edward Parker in 7, also from New South Wales, James Torrado in 8 from South Australia, Gabrielle Wilson, and rounding out this field in lane 9 from New South Wales will be Stephen Callis. So we have a T01 and a T13 in Halpin and also Torrado, and then the rest of the athletes are all T20.
Stand up, please.
So the starter just stands them up. Wasn't happy. There's some movement in the blocks. And I'll set them again.
On your mark. Set.
So they're away. On the inside, it's Halpin, Hughes, Muamba, McLeod, Parker, Torrado, Wilson, and Callis. And it's Sammy Muamba. Dominates the bend. He'll lead him into the straight. On the inside, Hughes from the ACT. He's fighting on, as is Parker and also Torrado. But Sammy Muamba, as we see Halpin come through now, Muamba will take line honours, followed by Halpin. Then it'll be Parker and Torrado. And the South Australian McLeod flashing home. 23.53 from Muamba.
Well, it's not shabby, is it? Muamba just looked great out of the blocks. He got that drive phase down pat and just opened up those long strides and came home nice and relaxed. Well, here's Angus on the runway. Just really struggling a little bit, isn't he? Now, we spoke to Angus earlier in the week about how his form has been going leading into these championships.
Yeah, it was really tough, COVID. Yeah, I did not rebound or adapt, I guess is the right word, like a lot of others. Nina's a great example. She kind of doubled down her efforts and she really went for it, and it's really paid off and amazing. Personally, I took some time off and I came back to training in a pretty shit mindset, and that kind of persisted for a while. And I was rocking up to training, I was doing the work, and like I've obviously gotten stronger and faster and all this kind of stuff, but I just wasn't applying myself fully. And I am copying that now. But it has been, at least in the past kind of like month, the results aren't showing, but training is really coming along in a way that you know, reminded me of pre-COVID times, which is great. And it has taken me a while to get here, and it's been a bit rocky and weird. But I think hopefully I've kind of become a little bit more resilient, and on the way of kind of being able to deal with failures and stuff, but in the way of like, I felt like last year was the perfect season. You know what I mean? Like short run up, full, like everything. It was just this kind of domino effect, and it was all wonderful and fairy tale. And it's really hard not to be in a good headspace then. You know, like it's almost inevitable. So this time I had to get into like the headspace just through kind of, you know, better habits and good relationships in terms of my thoughts and myself. And I'm hoping that's going to speak to a more sustainable approach, I guess.
He's fantastic, isn't he?
He is.
I can't tell you how much I enjoyed interviewing Angus. He's just got this really laid back, affable way. And yeah, massive fan now, and I really hope he does find that groove, because last year he was 5.65, I think it was, leading into those Tokyo games that were postponed, and he was in shape to get that qualifier, and just unfortunately with the postponement, he's just struggled. One of those athletes who's now struggling to recapture that form.
But him and Curtis Marshall, they're such likeable men. They really are.
They are.
They're just genuinely nice.
Yep, authentic.
Yeah. So the under-17 para 200-metre final on the start line. In 2 will be Cormac Ryan from New South Wales. He's a T54 athlete. In 3 from Queensland, Jawalan Fatamua. And 4 from Queensland, it'll be Ivor Hales. In 5 from Victoria, Ori Drabkin. He's a T35. In 6 from New South Wales, it will be Warwick Holmes, a T34 athlete. In 7 from Victoria, a T47 athlete, Anthony Jordan. In 8 from New South Wales, T20 athlete, Zane Newton. And rounding out the field in lane 9 from Queensland, Sean Moroney, a T38. So a range of different classifications in this one, as we see Armstrong for his 3rd attempt, but not to be for him. So he'll bow out of this competition.
Even disappointed is nice. That's a hard thing to do. Let me just tell you, when you are disappointed, to still be respectful and appreciative of the crowd that was supporting him.
I think he understands. He's realistic about it all. You know, he understands where he's at in his training, what he's capable of. In the end, he has high expectations of himself, which is fair, because he's got the talent, he's got the hard work. In the end, he's had some troubles over the last 12 months. And you can't come out here thinking, you know, you're going to take over the world. As we see them take off in this under-17 200 men's para-final. And it's Jordan on the outside, storming around the bend. Hales, he's following him around, followed by Fumata on the inside. Hales is trying to come back at Jordan, but Jordan's going to come away with a nice little win here. There'll be Hales. Fumatu, followed by Newton. As we see Drabkin come across the line, along with Holmes and also Cormac Ryan.
Such respect for the wheelies going around in a 200 metres. To keep those chairs in their lane around that 200 metres is just incredibly hard on the bench. I mean, we see able-bodied athletes that can't stay in their lane. To keep their chairs and those wheels in the lanes is incredibly tough, and to do it at the speed they do, hats off to them.
Yeah, I loved watching Sam Carter in that 100 metres. The ability to be able to build up that speed so quickly.
I know.
It's an impressive thing to watch, and he is a cut above the rest, Carter is, and he's a 100 specialist. That's what he does, and it's amazing to watch how quickly he can put the speed into that chair.
That's the 100-metre wheelchair race is just an incredible event to watch, because getting to that top speed takes incredible arm strength. And you're right, he's super impressive to watch, and that was a fantastic race yesterday.
So we were saying yesterday, the 1500 for me in the wheelies is the race to watch. Watching Kurt Fernley, used to be able to watch him trackside, go around. It's like thunder coming past you on the track when you've got 6 or 7 wheelies.
Jack Downey. Huge clearance.
First time clearance at 5 metres 40. So he has that personal best of 5:45 that he did set this season, and he is in some form. As we watch his first time clearance here at 5:40. Oh, and there's some room left there for Downey. He's coached by Kim Simons, who was Kurt's old coach. So the development that Simons put into Kurt Marshall is showing through in Downey as well.
It's just brilliant. You know, he's the South Australian athlete. He's had a really good season. I love that he's been fantastic in the 100 metres as well. He's PB'd. He's got his speed great, and he's worked with Kim on being able to, you know, control that speed on the run up to get the pole planted in the exact position that you need to. What a fantastic leap, and what a time to do it at the National Championships. He was actually second at the WA State Champs as well with 5:40. So let's go.
Yeah, he's done that 5:40 twice already this season. And then obviously he got over 5:45 in Adelaide. And he's proved 30 centimetres this year, which means that he's got so much more to come. He's just on this huge rise within this event.
Let's give some respect to the coaches, because in these events, to see Kim, as we see Damien Birkenhead and the shot putters getting announced.
Kolesnikov.
Oh, hasn't he had a good season?
Fresh off a New South Wales state record. As we see Matt Cowie. I had a good chat to Matt yesterday. Aiden Harvey. Carstairs also. This is a good little field.
I got a high five from him when I was out trackside, which I really appreciated.
Yes, Toddy Hodgetts. OAM.
Yep.
Exodus.
I caught the cab from the airport with Toddy. Had a great little chat. He makes me laugh. It's so fun.
Yeah, talking to Matt Cowie, we really gave an insight into life in Melbourne for an athlete during COVID time.
Oh.
And
so hard.
Look, it's one of those things where everyone was affected, but if we just pull sport out for a moment, there were event groups that were affected a little bit more than others.
100%.
In the end, I'm going to really sort of generalize this and dumb this down as we see the start list for 200-metre women's ambulant final. Apologies, preliminaries in this one. There will be 2. So Rachel Tolson will go in 1, Rhiannon Clark in 2, Marley Lovell 3, Alyssa Jordan in 4, Ella Osborne 5, Madeline McNeil 6, Erin Gabler in 7, Isis Holt in 8, and Carly Salmon in 9. So that's the reason why we didn't see Isis in the earlier event. She's out here in the open women's ambulant, and she is storming around the bend. On the inside, Alyssa Jordan comes into the straight, probably in the lead. Osborne trying to chase her down, as is Isis Holt. Rhiannon Clark on the inside, starting to come through now. But Alyssa Jordan, she'll come down and take line honours in this 27.50. Clark second, followed by Isis Holt. And then Ella Osborne through for 4th.
Do you know how excited I get about watching these ladies race, Ben? Because they have fantastic credentials, but aren't they just making every poster winner at the moment? They know that their goal is that Paralympics later in the year. Now, Alyssa Jordan's one to watch. I think she can go sub 60 in that 400 metres at the Paralympics.
So the first attempt there by Kolesnikov. It's out over that 18-metre mark. He's thrown big this season.
Well, they're going to have to throw big, because the men's World Championships, as we see Birkenhead having his first round attempt at the World Champs, was just the most insane competition in 2019, where 22.90 got you on the podium, which is just huge.
Oh, it's massive, isn't it? And that was a good opener for Birkenhead. As we see Matt Cowie, he gets one out there, probably around that 17-metre mark. Now, talking to Matt Cowie. Now, as a power thrower, he was presented with a situation where during the lockdown, his closest track, the only track that he had available to him within his 5K radius was Lakeside, which was closed. He had no access to a gym. He literally had a med ball to deal with for months during the lockdown. And as a power athlete with the shot put, they're in the gym so often, and lifting big, heavy weights is their training.
Yeah.
Going for a run doesn't help that.
Yeah.
It's an event that needs access to facilities and equipment and all that sort of stuff, and he just didn't have access to that. And it's like a runner not being able to run for months. It's hard to come out of that. As we see Downey is not able to control that one on his attempt at 550, which would be a new personal best.
It looks like he's having a great time, though. You know, when you get that pressure off a little bit, you can just go and enjoy those high heights. I'm not quite sure how you enjoy higher heights at pole vault, because surely it gets a bit more scary as we go up, as we see Harvey, Aidan Harvey from Victoria, into the shot put circle. Yeah,
he shifted down from New South Wales, was a Sydney Uni athlete, and he's now down there training with Birkenhead and Cowie.
Scott Martin.
Mm-hmm.
They look like they have so much fun at training, Scotty Martin's
Yeah.
group, and I think that's half the battle, isn't it? That's why athletes move. They move to the squads because they know that camaraderie, getting the work done, but keeping it fun is actually makes training that little bit easier.
As we see the start list for our second heat here in the Open Women's 200-metre Ambulant. So Charlize Tran will go in 1, Sophie Hughes in 2, Lucia Bruce-Gilchrist in 3, Georgia Pounding 4, Tamsin Colley will go in 5, Keisha Snowden in 6, Ella Party 7, Ebony Cooper in 8, and Erica Gosney in 9. As we see Downey.
No, it was Curtis.
Apologies.
Apology accepted. You were watching the race.
They have similar colours on it as we see them get away. Good start there by Party. Cooper on her outside, coming through it, as is Colley. But Ella Party storming around the bench will lead him into the straight. Followed by Cooper and also Snowden. So Party, the West Australian, really dominating this one. She'll come down and she'll take line honours. Followed by Cooper, as we see Snowden now start to come through. Gosney on the outside, and also Hughes on the inside with Pounding. And Bruce Gilchrist now coming across the line. 27.71 there for Party, 30.44 for Cooper, and 30.98 for Snowden.
Fabulous running. Now, Ella Party last night, she surprised a few people, I think. Don't you reckon, Ben? She's improved out of sight in terms of head-to-head.
Yep.
She really dominated that race. She was shaking after it. It was so gorgeous because she was kind of so excited, didn't know how to, like, you know, contain that energy of excitement. And I think I let it out for her because I was pumped for her.
Now we see Paramaxidus competing here with the Open. So we've seen him already in the under-20s earlier in the week, competing in the shot put and also the discus. It's now out here, following the 7.26 kilo shot put. The shot put really is one of the most impressive events. Look, if you haven't been down to your local athletic centre, do it. Go and pick up a 7.26 kilo shot put and then go and step out 22 metres and see how far the world's best are throwing this.
Well, not even that. Go to 23 metres and just go a smidgen back because that's how far they were throwing in Doha. I'm with you, Ben. That, like, men's shot put, I just think is probably one of my favourite events on the world stage at the moment. It is super impressive to watch live. Downey, his second attempt.
Fortunately, not to be on that one. So a couple more attempts for Marshall, another one for Downey. So there's your start list for men's para-ambulant.
Have we got Damien coming in, Birkenhead, for his second round attempt? 2016 Rio Olympic finalist. You know, I quite like the way that
The clear is the men's ambulant open 200 metres. There are 2 heats. Top 8.
It's a little bit better there from Birkenhead. Probably close to that 19-metre mark, but he'll be looking to go over 20.
I quite like the way that he got into the sport. He says that he was one of the biggest kids at school and he handled the shot put better than most, so got put into the shot put and the rest is history. He also won the Outback Jack's 1 kilogram steak challenge too, but I don't think he'd want me mentioning that.
A bit late now, Tamsin.
Why did I say that out loud? Sorry. Sorry, Damo.
So heat 1. Often racing, so it's Joint, Brown, Gorry, Christensen, Campbell, Carr, Netting and Lloyd. And Leighton Lloyd on the outside, along with Alberto Campbell. So Campbell lead him into the straight. Lloyd's trying to chase him down on the inside. It's Joint and also Brown, but Campbell looking super strong. He's going to come down, take line honours. Flashing home is Joint on the inside. And Leighton Lloyd, he'll be third across the line, 23.79 on the clock for Alberto Campbell. Mitch Joint, New Zealander, 24.08. Good running there from the Kiwi, as we see the second attempt here for Curtis Marshall.
Let's get a closer look at this. Just not quite getting used to that pole. Does not look happy, Curtis. I think it was his second attempt.
It may have actually been his third.
I'm watching down on the runway to see. It's hard up here. We just... Yeah, no, it looks like it was his third. It looks like he's picking up his markers. It's what can happen in a national championships in these sort of events, isn't it, Ben? They don't always go to script.
No, they certainly don't.
Jack Downey has one more attempt, though, so pole vault competition is not over.
As we see Harvey back into the circle. No. So that's out over the 18-metre mark for Aidan Harvey there.
So Ben, the pole vault result is actually quite important because, you know, to get automatically nominated, you have to have that qualifier and win.
Yeah. So if you don't win, it becomes discretionary.
This jump by Jack is actually really important for Curtis now. I mean, I don't want him, I'm sure Curtis, knowing his character, won't be sitting there saying a missy chant, but...
Look, in the end, I guess it's a situation where Curtis is he's in a fortunate position where there's probably not going to be 3 other athletes that do this qualifier.
Yeah.
As we see Downing come down for his third and final attempt. Not to be on this occasion.
Great competition by Downey. And you know what? No matter what, you're picking Curtis.
Oh, you certainly are.
Let's be honest. If not, you're the craziest selectors out there.
And that's the thing. You know, if it was an event like the men's 1500, where
Oh gosh,
we're going to have 20 people do this qualifier, it seems.
I'm very stressed about that 1500 coming
so
later.
that's where it becomes so important to get that win here at Nationals. So that race is going to be on.
Do you know, I think there's a lot of people watching from the States too with that race that'll want Stewie to win because he's the national record holder, and if he wins, it means that there's 2 spots left. It's when the unknown wins. You know, not the unknown, but the athlete that doesn't have the qualifier wins. That's when you're in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
If they go and get it, and you've got Matt and Stewie with the qualifier. Oh, and if they finish second and third, then yeah, it's so tricky, that men's 1500. But don't you love it? Depth breeds elite athletes.
Certainly does. So the second heat here in this open men's Ambulant 200 metres. So in 1, it'll be Liam Watt. 2, Patrick Mitchell. 3, Tom Burrows. 4, Sean Scott. 5 will be Alexander McKillop. 6, Christian Georgalis. 7, Lindsay Hendy. 8, Nathan Woods. And 9, Liam Koenig.
On your marks.
So, now in the starters' hands. Hold to their marks. So often racing, it's Wyatt, Mitchell, Burrows, Scott, McKillop, Georgalis, Hendy, Woods, and Koenig. And it's Hendy, the Queenslander, storming around the bend. He'll lead him into the straight. Woods trying to go after him. On the inside, it's Wyatt. But Hendy coming down, looking super strong, powering through to the line. Watt on the inside, with Woods trying to chase him down. As we see Koenig and also Burrows and Scott come across the line. Mitchell's there as well, as is McKillop and Georgalis. So it's all clear. Track referee gives the thumbs up. As you see, a big put there from Klesnikov. So that looks like it's out in that 19-metre range. So 19.21 there for Klesnikov. It's been in scintillating form this season, throwing that New South Wales state record of 1981 in Melbourne when he took out the competition. That's a good one from Cowie. Looks like it'll be 17 plus. So he's gone 17.33 so far this season. He threw that out in Ballarat. So 17.36 there for Cowie, so that improves his season's best. See Miller throw. Under 20 athlete competing here with the Opens.
1080.
So he's ranked number 5 in Australia this season in the under 20s. And obviously it's a 6-kilo shot that they throw. Here he's stepping up to 7.25 as we see Aidan Harvey make his way into the circle. 18:36 so far this season. He did that here in Sydney. The track classic. What's he got here? That's a good one. So that's 18 plus. Now push towards his season's best, you'd imagine. Carstairs, the Victorian, and he puts one out there as well. So 15.93, his season's best. It's pushing towards that mark. So Todd Hodges, OAM. Looks good from Hodges. 15.73, season's best. And that'll be in the 15 range.
1471.
So his best so far in this cop, Hodges, 15.13. So you want to try and push towards the higher end of the 15s if you can. Capture the season form he's shown so far. As we see Paramaxidus, the junior, super quick through the circle. It's really impressive to watch. 14.48 so far this season. So it's now time for the 200-metre preliminary heats. The women's. So Thomason Clark will go in 2. In 3, Kiara Calvert. 4, Riley Day. In 5, Maddie Coates. 6, Colin Kaiver. 7, Angeline Blackburn, fresh for a 4th place finish in the women's 400 metres last night. And 8, Katie Smee. So Day and Coates. Wants to watch. How fast can Riley Day go? Will she go for in the heat or just do what's necessary? Brilliant start there from Day. She goes straight up to Coates and straight past her. Coates trying to fight back. Blackburn on the outside along with Smee, but Daylight ahead of everyone else in this race. She comes into the straight looking super strong. Maddie Coates fighting on now. As we see Day now just starts to roll through. Katie Smee on the outside. But Day 23.61. Maddie Coates second. But she really set it up on the bend. Dominated them into the straight and then just rolled through. So minus 1.2 on the wind gauge. So there's some headwinds out there, unfortunately, for these athletes. Hopefully that settles down a little bit as we go throughout the day. Maddie Coates 24.31. Smee 24.59 and Blackburn 24.95. So because of the amount of heats, there is only the first and next 4 fastest times that'll progress through to the final, as there will be a B final for these 200s. And in order to make that, it will be just the next 8 fastest times that progress through. So Day's got that automatic. She doesn't have to worry. Maddie Coates, 24.31, sitting on that bubble at the moment. And it should be sufficient, you would imagine. But Well, we're going to throw down trackside. We have Tamsin, and she's with Curtis Marshall.
Now, Curtis, it didn't quite go to plan today out there, did it?
No. Weirdly enough, I started the competition pretty confident, like I was coming in pretty good shape. And then first attempt, just like found myself running too close, moved back, tried to like correct it, ran too close again, and same thing happened third attempt, and then comp's over. How crazy.
Yeah, you are in great shape. You know you're in fabulous shape. Just with a competition where that happens, then what do you and Paul then go back and work on leading into Tokyo?
Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't change much at all. That was just like a pretty unlucky turn of events, and so I think we'll just like keep on what we're doing, learn from this, take notes, obviously go back, and then in next comp, wherever that is, maybe in Queensland or something, just learn from it and make sure the same mistake doesn't happen again.
And we've just got news that you are going to be automatically picked for that, nominated for that Olympic team anyway, discretionary. So you're going to your second Olympics.
Yeah, I'll take that over the national title any day. Yeah, cheers, Tamsin.
I agree. Well done. And we can't wait to see what you produce in Tokyo.
Thanks so much. Looking forward to it.
Good job.
Cheers.
It's good to see and gets that automatic selection to Tokyo as we go to Heat 2. Open women's 200 metres. So away from the inside is Pretorius, Sargent Jones, Pastanatsky, Dingledye, Fuller, Lem, Payne, and McAndrews. So fairly even through Payne and also McAndrews on the outside. Pastanatsky now starts to come through. The Sydney University athlete storming down the front straight. Pretorius is trying to chase her down, but Pastanatsky will take the win, get the automatic spot. Pretorius second, followed by McAndrews. So Pastanatsky, good run there. She can now relax and go back to the training track, cool down. So 24-27, Pretorius. So she's just ahead of Coates. McAndrews, 24-61. As we go to Paramaxidus in the shot put. Carstairs now steps into the circle. So we're going to go down trackside where Tamsin's got Jack Downey.
Well, Jack, you've had a fabulous season so far. You've broken your personal best by 30 centimetres and now you're the national champion.
Yeah, it's been a good season. Good to have a good season where, you know, I feel like I've got to where I thought I could in the season. So, very happy.
Well, you've got a pretty fabulous coach in Kim Simons down there in South Australia.
I do. He knows his stuff.
He coached Curtis too, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Curtis and Declan up, you know, right through when they were juniors. And, yeah.
Well done. It's your first national championship, gold medal in the Open. Go and enjoy that.
Thank you very much, Tamsin.
Thanks.
So Heat 3 here in the blocks. Warby in 2, Andrews 3, Power 4, Banner 5, Quirk 6, Jardine 7, Brims in 8.
Sir.
So good start there by Banner on the inside, but now Quirk really starts to get into her running. She moves past Jardine and also Brims on the outside, and she's going to lead him into the straight. Jardine trying to fight back. On the inside, it's Power and also Andrew, but Quirk looking really strong as she comes down. She featured well in the women's 100, and she's easing off. She comes down. Jessie Andrews will take second, followed by Jardine. But no doubting the winner there in Quirk. She'll get the automatic 24-12. Jessie Andrews 24-46. And Jardine 24-65. So these 4 spots as timed qualifiers through to the final are going to be close. As we see, another throw there from Cowie. And Hayden Harvey will be next up.
Well, Curtis no hiding was a bit of a shock, Ben. I said to him, we didn't actually realise because, you know, it's hard when you can't focus on the one event and you're jumping from place to place, and we hadn't seen him jump, but just struggled. But so good he's on the Olympic team already.
Yeah.
Takes that pressure off.
Good decision by the selectors to use their discretion to name him automatically. So Hayden Harvey just shy of that 18 metres. So that won't improve on his best so far in this competition. You see Kolesnikov now into the circle. What can he produce here in this round? In this men's shot put final. Good speed and good distance as well. That's another 19-metre throw. It's gone 19.21 so far. We'll be close to that mark.
He's been so consistent, hasn't he, this season, the World Junior finalist. You know his nickname's the Chief?
The Chief.
The Chief, I love that. The Chief. He was a Trinity grammar boy with Andrew Murphy as well, wasn't he?
He was.
And he's a smart cookie.
Yep, he's now at Stanford.
I thought he was at Harvard.
Harvard, apologies.
Oh no, that's, I was just thinking it was Harvard, but he had to train.
So throw there for Birkenhead. He wasn't happy with it. As they're away here in this 4th and final preliminary for the women's. And it's Figueira. She's dominating them around the bend. She'll lead them into the straight. Carroll on the outside. She's running on nicely, as is Speechley and Ramsey, but Figueira, she was brilliant in the women's 100, and she'll come down and take the automatic spot, 23.65.
Wow.
Plus 2.0 on the win gauge. So it's playing around with us at the moment. So we've had a couple of heads, and now we've got a couple of tails.
Well, Figueira is in great shape at these national championships. She was awesome in that 100-metre semi last night as well, and she looked like she was a lady on a mission out there. She's looking fantastic. She's an athlete that's come through the junior ranks and is transitioning into seniors really well. Now, I was saying about Kolesnikov, how he's at Harvard. He was having to wake up because he came back to Australia. He's having to wake up in the middle of the night to do his classes over there in the States, which would have been incredibly hard to do with his training.
There's a lot of change here through
So
Jason?
based on those times, if I'm right, Carroll will find herself through as one of the fastest time qualifiers, 24.09. Along with Helen Pretorius, 24.27. Maddie Coates, 24.31. And maybe Kiara Speechley in that 4th and final heat, 24.41. As we see Carstairs push one out towards the 15 metres.
Todd.
Big throw there from Todd Hodgetts, OAM. Matt Cowie next to get into the circle. We're in the old Melburnians colours. Well, that's a good throw. The overs just might be near the 17-metre mark. $16.51, and then Daniel Green. He'll be next to throw. Queenslander. Just losing grip of the shot there. Come out, so missed that throw. Like Aiden Harvey will be next. Former Newcastle athlete now, based down in Victoria as well. Just over that 18-metre barrier. So the yellow tape out there, sitting at 21.10. And the white tape, 18 metres. 21.10, the automatic qualifying distance from Tokyo Olympics. And Kolesnikov now into the circle. Big one, could be close to that 20-metre line. High 18, low 19-metre throw. $19.14. Here's Birkenhead, Australian record holder. Oh, just a flat one. Didn't get the right angle out there.
You can see it straight off the hand, can't you, when they just don't get that timing right. He's very flat and he knows it, and he walks out the back of that circle. Not very happy with that attempt. They're it's great to have the two athletes pushing each other now in this shot put. We're so used to having the New Zealanders come across, and with the way of the world at the moment, Damien's not getting quite that competition that he usually would. And so having Kolesnikov here will hopefully allow him to push to those higher distances to get him that Olympic qualifier. We're talking about a Olympic finalist from Rio, so we know that he has the capabilities of doing very well on the world stage as we see the start list for the men's 200 metres, which, Lynchy, you've got an athlete competing. You actually coach one of the athletes coming up in one of these heats. Yeah, I was over there giving him a bit of a warm-up, so see how they go. It's going to be pretty cutthroat, though, with 4 heats and no semis. It's first across the line in the next 4 fastest times. So you're on the warm-up track. You saw all the athletes warming up. How did they look? Oh, they looked terrible. Con looked great. So no. So did everybody turn up that you would expect for these heats after the 100 metres? We often see some of those guys pull out. Yeah, I think you'll see, well, one of them here, Will Roberts, is featuring in lane 8 here. Obviously grabbed a medal last night.
but you won't see Rowan Branding, no Jack Hale. It's a funny year, so there's a lot of people just purely running 200s this year.
Yep. I think one of the reasons, I mean, I've spoken to Daruve's coach, Tom Morehouse, one of the reasons being that, as we see Carstairs in the shot put circle, one of the reasons being that the timetable is pretty tough. For Daruve, he's, you know, a youngster coming through in terms of biological age for running athletics. He hasn't been doing it a long time. He transferred from his first love of soccer across to track and field, and he's going really well, and he thinks he's got a better chance at the 200 metres. They're also really unsure about whether that 4x100 metre relay team is going to make the Olympics because of all the qualifications. So if they had definitely been in, I think you would have seen more of the 200 guys focusing on that 100 to get that spot. But they're after that national medal and think that they can do the qualification in the 200 a bit easier than the 100.
There's a big throw from Todd Hodgetts there, getting up near that 16-metre mark.
It's also a very big yell.
So the lane draw for the first of our 200-metre heats. Adulia Sim in 2, Shakti Rathore in 3, Hayden Shoebridge 4, Cameron De Bruin 5, Callum Rorison 6, Duncan Cameron in 7, and Will Roberts out in lane 8. So the two fastest athletes flanking the field here, Sim and Roberts. Inside and outside, be the first across the line plus the next 4 fastest times, so we'll keep an eye on those times. Conditions have been pretty good, the weather's warm. So fairly even start. It's a Sim, Rathore, Shoebridge, De Bruin, Rorison, Cameron and Roberts. And a great bend here from Abdulia Sim on the inside. He's going to lead this field into the home straight. He went 20.8 down at Illawong, and he's tearing away from the field here. He's going to easily win this heat and take automatic qualifying position. 21 flat. The wind, a negative 1.5. I don't know where that came from, but Abdulia Sim comfortably out in front.
What a fabulous race by Abduli then, Matt. He knew that he wanted to get that win because he knows, as well as taking the win, those lane draws are important for that final later in the day. I love a Sim story, how, you know, he was a refugee and he lived under a bridge in Parramatta for a few weeks before finding refuge in a local hostel. And he loves being here in Australia, and he's, as he said the other night, he wants to represent Australia in championships going forward. Will Roberts in that second position, fresh off that bronze medal that he was extremely happy about in that 100 metres last night.
So he's sitting on the bubble there, 21.55.
Kolesnikov in the circle.
Information in relation to the women's open 200-metre final.
Oh, that won't improve. Mid to high 18 metres there for Kolesnikov.
And Bronte Carroll in that final will be 2:35.
1:869.
Here comes Birkenhead, the national record holder. Well, that's a better throw. Getting up near that 20-metre mark.
Birkenhead will now wait on the read. 1945 so far, but is the gold medal.
1950.
1950 there for Birkenhead. So here's the lane draw for the next of our heats. Mitchell O'Neill in 2, Jonty Flotman 3, Ryan Cooper 4, Russell Nasir Tabe in 5, Tom Mackenzie Wood in 6, Drew Rodriguez Chico in 7, Luke Goshnick in 8, and Connor Diffie out in lane 9. So it's Will Roberts currently sitting on the outside on the bubble, 21.55. Duncan Cameron, 21.57. Cameron De Bruin, 21.82. And Callum Royston, 22.02. So it's first across the line. It's pretty cutthroat. Then the first 4 fastest times. And then the next 8 fastest times will run a B final later on this afternoon. So another opportunity to get out there on the track at a national championships. And obviously, if you've come here to peak and be fast, you better bloody run the B final. Otherwise, what's the point?
Exactly, and you know, these guys have all come here to run the 2 races, so even if it is the B final, you go out there, you execute your race, and you practice that championship running, and you know.
Yeah, take the opportunity. You've been given it. If you were in the final, you would have run the final. Why not run the B final? It's another opportunity to get a run. B final has been very disrespected over the years.
It has been, you're right, and you know, I think it's one of those things where it's still a race, still a race where you're going to be able to practice what you've been training for, and you get a time and you get to see where you're at moving forward.
Set to go. Just a reminder, winner of each heat, there are 4. The next fastest 4 across all 4 heats will proceed to the final, and the next fastest 8 will proceed to the B final. Start list for heat number 2 is on the scoreboard.
So a little bit of a delay there, but we're back here.
I think the one to watch in this heat will be the Victorian, Daru Rodriguez Chico. He was the state champion over 100 metres and 200 metres, where at Albert Park he was able to run both his personal best, and it's not really known as a fast track Albert Park, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can run here over 200 metres with fresh legs.
So it's O'Neill, Flotman, Cooper, Nasir Tabe, Mackenzie Wood, Rodriguez Chico, Goshnick and Diffie. And they come around the outside. It's going to be Connor Diffie and Rodriguez Chico leading into the home straight. Connor Diffie, the Queenslander, has the lead at the moment. Remember, it's only first across the line, then the next fastest times to get their way through to the final. Rodriguez Chico's trying to close the gap. It's going to be a dip on the line there. We'll see who takes that automatic qualifying position.
Ooh.
And it's Connor Diffie taking the win there, 21.31. Had a fantastic bend. A little bit biased, that is the athlete that I coach, so it's hard to concentrate and call the race. Rodriguez Chico, fantastic as well, 21.33. We haven't seen him since he won the backmarkers out at Stall, which was a fantastic race there as well.
Him versus Hannah Basic, it was a great race to watch, wasn't it?
But that 21.33, we should see him through to the final. That's pretty fast.
Fingers crossed, but I don't feel like I think he showed a little bit of his immaturity in terms of championship racing there, Daru. I don't feel like he really attacked that race like he would if it was the final. He even looked like he was easing up a little bit. He didn't dip on the line like with desperation, but well done, Lynchy. I know you do coach Connor, and that was a fabulous effort from Connor. He's come from the skies a little bit, hasn't he? He's really had a fantastic season, improving on his personal bests over the sprints and the long sprint, the 400 metres.
Yeah, he should be a 400-metre runner. We'll sort that out next year.
Oh, he's going to love listening to this back.
So hopefully, we've seen a few of the athletes just take it easy sitting in that second place position. I'm not sure if they've been made aware that you're only automatic if you're first place. I'm not sure if they're thinking that they're going to get through to the final unless the progression's been changed with 4 heats. On my sheet, it says 1+4, but we've seen those second place getters just seem to, you know, be happy with second, but it's not guaranteed. You can see the start list here for the next race. It's Michael Romanen in 2, Will Johns 3, Liam Webb in 4, Nicholas Donaldson in 5, Hugo Whitehead in 6, Alex Beck in 7, and Tyson Bonney in lane 8. And we see the national champion over the 400 metres, Alex Beck, line up in lane 7. He has gone sub-21 this year, 20.87 in a race in Queensland. Unfortunately, it had to be recorded as no wind indicated because the wind gauge got blown over. And
which way did it fall?
It fell into lane 1, but there was no one in lane 1, which means it was probably not a tailwind, but sorry, mate, doesn't count.
Well, and it's hard for a 400-metre runner because planning those 200-metre races to get that personal best time is actually quite tricky. So you really do rely on those fast ones as your personal best. But we know that Alex is in exceptional shape. It'd just be about for him here, how's he recovered from that 400 metres, but we saw the difference between him and Steve Solomon last night was basically race hardness. He's been out there and he's been racing every weekend. So he's fit, he's done the work with his coach Mark Ladbroke, the 1996 Olympian in the 400 metres, and he's just in such fabulous shape, which is great to see for an athlete who is, you know, he's been around for a little while.
Yeah, exactly, and he's in personal best sprint shape as well as his 400 metre running, so it's all happening at the same time this year, and I think he should be the favourite to take out Heat 3 here. Again, first across the line, plus the next 4 best times to make their way through to the final. So Romanen, Johns, Webb, Donaldson, Whitehead, Beck, Bonney. Watch for Romanen as well. He has gone sub-21 this year and he's been running blinding fast 100. So as they come into the home straight, it's back on the outside, Romanen on the inside. It's going to be a big battle down the home straight. And it's the strength of Alex Beck that's going to push him to take the win here in the second of our races. 20.82. The win plus 1.2. So he's got that legal run. That's a fantastic effort. And I think we might see Romanen get through on times here, 21.15, so that's the second fastest run of all of them.
What a fabulous effort by Alex Beck. You know, the unfortunate thing for the programming is he's got the 400-metre runs in his leg from last night. At least he didn't have to do that semi-final, but he did look fabulous, and we know he's fit, so he will back up well. Personal best for Alex Beck. And down trackside, Ben Offerains has Damien Birkenhead from the shot put final we saw earlier.
I do. I'm down here with Damo. He's taken out the win. Now, Damo, 6th and final round. You're through 1950. You've come away with a win. You've got to be half happy with that. I know the distance probably isn't where you want it to be, but in the end, it's a national title.
Definitely, especially now with young Kolesnikov coming up. It's good, and he's there to push me, and I just need to throw further and further, and yeah, it was good to come away with the win. Yeah,
how's that been this season? Obviously, seeing his progression through. He's come through and thrown 1981 this season. He's broken the New South Wales state record. It's got to be positive to have that sort of competition pushing in behind you.
Oh, it's incredible. It's since Dale retired, I haven't really sort of seen that other 19, 20-metre thrower, and I reckon in a few, you know, if not this year, the next couple of years, he'll be throwing 20 metres, and he'll push me right through to hopefully throw a PB again. It's be good. And we'd love to see that. Now, obviously, during the whole lockdown in Melbourne last year, it was tough with training. We spoke to Matt Cowie. He said he only literally had a medicine ball and a plate to work with. How hard was it during that? And what access to weights and facilities did you have through that period? Thankfully, we had a kettlebell and a dumbbell given to us from Maribyrnong High School and through the first lockdown. And we were just at Moorabbin there throwing them as gym and throwing shot puts. And then the second lockdown, we weren't allowed coaches to travel more than 5 kilometres, so I was pretty much by myself for 6 weeks. The VIS gave me some gym equipment which I could use in my garage car park, and had to put it away every time, and it was hard, but you know, it's good to be back.
It is great to be back. Now, where's the plan to from here? Obviously, Tokyo's coming. The qualifying period doesn't end until later in June. So what's the process from here?
Well, got to throw further. Have maybe a little bit of a break now, get back into some nice training, and then maybe do some comps in June. and hopefully push the qualifier.
Well done, Damo. Look forward to seeing it.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Cheers.
No, one heat left here for the 200 metres. Lane 2, Eve Sheema. Lane 3 will be vacant. Lane 4, Ryan Atkins. Lane 5, Alexander Hartman go for 6 national titles in a row. Lane 6, Jacob Caesar. 7, Justin Kavanagh. 8, Sam MacArthur. 9, Josh Azzopardi. So Sheema, Atkins, Hartman, Caesar, Kavanagh, MacArthur and Azzopardi. Azzopardi having a fantastic bend, and they come into the home straight. It's Alex Hartman in the grey signal in the centre, so it's going to be Hartman versus Azzopardi. Here comes Kavanagh as well, but Hartman might be just in the lead. Who's going to take it? It's going to be Azzopardi on the line, 21.20. So he gets the automatic qualifier, 21.15, then 21.23, then 33 and 55. They're the athletes on the bubble, so it's 21.19, 21.30 for Kavanagh, and 32. So unfortunately, Drew's out.
He didn't dip. Daruv didn't dip, and that's just, oh, it's heartbreaking for him, because these are, you know, cutthroat semi-final heats, and if you do choose to focus on one event, that's where the risk comes into it, that you know, you don't have that, you know, you've got that real nervous energy for this 200 metres. You'd be fresh, but the nervous energy would count. But Azzopardi was fantastic, and he's been having a fabulous season.
Well, he's won every race in the last few weeks. He's been the track classic champion. But yeah, look, honestly, the minus 1.2 probably didn't help as well when this had a tailwind. That's just heat running, though, unfortunately.
That's true. No, you're right. The winds, the swirly winds of Sydney Olympic Park do play its part. But I do think when Daruv looks back on that race, he'll rue the fact that he just didn't execute it the way that he has been running throughout the season. Because if you saw him in that back markers at stall, he was in fabulous shape. And he just looked like he was trying to get through that without having to put the effort in. But the main goal is, in a heat, as you know, is to make sure that you're actually in that final. And I think that the person who did that best to make sure that he did it was Alex Beck. Even though he'd run that 400 metres in his legs, he wasn't scared to go really fast in the heat.
So as they get the hurdle set up for the hurdle heats, we'll cut to a quick ad break and be back with plenty more action here. The 2021 Australian Track and Field Champs.
At Coles, there's hundreds of prices down and counting, so you can lower the cost of your weekly shop. The price of dinner is down, with Coles durum wheat spaghetti down to $1. Coles, value the Australian way. At Coles, there's hundreds of prices down and counting, so you can lower the cost of your weekly shop. The price of snacks are down, with Coles banana bread slices 5-pack down to $4.50. Coles, value the Australian way. hundreds of prices down and counting, so you can lower the cost of your weekly shop. The price of breakfast is down, with Coles free-range eggs 12-pack down to $3.90. Coles, value the Australian way.
Well, there's lots been happening on the program so far. Things don't always go to plan, as we saw with Curtis Marshall, no hiding in that pole vault after being in fabulous shape. The men's shot putters, well, this one went to plan. Birkenhead, Damien Birkenhead with the gold medal. Kolesnikov, the super talent coming through, who's done wonderful things this year. Melbourne Track Classic, he threw absolutely brilliant to take the win. That 1981, I think it was, from memory. So we see the men's high hurdlers getting ready for their first heat. This first heat, Alex Schaefer goes out of lane 3. Jay Sakutsa. Nick Huff, the one to watch from lane 5. Lane 6, Sam Herwood from Queensland. And in lane 7, Riley Keynes. Now we've seen some awesome battles between the two Nicks. So Nick Huff is setting up his blocks. Let's do a quick cross down to see where Ben Offrains is. I think he's in the middle of the high hurdles track, so hopefully he'll get off the track before the race. But Ben, what are you doing out there?
Yeah, I'm down here on the track for the official setting up for this 110 hurdles. Now, I just want to give our viewers at home a perspective of what the athletes are seeing and how high these hurdles actually are. Now, I'm 6'1", so I'm not that short. And this comes right up past my waist. I tell you what, these hurdles are something else. And to be able to run at the speed that they do, jumping 10 of these flights is something impressive. In the end, they're only taking a few steps in between these hurdles as well. So the ability to be able to get over these as quickly as, like we've seen Huff run this 110 hurdles in 13 points. That is incredible. There's people out there who can't run 100 metres with no hurdles in the way in 13 points. So for him to be able to do that for 110 over these hurdles is something else. And if you haven't seen these hurdle races down at the track live, look, I recommend you to come out here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre and get yourself a look. These are just the heats, so we'll see the final later on. So you've got time to get yourself out here.
Definitely they do, Ben. And great perspective down trackside, showing us just how high those hurdles are. It's incredible how athletic our 110-metre hurdlers have to be. They not only have to be fast, but they also have to have that ability to get over the hurdles and snap that lead leg down, as well as pushing off so that they can drive and get their 3 strides between the hurdles. The thing that really fascinates me about the battle between the two Nicks, Nicholas Huff and Nick Andrews, is the difference in their start. So they get down for heat 1 of those high hurdles. It's a few practice runs over them. So I spoke to Nick earlier in the season about that difference in start, and because he takes 1 less stride, because he is a big man, he really focuses more on how quick he is to the second, because it's not only about your drive phase to the first, it's also about controlling that speed so that you then can get that technique and execution of the race right. His size and strength is just incredible, because he's able to hit hurdles but still stay on his feet, which a lot of athletes don't have that ability to do. It's Ben. Joined us back up here in comms because Lynchy needed to go down and just say well done to his athlete that's made the 200-metre final. I think he's pretty stoked about that, because it was pretty cutthroat, those 200s, but It is. Watching you down there, Ben, next to those hurdles, it just shows how incredibly athletic these guys are, doesn't it?
It is. And when you watch on the screen, you really don't get a true indication on how high they are until you see someone standing next to them. Like, you look at the officials. They're massive hurdles, and they do it with ease. It's not like a normal person, you would have to take a big run up and jump just to try and get over each one of these, and they do it just in a natural stride.
Well, Nick Huff, he's not only a fabulous athlete, he's a fabulous businessman. He was, I think he was school captain at King's School here. He won the inaugural 2010 Summer Youth Olympics in the 110 hurdles, and fabulous athlete over the short sprint 100 metres and the 200 metres. One of those athletes that had to pick an event and see which one he thought would get him the furthest. Commonwealth Games bronze medal in 2018. His coach Anthony Ben and him have been together since 13 years of age. Did you guys ever see that video that Brandon Stark posted of Nick Hoff as a junior? Where he stacked and then he nearly hit the concrete. I mean, I shouldn't laugh about it. He's okay, but...
It's one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
Stop it,
He posted it. It's fine. If you own up to post it, same. Liz Clay only the other day put one up where she hit the deck. She turned it into a little TikTok.
Exactly.
You got to own them.
You got to laugh at your own mistakes sometimes. In the end, what does it matter? The guy's run so fast before.
He's a character, isn't he? Now, his business that he's co-founder of is he's the CEO of Outright, which is a proofreading service, which is going so well. It went even better through the COVID period, and I think majority of his clients are from America, so he's a fabulous athlete, Nick Huff, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes here in the heats.
So it's Schaefer in 3, Costa in 4, Huff 5, Herwood 6, and Kane 7. So away. Good start there by Costa next to Huff, as well as Herwood. But now Huff starts to move through the field, down the track, knocks a couple of hurdles as he usually does. And the power across the line, 13.92, minus 1.3 wind. So the wind still not being able to make up its mind on what it wants to do today.
Yes, no, so Nick hit the 8th hurdle pretty hard, but, you know, he kind of just looks like he hits it like it's nothing. Whereas you can see Herwood next to him hits quite a few as well, but it really throws him off his running. Nick is so strong. He snaps that lead leg down just ridiculously fast. It's his strength. He really gets off that hurdle so well because of how quickly he can snap that lead leg down. You can just see it. See how fast he is. He's got that lovely trail leg action. Just so strong, but those steps between the hurdles are ridiculously fast.
Never once have I ever felt sorry for Nick Huff when he hit a hurdle. I only felt sorry for the hurdle itself. Honestly, the way he hits it, doesn't budge, doesn't move, but the hurdle goes flying. I feel for the track.
I feel like he's broken a few, snapped them in half.
I tell you what, if Nick Huff ran in the one lane every single time, they'd have to probably relay that lane twice as quickly as the rest of them.
He is a strong boy.
Oh.
And in this heat, we're going to see Nick Andrews. And haven't they had some battles throughout their career? Discus athletes into the cage. It's just the warm-up for them. Of course, we're going to see Danny Stevens. Everyone's looking forward to seeing Danny. She's on the comeback trail from that horrific injury that she had. And she's had a few competitions under her belt now, so now she'll be starting to look for those further distances that we know that she can get that discus out to. Now, Nick Andrews is an interesting one. When everybody's staying home for COVID, he's gone over to Phoenix to train with the Phoenix Track Club in Arizona, which is a specialist hurdle group. He's just the most amazing starter. I've never seen him miss a start. Like his concentration behind those blocks, I mean, and we know he's got great flat speed. He's an athlete that if he's on a world championships or an Olympic team and the 4x1's good to go and they need a starter, you can always sub him in.
Well, he ran 3rd in the 2017 World Champs. Trey, Gamble, then it was Nick Andrews and Rowan Browning.
It's a pretty good team.
It's not bad. 38. They finished 11th overall, which is a pretty handy little run.
He's got a PB of 10:32 over the 100 metres, which again isn't shabby. And just watch for him in lane 4. There he is on screen in the all-black kit with his left calf guard. Wonder if that one's for fashion? Or just...
There's nothing wrong with fashion calf sleeve or an arm sleeve or anything like that.
Well, he's a fashionable boy, isn't he? So look for him to be out quickly, and the one to watch probably with the Sally Pearson coached athlete in the inside line of him, 3, Jacob McCory, who's been getting better each race, hasn't he? He's been just getting closer to that personal best shape that we saw him in last year.
What a person to learn off. You know, being able to pick the brain of someone like Sally.
If you could be half as good an athlete as Sally, you're going okay, right?
Oh.
She's incredible. You know, I trained with her yesterday morning. I sent her a text message the other day and about training at the Sydney Track Classic, and I said, oh yeah, I'll come across and I'll do a jog. You know what I got back? You won't be jogging. I got down there. I didn't walk for 2 weeks. She's flying still on the training track.
Oh, jeez.
She can't help herself. She's just doing it for fitness, but she's incredible. As we see Danny Stevens warming up, just trying to get that feel back. But yeah, so Sally, we did yesterday 200 metres, walk 100, and after the second set, she was throwing up, and she said she just loves the sport.
See, what is half of Sally's ability? Is that like just making the Olympic final?
Yeah, I know. Well, she's qualified for Tokyo. Maybe I should say use this training, but...
If gold medal is full Sally, it's just making it half Sally.
She would never accept that second heat.
So Corey, Andrews, Batchley, Rogers, and Neil. So there's the customary fast start of Andrews. McCory's got some work to do. Andrews running really nicely. Here comes McCory now. Neil on the outside's trying to come through, but McCory goes up to Andrews and goes past him, and he'll take the win here. 14:26.
Do you know, Nick Andrews then, all he focused on was getting a good start, and then he just floated over the hurdles. There was no aggression. He hit nearly everyone, and he just was coasting. You can tell his goal is clearly the final. He knew that he was going to make the final no matter what he brought. You see him out so fast. Look how much of a lead he has that first hurdle. Clobbers the second one. Jacob McCory on the inside lane is just trying to execute his race, but then Nick's just like, I'm not going to bring my A game to this heat. I'm going to bring it to the final. I just want to get through. Job done, tick done. But Jacob is one to watch in that final. You know, he's definitely probably in that good position to get on the podium.
Yeah, well, it is interesting. In the end, only 10 athletes made the start line, so it's surprising they actually didn't can the heats and go to a straight final at final time. Look, they've gone out there. It means the progression is fairly easy. It's first 3, next fastest 2. So there are only 2 athletes out of the 10 that are missing out on the final. So it's one of those things, yeah, in the final is what he wants. He wants to win. And you could tell he was just out there. It was a bit of a training run. They may have, look, who knows what happened in warm. He may have done a half warm-up or whatever was needed, just so then he could go back now and really sort of focus on that final and make sure he's good to go then.
They have such contrasting techniques as well. Like I was talking about how Huff has that really fast lead leg snap. I think Nick Andrews, he's younger and he's just trying to work on his strengths and weaknesses. And his weaknesses is probably just not quite as fast at getting off the hurdle. But, you know, he'll be working on that and he'll get there. And that's kind of scary how fast he can go when he does actually nail that hurdling technique.
As we see Liz Clay on the screen, she'll go in the first of these 2 heats. Michelle Janicki also featuring in this first heat. Taddeo as well. So you see a few more of the athletes still warming up out there at the women's discus. Now all the hurdles have to be reset and we put down to 84 centimetres.
So we did catch up with Liz Clay about being coached by Olympic gold medal coach Sharon Hannon.
It has been tough. You know, like everyone said, it'll take a couple of years for you guys to, you know, click and see what training works. But like it was 4 years and then, you know, this is the 5th. So it's a lot of persistence by me and a lot of persistence by Sharon to just know that, well, we didn't really know if it was ever going to click, but we believed in ourselves. And yeah, it took a lot longer than we expected. But yeah, finally came.
So the first heat of this women's hurdles, same as the men's, first 3, next 2 fastest times. Liz Clay into, Julia Baxter in 2, Liz Clay 3, Danielle Shaw 4, Ashley Parr in 5, Michelle Janica in 6, Abby Taddeo in 7, Carla Takshi in lane 8. So Liz Clay, so far this year, 5 hurdle races and 5 sub-13 second runs. Another sub-13 second opportunity here now. She's on a streak. Conditions aren't, they're hot, but that headwind has been frustrating. The windsock right now looks like it's sitting pretty flaccid, so I reckon it's going to turn into a pretty awesome afternoon here at Sydney Olympic Park. So the hurdles look ready to go, so do the hurdlers. So we've had some readjustments this season on the all-time list. We've got some of the fastest hurdlers of all time racing just this weekend. Even in this heat, Liz Clay is now the 2nd fastest all time. Michelle Janica, the 3rd fastest all time. And then Abby Taddeo, the 10th fastest all time, just in this heat. And the next heat will feature the 5th, 6th, and 7th fastest athletes of all time. So it's fantastic to see the depth of the women's 100 hurdles.
It's incredible depth, isn't it, Lynchy, that we've got at the moment? And I think we have Sally Pearson as one to thank for that, because she's been on TV for such a long time, and These ladies would have grown up seeing her race and would be desperate to emulate a little bit of what she's achieved.
So Taddeo gets the fastest start on the field, but on the inside it's Clay, and Jenica's trying to close up that gap. So it's Clay rising first over the hurdles, 3 more flights to clear. And if she goes over the last, she's clear and takes it. Another sub 13. The streak continues. And Taddeo should be getting close to her personal best of 13.05.
And it's really nice seeing Jenica back out there, even because we've missed her through a lot of the season through injury. She would have seen her boyfriend Alex Beck make it through in the 200 metres, so they'll be on the warm-up track together. You see here, you're right, Lynchy. Liz and Abby got such fabulous starts. Today in that outside lane, she's got incredible speed and she's so fast between those hurdles. Liz looks like she's just nice and relaxed. She gets very nervous before these races because she knows the quality of field that's up against her, but she's in shape. She's ready to go. Job done. Through to the final. It's an event hurdles where with the heat, you've still got those nerves where you've got to execute the race well and just want to stay out of trouble. But you've got 10 barriers of trouble to get over. But look how strong Liz is through that race. Snaps that lead leg down. Her and her coach, Sharon Hannon on the Gold Coast, have done a lot of work on her technique, and she just looks super smooth and makes the most of every bit of that race. Snapping that lead leg down, bringing the trail leg around, strong in the core, holding her stability. Looks good for that final. I think she'll be very happy just to have got out here and race, having watched everybody else compete this week. Smile on her face. You can see she's very happy. Even when you're the favourite, sometimes that's actually tougher because, you know, come out here and you feel like you've only got one thing to happen, and that's if you don't win, then you've lost. If you win, everybody says, well, we knew you'd win. So sometimes it's just nice to get out and get the feel of the track. And that might have been like the men's 110 hurdles. They might have just wanted to have that heat just to blow out some of those cobwebs.
Well, it came up 0-0, so the wind's settling down. Can't see any of the windsocks moving around. So this is the final of the women's discus. Position 1, Jade Lally of Great Britain, she's now based out of Ipswich. Taryn Golshevsky, Sally Shockery, Hannah Edwards, Levante Suamite, Marley Roykawasa, Ashlyn Blackstock, Karina Bell, Danny Stevens, and Samantha Peace. It's good to see Samantha Peace back in the circle. She was a medalist at the 2015 World Youth Championships in this event, so it's good to see her back out there.
Well, it's great having Jade Lally too. She's a Great Britain athlete, 8 times British champion. Now she's here because her boyfriend was an Aussie soldier and he's brought her out to Australia, coming back from having a baby.
So the second of our heats here, Abigail Stevanovic, Brianna Bean, Nicolette D'Onofrio, Hannah Jones, Celeste Mucci, and Imogen Breslin. Fairly even start. Hannah Jones, though, probably first to get to the hurdle. Brianna Bean and Mucci, watch for her to come late, but Hannah Jones, she's pulling away from the field. She's got a 13.01 to her name. What's she going to produce here in the heat is going to be quick. 12.94. She goes sub 13 for the first time. What a fantastic effort. She's currently 6th all time. Only 5 other athletes have gone sub, and it's 12.94. That puts her the 5th fastest all time. She actually passes Celeste Mucci with that effort. What a run there for Hannah Jones. She got the start right.
She got the start exactly right. We were speaking to her coach, Sally Pearson, yesterday, and Sally's husband and Kieran and her had just said, as she runs over to Sally, that if she doesn't get under 13 seconds here, we'll be flying home, because she's been promising it all season.
Honestly, she probably would have made him do it too.
No! She just knew how capable she was, and what a fantastic effort. And don't you just love seeing how well Sally has done as a coach with Hannah? What a brilliant effort. Look how happy she is. It's that barrier that she's been wanting all season, and that's just absolutely brilliant for Hannah. Well done.
Yeah, and she said that they've been changing her start. So they changed it up, and at the moment, she's not super consistent with it. When she gets it, though, Sally said, as soon as she gets it, she's running fast and she's going sub-13. So Sally called it.
She got it.
And you can see it there. You see how quick she is out. You know, the athletes that she's racing against in Celeste and Brianna, they're not bad athletes. And she has really, really just stretched away. Stretched away. And on the line, Brianna's actually finished 4th. So she's out of the auto qualifiers. She's going to have to wait for time to see if she's made that final, which is a bit of a shock. But that race was all about Hannah Jones. What a fabulous effort. And she's going to have to go regroup, try and keep her nerves and excitement down, because she's a definite chance for that final now. A lot of excitement in her camp. You know, it could go one of two ways here. When you have such a fabulous race, you do your personal best in the heat, you've only got to come back in a couple of hours and try and replicate it. That monkey could be off the back that you then come back and you're so relaxed you do even more, or you've just used all your energy. So this is going to be a good learning experience for her, but lucky she's got Sally in her corner, which will definitely help.
So that's Taryn Golshevsky. She's the second thrower in this field in the women's discus final.
Taryn wore the green and gold for the first time when she was 16 years of age in the World Youth Competition.
Over in Moncton.
Good job, Lynchy. She was the 6th Australian ever female to throw over 60 metres in 2016. She's a teacher's aide from Bundaberg.
So here goes Sally Shockery.
Hannah Edwards for her first attempt. She just didn't seem to have that speed through the circle. She does not look happy with that throw. Off screen you can see her shaking her head as she walks out of the cage, but it's only early in the competition.
So Levante Sulmai now in the circle. Women's under-20 discus and shot put champion. Oh, gets that fair way over 50 metres. She's also the open shot put champion, where she actually threw less than what she threw in the 20s to claim gold. She's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 comps so far this week, and has the discus and the under-20 hammer tomorrow.
She's such a talent, isn't she, Lynchy?
She's done under-20 shot, disc and hammer, and open shot, disc and hammer, with prelims for the open hammer and open disc. So she's had a massive program. And here's Marley Raykwasa. She can get it over 50 metres too. Just not getting that one. A bit of a flappy duck. A term that'll learn off Julian Ruck. It's okay. Julian Ruck, what's that? 100 Track Classic. I sat down with Julian Ruck and we discussed different things. When it comes out and it wobbles, they call it a flappy duck.
You knew straight away that I was just looking at you then, didn't you? I'm like, what is a flappy duck?
When it lands in the ground, it stays there. It's a tombstone.
I know the tombstone.
And they don't like them. It's great to watch, but obviously means they've come out vertically.
Okay.
Another way is a high five when it comes out like that. As Ashton Blackstock just get someone just dropping at that 45-metre mark.
Flappy duck. Well, you learn something every day. Thanks for that. Now, Julian Ruck, I saw him when I was living in Queensland. In Brisbane, on my street. I went for a walk with my kids just down a street in Balmoral in Brisbane suburb, and Julian Ruck was working. There was roadworks in our street, and he was working, and I tried my hardest. As not happy with that one. belt from New South Wales. Yeah, and I tried my best to convince him to make a comeback because he's still so young and he's a super talent. And I was
nearly
like,
got him. We would have had him at the Queensland Track Classic in 2020. I think you basically convinced him to come out. He's like, hey, you know what? I've been to the track and I've thrown 60 metres a couple of times, just whenever.
That's what he said.
Ready, yeah, he's ready to go. As we see Danny Stevens, the officials take a couple of big steps back. I feel like they might need to go a little bit further.
Let's hope so.
And that yellow line at 63.50 for Danny. She has already got the qualifier.
Ooh.
Oh, Rip's big one out there.
Yes.
Oh, it is a big throw. That's probably the gold medal winning throw right there. Can't see any of the other athletes getting that far over 60 metres today. And it should be just around 63, 62.90. 62.58 there for Danny. Fantastic throw. Just curling it back in with Samantha Peace. And there's Peace, just over 45 metres there. .45.53.
Well, I caught up with Danny Stevens earlier in the season just to talk us through that horrific injury that she has been battling to come back from.
Last throw was November, as you said. Prior to that, I had a back injury, so I didn't go to the Doha World Championships in 2019. So even prior to that throw, my last competition was Continental Cup in 2018 in September. So things were going really well after that competition. I threw 65.93, and that's my Olympic qualifier, which still counts, thankfully. Things were going really well, and then in the end of January, after we had a throws camp up at Queensland, we started the first week of speed work, and I had a bit of an accident in the gym, which I didn't realise the full damage that I'd done until about a week later when all the nerve pain and issues started flaring up. So in a nutshell, I had basically just exploded one of the discs in my neck. I can't really see that, but I've got a scar in there. So I had to have pretty urgent spinal surgery about 4 weeks later. My partner's job, being a doctor, got me in pretty quickly, so that was good. But yeah, the main problem was obviously a lot of the neck pain. But the disc had pushed so far out that it was blocking the nerve root for the C5 nerve, which runs down the front of your arm. So I couldn't lift my arm. I couldn't lift this drink bottle. I couldn't pick up a bag. I couldn't cut anything. So it was pretty debilitating and scary. So yeah, at that point I just had to kind of trust all the information and gather all the information that I could get to, one, to try and fix this and have surgery, which was the first time I've ever had surgery. So that was pretty terrifying in itself. And that was when COVID was kind of just kicking off. We had just started to feel the impact of that in Australia. So I had surgery, which went really, really well. I had a very, very good surgeon. I woke up from surgery and could move my neck straight away. But the arm and the nerve stuff is what has really been challenging with returning to throwing and returning to competition, and I guess what my idea of normal was for me. So yeah, that's been the most frustrating and challenging kind of injury or part of my athletics career that I've had to kind of work through. In the first couple of weeks of rehabilitation, it was trying to hold a 1 kilo dumbbell out to the side, and it was falling down. I had no strength. So I had to really kind of, focus on the things that I could control and focus on those very, very small parts of rehab and celebrate the wins. I could hold the 1 kilo and it was like, yes. And then next goal was the 2 kilo and then the 3 kilo and then picking up my bag and being able to put it on my shoulder. That was a big moment because I'd not been able to do that. So it's 2020 was really interesting. Everybody knows that for multiple reasons. And for me, I think I was about 4 or 6 weeks post-surgery and still couldn't lift my arm when they announced that the Olympics were postponed. And everybody said to me, oh, you must be just absolutely cheering and really grateful. I said, well, I am grateful for more time, but I was still disappointed like everybody else. I'd still planned that I was going in 2020 despite the injury that I'd had. I was like, no, I'm going to get there. I'm going to make it. I'm going to be able to throw. So I was still disappointed, surprisingly, but then, had to just reassess and be grateful for more time to prepare for the Tokyo Olympics. So, it took about a good 10, 11 months to kind of feel like I got my strength back, I guess, essentially. But then, there's a whole bunch of other stuff like nerve pathways and coping with velocity, trying to get the discus to actually increase in acceleration. So that was a whole different thing. So when I first picked up a discus, I picked up an 800-gram discus, which was lighter than the comp one. And I think I could kind of just flick it, and I threw it about 30 metres. So when your PB is just under 70 metres, it's a very big ego check. I kind of sound, So, but my whole goal throughout all of this was to just get back to function. Like, I knew how severe the injury was, and I'm very grateful that I don't have any long-term permanent damage and that I can drive again. I can lift my arm. I can, I'm relatively back to my old self. And the whole time I just thought, if I can ever get back to throwing a discus, then that's just, cherry on top, because I knew how bad it was. So it's great, the fact that I can now sit here and go, yeah, I'm going to compete in a couple of days. So that's cool.
Well, Danny's about to step into the ring. Talking about that injury that she had. Now, after Danny's throw, we'll throw down to Ben, who's right there in the thick of the action. But we'll watch and see how far Danny can throw. Her first throw looks so good. She looks like she's ready to go today. Not quite as good as the first round throw there, Ben, but she still looks like she is getting that timing back after that injury that she just spoke about, and looks like a big throw's in there for Danny this afternoon.
Yeah, certainly is. She's gone 62.58 so far in this competition, but you can just see her mental preparation before each one of her throws. She's working on her foot plant, she's working on her spin, she's working on the arm coming through, and it's continuous. The whole time in the lead up to her throw, probably 2 or 3 throwers prior to her throw, she's there up, out of the seat, going through those mental preparations. And look, she's a class athlete. She's so fantastic. Obviously, she's someone we've been able to watch on the world stage for so long now, and it's good to see her back out there. She's got some competition out here though. Taran Golshevsky, she's gone 61.05, so that's actually not far off the 62.58 that was thrown by Danny. And we've also seen Sally Shockery go over 50 metres, 50.91 there for Shockery, who was throwing earlier in the juniors, and now she's out here with the Open. So this competition is getting pretty exciting out here. And it's actually quite nice to be out here right next to the cage and actually see the discus fly through the air. It's amazing how far that these women throw this.
Thanks, Ben. Great to hear how Sally Shockery's going as well. Sometimes having the juniors out there, what an experience to be able to throw alongside a 3-time Olympic finalist, Danny Stevenson. Sometimes it's just about being able to watch those other athletes, the way they go about it. It's a lesson that, no training session or textbook can teach you. You're learning firsthand. It's like work experience, really, isn't it, Lynchy?
Yeah, so that 61.05 from Taryn Golshevsky, that's actually a personal best, beating hers from 5 years ago, September 28, 2016, where she threw 60.27. So her first time over that mark for quite some time, and it's fantastic to see Golshevsky getting right up there.
Well, she's been in good shape. Sydney Track Classic, where she came second with a throw just under that 60-metre mark. You know she means business. She desperately wants to be on that Olympic team.
So that won't improve, just a tick over 55, but it's the points that are very precious to Golshevsky. With a 61.05, obviously, you know, a lot of points on offer here, world rankings bonus points. So it was 56.75 there. So here comes Shockery. Can she get up over the 51-metre mark? Oh, that'll be close. .49.83. So it'll be Hannah Edwards. Hannah Edwards only 16. It's actually 3 16-year-olds in this field. It's the both ends of the spectrum in terms of careers. Edwards, Marley Rekwasa, we just saw there, and Karina Bell, 16. Ashlyn Blackstock, 17. Sally Shockery and Levante Sulmai, both 19 years of age. 23-year-old Samantha Peace, and then we go to the elders of the discus circle, Danny Stevens and Jade Lally, Taryn Golshevsky as well. Here's Levante Sulmai. She has a best of over 53 metres. She's thrown a lot this weekend. Well, that's a big one there too. Plenty of airtime on it. Just be in the 52s, maybe 51 high. .50.94 for Sulmai. And here's Rayquaza. Sorry, that was Hannah Edwards earlier. A little bit flat out of the hands there for the South Australian. Ashlyn Blackstock now entering the circle. Just losing a little bit of speed there at the end. Should be around that 45-metre mark. And 44.67. That was Karina Bell, the third of the 16-year-olds. She leads the way in for Danny Stevens to have her third round throw. Well, it looked like it slipped out of the back of the hand a little bit. We're just short of the 60 metres.
Just didn't quite get it right, did she? Just a little bit out the side. She knows. But the fabulous thing about seeing Danny is that she knows that she's so close to just getting onto one, isn't she? You can just tell, you can almost sense that it's right there. One of those big throws that we're so used to seeing her.
5.8 there for Stevens. So 258 remains the competition lead.
So 58-58 for Stevens.
I remember with Danny Lynchy, when she was just a kid on 2018, the first thing that I remember about her when she made that Olympic final, which as a kid you should be ecstatic with that. She came away with 9th, and so which meant that she didn't get those 3 extra throws. And I've never seen anyone so disappointed, which you would think a junior athlete competing at their first Olympic Games making a final would be ecstatic, but she has always wanted more. Now, if you look back at that result now, there was actually a athlete disqualified. The silver medalist was disqualified, the Cuban, for doping. So she should have got her 3 extra throws, but Danny, 4th in Rio, desperate to get on that podium.
And that's Samantha Peace in the high 40s. And that'll finish off round 3 there. So it'll be a bit of a break in the action as they readjust the orders. Nothing actually on the track at the moment. We're about 13 minutes away from the start of the steeplechase. The long jumpers are warming up. The long jump will be on the back straight. So we'll cut to some ads and we'll be back once the action kicks back off for the 2021 Australian Track and Field Championships.
At Coles, there's hundreds of prices down and counting, so you can lower the cost of your weekly shop. The price of dinner is down, with Coles durum wheat spaghetti down to $1. Coles, value the Australian way. At Coles, there's hundreds of prices down and counting, so you can lower the cost of your weekly shop. The price of snacks are down, with Coles banana bread slices 5-pack down to $4.50. Coles, value the Australian way. At Coles, there's hundreds of prices down and counting, so you can lower the cost of your weekly shop. The price of breakfast is down, with Coles free-range eggs 12-pack down to $3.90. Coles, value the Australian way.
here we are back at the Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. And down the back straight, it's going to be tough for us to see from all the way back here. Not sure why they've gone down the back straight. It is the sunniest spot on the track though, so hopefully very conducive to big performances. The front straight now covered in shade. The pole vault poles are still up. I'd love them to get rid of those pole vault uprights. They're blocking the view of the track. As they are back into the circle for the next few rounds. And Benny, you're over at the long jump pit. What's it like over there?
I am over at the long jump pit. It actually is quite nice over here. I know it would be great to have it in front of the grandstand, but as you said, the sun's shining out here, and there's a nice little crowd that's developed out here. They're sitting out on the grass banks. Actually, I think they're enjoying the sunshine after the last couple of days of overcast conditions, and the wind is moving nicely for these athletes. It's coming straight down this runway, and the way it feels, it looks like it feels about that 1.5 to 2. So we could see some big jumps out here on this back straight. So look, viewing-wise, yes, it'd be fantastic. For you, I'm sure it would be fantastic as well, but I reckon the athletes wouldn't mind being out here in the sun.
Yeah, look, they'll take the opportunity to jump the best as they can. I know as Hannah Woods just anyone curling it back into the sector there. There's been some big jumps down there on that pit. So we can run through the field here. Tenry Frayne, Zane Brenko, Chris Matrevsky, Joshua Cowley, Liam Fairweather, Jeremy Andrews, Kyle Murphy, Shemaiah James, Jalen Rucker, and Will Fryer. Now, Liam Fairweather, a 19-year-old, left a big PB in the qualifying, went 7:56, just falling 2 centimetres short to of that World Under-20 qualifier of 7:58. So he'll be looking to try and improve just 2 centimetres and possibly get that World Under-20 qualifier with Sam Peace now in the circle, the women's discus throw. That's a much better throw, a little bit more air time. And there is that start list. Shemaiah James last night taking the triple jump title of 16:28. He should head to his SoundCloud on Spotify. Look up Shemaiah James and check out all his tunes. Had a bit of a celebration last night when he took the gold. Oh, another big throw from Silmeyer. Trying to get over that 50-metre mark. So, Silmeyer sitting in 4th at the moment. Jade Lally next to go into the circle. So Jade Lally now. She didn't like that one. And she dips a toe over the edge of the circle to get the red flag. She'll have 2 more throws.
I love with Jade, she's doing a post-baby PB. She's got a little girl, Nyla. And I love the story about how her partner fed Nyla Vegemite to see if Nyla was an Australian or an English.
Do they have a is it Marmite? Is that the English version?
The Marmite, yeah.
Marmite Vegemite?
Yep. But we're claiming her. Sorry, Jade, she's Australian.
Oh, another good throw there from Golshevsky. I reckon that's going to fall short of the 60-metre mark, but it just shows the consistency she's got there.
She's in shape, isn't she? You can just tell with these athletes, especially in the field events. I mean, in all events, confidence is everything, but I love watching the field events where it's not just about confidence, it's about that timing. You have to get every little bit right just to nail that timing. Javelin's one of the most impressive ones to watch when they do get their timing exactly right. You just see it sail and they can smash their personal best. As we see Danny desperate to get that discus just that little bit further past that season's best.
Oh, that's going to be her best throw of the day. I reckon it's going to be close. Just dying right at that Olympic qualifying mark.
I think it was 62.74, I think, for Danny there, which does extend her lead. And the good thing about that is now she's got that 62.58. She's getting some consistency in her throwing, which is another thing that she's been looking for.
So the next event on the track, it's the final for the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. It's 18 starters in the field. Matt Clark in 1, James Nippers 2, Joe Burgess 3, Aidan Hobbs 4, Ben Buckingham 5, Ed Trippus in 6, Liam Gorman 7, Chris Dale in 8, Will Austin Cray 9, Chevy Black in 10, Robert Weitz in 11, Will Atkinson 12, Benjamin Bishop 13, Patrick Matthews 14, Jaden Little in 15, Nicholas Bloom in 16, Toby O'Brien 17, and Benjamin Jagger in 18. So round 5 now in the discus. Still 10 minutes away from the start of that long jump over the back straight. So, Ben Offerins, we've seen him on a bit of a walkabout. Now, Ben, where are you at the moment?
Well, I'm actually down here at the water jump for this steeple event about to come. Now, the sun is shining, so I thought I'd find where the water is. And look, this is looking pretty inviting at the moment. I feel like I want to just get a bit of a dip in there. Maybe I can come and sit in the corner and watch these athletes as they jump over. Now, I'm looking forward to seeing Buckingham in this. We want him to get this qualifier. 8:22 is what he's after. And look, the conditions actually aren't too bad at the moment. The wind's not too strong. The sun's out. The track's been baking for a little bit. But as long as they don't get themselves caught in this water jump, wanting to have a bit of a dip, I think they'll be all right.
So the athletes just getting their last little steeples in. They will start on the home straight with an outside steeple. Sally Shockery now set to go. So it is off and racing here. Will Atkinson's gone straight to the lead. Will Austin Cray just sitting in behind there. We'll go through the start list again. Hip number 1, Matthew Clark. 2, James Niparis. 3, Joe Burgess. In 4, Aidan Hobbs. 5, Ben Buckingham. 6, Ed Trippus. 7, Liam Gorman. 8, Chris Dale. 9, Will Austin Cray. 10, Chevy Black. In 11, Robert Weitz. 12, Will Atkinson. 13, Benjamin Bishop. 14, Patrick Matthews. 15, Jaden Little. 16, Nicholas Bloom. 17, Toby O'Brien. And in 18, Benjamin Jagger. Now, the athletes with the 6 fastest times all ran their personal bests. Well, not personal bests, but their season's best at the Queensland Track Classic. That was the Continental Tour Silver Meet. It was a fantastic event for those steeplechasers. Get some very fast times on the board. So Will Austin Cray now sitting out in front. Niparis there as well. Trippus, Buckingham, Clark. Burgess in there as well. Hobbs just off the back with Chris Dale. And back to Liam Gorman, just sitting off the back of that group. So it was a 72-second lap they've just completed. Austin Cray, Niparis, Buckingham, Trippus as they get to the water jump. Great shot there. Matt Clark there as well, Burgess, Hobbs. That's your front group. Will Austin Cray looking comfortable there in front, just keeping the pace going. Chris Dale just sitting in the back then, Atkinson and Gorman. And then Toby O'Brien. So a little bit slower there, 65, 64s. For the front of the group. So as Niparis gets to the front, and Buckingham goes past Will Austin Cray. Hit that Steeple down the back straight. Clark, Trippus, Burgess and Hobbs, and then Dale. So Niparis in the lead still. They're single file now, Niparis, then Buckingham, Clark, Trippus, Will Austin Cray, Joe Burgess and Aidan Hobbs. So there's a group of 7 out in front. They quickened it up a bit, 62s on that lap, 72s, sorry. So getting a little bit quicker there. A lot of points on the line. None of the athletes have Tokyo qualifiers just yet. So they need those points at the moment. The qualifier 8:22. Without a pacemaker, it might be a little bit difficult for them to get that. Yeah, Buckingham sitting in second place is the fastest this season. Niparis is 2, Clark 3. And they all ran those seasons best at the Queensland Track Classic. And really starting to stretch it out now. Trippus, just a bit of no man's land there. He needs to get on the back of Clark. But 8:36 Trippus up in Queensland. He's a little bit quicker than that at his best. James Niparis leading the way. He ran a personal best at the Queensland Track Classic. And another 72-second lap there. So Matt Clark goes to the lead now. Then it's Nippers, Buckingham and Trippus. And then it goes back to Will Austin, Craig, Burgess and Hobbs. So there's 2 groups there, 4 in the front, then 3 in the back.
So they go over the water jump. All the athletes cleanly through. It wasn't inviting water jump when I was down there, but these athletes are out here to race. And they're in single file at the moment. Buckingham just sitting there in second. Nippers into, so Clark, he's leading this one. Trippus, the 4th athlete in position. And we go back a fair way. The gap's starting to open up now over Hobbs. And also Burgess and Austin Cray. So the pace that Clark's setting at the moment is really starting to wind up. It wasn't too fast at the start. I'm waiting for it to sort of take off. Hopefully they haven't left it too late as we see the moves now down the back straight. So Buckingham goes straight to the front. Nippers in second, followed by Clark. Now we're starting to see Trippers just fall off the back of this group. So 3 breaking away now with Buckingham leading the pace.
Yeah, that was another 72 lap. I think this one's going to be a lot quicker though as they get to the water jump. It'll be the second last time they go over it. Buckingham, he hasn't lost the steeple yet this season. Nippers is in PB form. Clark, he went 8:32 at the Queensland Track Classic. Trippus 8:36, but it was Buckingham at 8:27 with that blinding last lap. And they're going to get the belt. They're starting to gap back to Matt Clark. Let's see what they can produce here with 1 lap to go. It was a 69-second lap there, so they're turning it on.
Yeah, but Buckingham now starts to move away. 300 left to run for these athletes. He's opened up a gap over Nippers and then back to Clark. So Clark's starting to drop off a little bit. Trippus is starting to come back now, so Clark will have to watch out for Trippus for that bronze medal. But Buckingham, he's put a gap of 10 metres over Nippers as they come through with 200 left to run. Buckingham is starting to look good now. He was out here to try and win that national title, and he's doing just that at the moment. So he comes down to the water jump for the last time in this 3,000-metre steeple, and he's over cleanly, as is Nippers. So is Clark and Trippus. So they come onto the straight. Buckingham looking really good. Nippers trying to fight back now, as is Clark. Trippus is there as well. So as they come down the straight, last steeple, Buckingham doesn't take it too well. Nippers starts to fight on now. It's going to be close on the line. Nippers is coming at Buckingham. Buckingham can't respond, and Nippers is going to take the title. James Nippers, what a finish. What a last 150 metres. He took the last steeple, and he's come down to take the national title from Ben Buckingham. 8:31.97 was his personal best, but he's gone and smashed that 8:31.3 for James Nippers. What a day to do a personal best here in the steeple. Ben Buckingham, 8:30.54. And Trippus getting that bronze medal, 8:31.09.
Don't cross me.
Steeplechase has been on an absolute tear recently.
Don't cross me.
Unbelievable. You could tell that he was just starting to fade there a little bit. That's a PB for Trippus as well. He had an 8:33, but Nipper, he leaves everything on the line. He's currently in the recovery position down on the trackside. He might have to get that shirt back on. Don't want to get disqualified for taking the uniform off. You'd be a mean official to do that.
Especially for our national champion. Tell you what, we've seen some gutsy runs from Nippers over the years, but that has got to top the table. What a finish. You saw Buckingham, he looked good with 150 to run. He came off the water jump, still looking strong. But then just coming off that last barrier before the finish, he really sort of stumbled, and then he wasn't able to gather himself and get his momentum back, and Nipris blinding off that final steeple, sprinting through to the end, and he's taken a brilliant victory here. Wow. Like, look, to be honest, 150 to run, I wouldn't have picked it.
No, especially the way that Buckingham's been running. He's just looked so strong in control, but he just sort of lost the momentum, lost the rhythm coming into that last steeple and just could not get it going. And Nipper had all the speed. And look at the battle at the back, too, between Trippers and Clark. And James Nippers is a fighter. I can actually hear him vomiting on the track from about 40 to 50 metres away. He's in bad shape. But, look, does it matter? He's taken the gold medal. He's got a new PB. He's got that precious points. And hopefully it's not too much of an advert for the women's steeplechasers as they walk past to the start line. Past Nipperus as he, in quotes, celebrates his gold medal.
So there's the final results.
Wow.
8:30.13 for James Nipris in what was a sensational last 50 metres from him. Ben Buckingham, 8:30.54, and Trippus taking out that bronze medal in also a fast final 50 to take it from Matthew Clark. So women just assembling down at their start line before the event. And there's your lineup. So going via hip number order, Taylor Billington from New South Wales will be with hip number 1, 2, Charlotte Wilson from Victoria, 3, Grace Mueller from Victoria, 4, Cara Fiane Ryan from Queensland, 5 will be Stephanie Conodongus from Victoria, 6 will be Sophie Gosha from New South Wales, 7 Kelsey Vickery from Victoria, 8 Stella Radford from Victoria, 9 Genevieve Gregson, Queenslander. Looking forward to seeing how fast she can go. And 10 Anastasia Malone from Queensland. Julia McBurney will wear hip number 11. She's from Victoria. And 12 Paige Campbell from New South Wales. Another one of our top athletes in this event. 13 will be Amy Parker from Queensland. 14 Georgia Whincup from New South Wales, the World Championship representative. Along with Campbell, Brielle Herbischer from Queensland will win 15. Cassie Degg will wear 16 from the ACT in 17. It's Victoria Mitchell from New South Wales. Represented Australia on a number of occasions. In 18, Caitlin Murdoch from Queensland, and rounding out that field with hip number 19 will be Cheryl Chan from New South Wales. So these women on the start line, almost set for a start. So we're away here. And Gregson, she goes straight to the front in this event, just wanting to make sure she's clean over that first steeple. It's always hard with a large field of 19 athletes, not wanting to get caught up on that. I know it is a double steeple, but it's better to be safe than sorry. It looks like Gregson wants this race to be quick. She's strung the field out already in the space of 200 metres, and the field is spaced out over about 30 or 40.
16th for the ACT, Cassie D. 17th for New South Wales, Victoria Mitchell. 18 is Queensland's Kayla Bell. 19 for New South Wales is Cheryl Shan.
Come up to the water jump. All safely through so far. As you see Jen coming down, she'll lead the field through again. There's a group of 7 athletes who've broken away from the rest of the field. So as they come down, it's Gregson, and that's Mitchell on the outside. That's Fionn Ryan. Campbell's there, as is Whincup. Looks like also Degg and Radford. So all the athletes you'd expect to be up there.
So Gregson, Fane Ryan has moved into second place. Now challenges it goes to the shoulder of Gregson.
So the fastest time run by an Australian over the steeple this season is actually Amy Cashin. She set that over in Richmond, Kentucky on the 16th of April, a couple of days ago. And Jan, her only steeple of the season was at the Queensland Track Classic, where she ran away with the victory, 9:54.62. So just trying to get that rhythm back. She's a bronze medalist in the 1500, and she's the national record in this steeplechase. She's already got a qualifier as well, so see her get the victory, should lock herself in for the Tokyo Olympic spot.
As they come down again through the finish line, so it's Gregson, followed by Fionn Ryan, Campbell, also Mitchell, Whincup, Urbacher and Radford.
This has been updated on athletics.results.com.au.
So these athletes rolling around in 122s at the moment.
A bit of work to do to get back on. There is now a race in 7 out front. So Gregson is controlling the pace. Campbell's looking.
Yeah, 7 athletes out in front there, and it's still Gregson and Fane Ryan, Vic Mitchell, Paige Campbell, Georgia Whincup, Brielle Urbacher and Stella Radford. They're all single file at the moment.
So they're strung out as they come into the straight once again. Still Gregson, followed by Fionn Ryan, Campbell, Mitchell, Radford, Urbacher, and also Whincup. A little bit of a breakaway starting to form now with Gregson, Fionn Ryan and Campbell. But Whincup and Radford doing their best to try and peg that back. They don't want to let them get away.
Yeah, the girls at the front, 82s for that lap, and the girls at the back, 83. So they've just dropped a little bit, but I think they've noticed that, and they've tried to catch back up to join both of those groups together. As we see that steeple there, Campbell just in a little bit of trouble trying to keep that rhythm over the steeples.
Yeah, and it didn't help. Gregson really attacked that one. She had some good speed into it and really took off it. So you can do a lot of damage in this steeple. Being able to negotiate it as Gregson did just then, super fast into it, trying to have a little kick. A kick into it and off. And sometimes if athletes aren't expecting that and they're not cleanly over the steeple, they find themselves in a little bit of trouble, and that gap's starting to open up now. So Gregson really starting to push the pace. Fionn Ryan and Campbell just still tucked in behind her. And then a bit of a gap back to Radford, Whincup, and also Urbacher. Mitchell now starting to drop off this lead group.
So 3 laps to go here in the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. A little bit slower that lap, 83 for Gregson. Fionn Ryan, Campbell, Radford, Whincup, Urbacher. And back into 2 groups of 3 here as they head down the back straight past that men's long jump final. The hill looking fantastic as you can see them across the screen there. Great day to be on the hill. So the gap's getting a little bit bigger back to the chase group of Radford, Whincup and Urbacher. Fionn Ryan looks comfortable behind Gregson. Campbell, world champ representative last year, same as Whincup and Gregson. They're coming to the home straight. The lap clock goes to 2. And they'll go around again. We'll see where the first surge comes from in this event. Fionn Ryan looks comfortable, just sitting off the back of Gregson, controlling the pace there. Campbell dropping back a couple of strides, and then Radford, Whincup and Urbacher. They're gonna have to do a lot from there to get up into the medals. '83s again. Getting down the back straight for the second last time. And they'll start picking up a few athletes now at the back of the field.
Assembled and really watching them through the water jump process as we watch our leaders come through. Paige Campbell once again just losing a metre or 2 on each of the standard barriers. Hurdling technique there from Gregson and Fionn Ryan. Great, and here we go, approaching the water jump.
So here we go, it's going to be traffic in front there. Three across the field. Gregson used her experience to get through that gap. Fionn Ryan went all the way out wide, so tough to pass there through the water jump. And they're going to get the bell with 1 lap to go. The gap opening up to Fionn Ryan now. And see what they can produce on this last lap. And there's the bell. Gregson, Fionn Ryan, Campbell, and then now Urbacher. She's breaking away from that back group. She's going to have to work really hard now. A few of the athletes moving wide. It's Fionn Ryan. She's gone up to the shoulder of Gregson here as they head down the back straight. Gregson comfortably over that one. Let's see. Fionn Ryan was second at the Canberra Track. Oh, she won the Canberra Track Classic, second at the Queensland Track Classic, and 2:50 to go. This is where the pace is turning up. The cadence is quickened from Gregson. They head out wide to that water jump. And the gap opening up to about 10 metres now. Back to Fionn Ryan, Paige Campbell and Urbacher. You're 3 and 4 at the moment. But Gregson goes clear of that water jump. She's going to hit into the home straight with a good lead back to Fionn Ryan, but we saw Ben Buckingham do the same. And Nipperis ran over the top. What can Gregson do here? She is the Australian record holder, the Oceania record holder in this event. And she comfortably goes clear of the last barrier. It's going to be a much faster race. A good run there from Fionn Ryan. But Jen Gregson's going to take the win. She looks over the shoulder. 9:36, a massive run there for Fane Ryan. She's going to go sub 9:40. Here comes Paige Campbell. And Brielle Urbacher, that's going to be a fantastic performance as well. In fourth place, Stella Radford now crossing the line. And then it'll be Georgia Whincup, your first 6 athletes. But that is a fast run there. 9:38 for Cara Fane Ryan. Paige Campbell, 9:46. Brielle Urbacher, 9:49. So they've all got huge PBs there.
Some fam love. I'm not selling it either.
So it looks like she's got some fans sitting out there in the trackside bar.
Thank you.
They've come down to watch Gregson take victory in that women's 3,000 metre steeple.
That run from Fane Ryan there for second place. She was sitting 12th all time, but she actually jumps up to 8th now with that performance. 8th all time in the steeplechase. And what a time to do it. That's a lot of points too. Become second at a national championships and run a PB. Obviously, Jen Gregson doesn't need those bonus points, but that is fantastic to see here at the Australian Championships. Athletes putting the best on the line.
So it looks like we have Tamsin trackside with the winner of that men's 3,000 metre steeplechase, James Nipris.
I am trackside, and James, it's taken you a little while to recover from that one. It was an emotional victory for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think that not having the Nationals last year, I felt like I was in shape last April, and I felt like I was the guy to beat then, and I really felt like, you know, coming into it, I had 2 losses to Ben coming into that, and he's the form guy, and I really put a lot of my pressure on myself to lift for the moment today, and you know, I'm really proud of myself to be able to run a PB and get my 6th national title, and I'm over the moon. I really am really happy.
I think you'd be one of the gutsiest athletes the Australian track and field team has. The way you go about your athletics, you're not afraid to attack and really push the pace. 2018, you know, when you had a battle on your hands, you came out on top. And again today, when Ben is in shape, you know, you're not afraid of anybody else who you line up against, are you?
No, I've got a very healthy respect for all my competitors. Ed, who got 3rd, it was a fantastic run from him, the young fella. Clarkey had a real good dig, and Ben really is the quickest guy of the current crop, and I had to perform at my absolute best to go to the depths of my soul to try and win that race. I'm really happy that I did.
And that's why you're so emotional, because look, I've watched your journey, and in 2016 you're in fabulous shape and you missed that Olympic team. You're desperate to get yourself onto this team, and you so deserve to represent our country in Olympic Games because of the way you go about your athletics, and that's a little bit why the emotion's coming out now, right?
Yeah, 2016 was tough not to get on that team, and you know, I just wanted to fight as hard as I could to be able to put myself in the best position for selectors with my performance today, and I hope I've shown enough, and I hope that I've boosted my my world ranking sufficiently to be able to put myself up there with the best guys, because there's nothing I've ever wanted more in my life than to be on that team, and I'm doing everything I can to get there.
Well, James, I think everybody who watched that race knows that you are such an incredible fighter, and if the selectors can pick you on that points, or if you go out there and chase that time down, anyone who doesn't pick you would be stupid, because you just give everything that you've got out on that track. So well done on getting another national championships, and good luck in that chase to get on that plane.
Thank you. It really means so much. It's like from one of the greats of our sport to hear that, and I thank you for your support, and thank you to all my friends and family for their support.
Love your work, James. Well done.
Yeah, well deserving of that national title. As we switch to the long jump, it's underway on the back straight. So Henry Frayne, he's already gone 7.97. This is Kyle Murphy. Out over that 7 metre mark. As we switch to the track. Well, it's time for the Open Women's 200 metre hurdle, 200 metre wheelchair final. Your lineup in 3, Sarah Jane Clifton Bly will go in 3. Natasha Price will go in 4. In 5 will be Elise Richards, and rounding out the field in lane 6, Amy Fisher.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start a series of finals over the 200 metre distance. The first one is for the Open Women's Wheelchair. Let's introduce your field in lane 3 from New South Wales, Sarah Jane Trevor Clifton Bly. Lane 4 from Queensland, Natasha Price, T54. Lane 5 from Victoria, T54, Elise Richards. And lane 6 from New South Wales, T54, Amy Fisher. We'll revert back to lane 3 from New South Wales, T33 athlete Sarah Jane Clifton Bly. That's your field for the final of the Women's Open 200 metre wheelchair.
So we're underway here. It's Clifton Bly, Price, Richards, and Fisher.
The final of the Open Women's 200 metre wheelchair. Fisher on the outside.
So good start there by Fisher. Also Richards on the outside. So Fisher will lead him into the straight. Closely followed by Richards and also Price, then Clifton Bly. But it is Amy Fisher who's powering down to the finish line. A good race by Fisher. She'll take line honours in this one. Followed by Richards and then Price. As we see Clifton Bly So we've got Tamsin trackside with winner of the women's 3,000 metre steeple, Genevieve Gregson.
Well, Jen, you know, you're now going to be automatically nominated to the Olympic team, which is a fabulous effort. It'll be your 3rd Olympic Games. But the national championship coming out, you always get quite nervous for that one, don't you, to get the job done?
Yeah, honestly, Tamsin, I didn't think I could be that nervous for something that, you know, I was confident that coming here and getting the win was, you know, a thing that I could do reasonably easy. But I was standing there on the start line and I didn't know if it was watching the boys race and watch that, you know, final kick down, or if it was just a lot of pressure, but I felt sick to the stomach. So massive relief to cross that line first, especially because Cara put a nice little fight in there for me, but just really relieved now.
Well, you had the running from the 1,500 metres in your legs as well, so you did make it tougher for yourself. Were you tired from last night at all? Because it was a rough race. I've seen your legs. They're quite spiked.
Yeah, so Ryan kind of saw me just before I went into the call room and he said, "Are you nervous?" And I said, "More than I should be." And it was purely just because I did take a lot on this week for that reason. I wanted to run tight and see how I could handle it. But yeah, a few regrets when I woke up this morning and was as stiff as a board. But I kind of felt a bit better at about halfway and knew that I should be fine if I just stay on my feet.
Well, when you guys walked out, the men's race had just finished and Nipper was on the ground feeling very sick. I mean, that's probably not a great advertisement for running steeplechase, is it?
No, I turned to the marshal that I was standing next to because she just looked mortified, and I said, "God, doesn't make you want to go out there and run that event, does it?" And she goes, "No, never." And I was like, "Well, I'm about to." But yeah, watching that race pumped me up and scared me at the same time. The men's steeplechase is so strong right now, and to have, you know, a group of girls on my tail the whole way, it means that steeplechase is in a really good place in the country right now, which is exciting.
Well, we can't wait to see how you go in Tokyo in your 3rd Olympic Games, Jen. Well done.
Thank you. Very excited.
I think we're all looking forward to seeing Jen at the Tokyo Olympics. It's now time for the Open Men's 200 metre wheelchair final. 5 starters in this one. So Ethan Moose will go out of 3. Samuel Rizzo in 4. Daniel Henschel 5. Richard Coleman 6. And Cormac Ryan in 7. So there's no event for these classifications at the Tokyo Paralympics. But they're out here looking for a national title. You see Rizzo, also Coleman, really fast starts. Rizzo powering around the bend, working on that stacker, and he'll come into the straight in the lead. Coleman trying to chase him down, but Rizzo, he's powering along nicely. Coleman's starting to come back now, but Rizzo's going to be too strong. He'll take line honours, followed by Coleman. And then we've got Cormac Ryan and Ethan Moose. As Daniel Henschel makes his way across the line. So Metrevsky on the runway here in this Open Men's long jump final.
So over in the men's long jump open competition, end of round 2. Let's go through the top 6. That's fairly close. Currently in 6 on 7.54.
So been through a couple of rounds already.
1 centimetre ahead. Charlie Rucker from Queensland, 7.55. In 4 on 7.68. Christopher Metrevsky. 7.69, not far ahead. Jeremy Andrews from Queensland. Our top 2, 7.80 Zane Branco from Queensland and competition leader at the moment. 7.97 from Henry Graham from Queensland. Top 6 at the end of round 2. The men's open long jump.
7-6-0.
So 760 there for Metrevsky. So we are going trackside once again with Tamsin Scott, winner of the women's discus, Danny Stevens.
I do, Danny. Do you know what? Firstly, it's fabulous to see you back out there competing. We listened on the live stream to you speak about that injury that you had. How is the body going out there? Because it looks like you are really close to just nailing a great throw.
That's how I felt tonight, actually. Yeah, I felt like I got my rhythm together in the last 7 days, and I was really looking to get one over the auto qualifier. But I think that just comes from a little bit of comp rustiness. But yeah, I feel really good. My arm feels strong, and like I could actually give it some behind the throw today. So yeah, it's great to get be consistent at high 62s and to get the win tonight for the national championship. So hopefully I'm on that plane to Tokyo.
Hey, well, I've just heard that you're going to be automatically nominated to that Olympic team. So you are in that Olympic Games. Now, you're a 3-time Olympian. This means that you're going to be a 4-time Olympian. So you've made 3 Olympic finals. You were fantastic in 2008 as a junior, where you finished 9th, but retrospectively you've gone up to 8th. 2016, you just missed that podium. Yeah. I'm guessing what the answer to this question will be, but with the way that training's going and that your body's coming back from that horrific injury, goals for Tokyo?
First one was to make the team. I think this one's been the hardest to make for me and the one I'm probably the most grateful to make. I think a lot of athletes are in that position, and some have benefited, like myself, from extra time. And yeah, each Olympics, Beijing, London and Rio, have been so different to each other, and I felt like I've kind of improved with each one and made the final, and agonisingly 4th at the last one. A sheet of A4 paper off a bronze medal. So that kind of fuels my fire on the daily. If I ever get a little bit demotivated or this is hard type mental state, I think 4th, and that just fires me right back up. So I would love to walk away with a medal. The Olympic one is one that I don't have. So I'll say a medal of any colour, but we're always going for the gold one. Yeah.
Well, Danny, you're a fabulous athlete, and to be able to say that you're going to be a 4-time Olympian is pretty special. So well done on that national championship, and we look forward to seeing you compete in Tokyo for that podium.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Tamsin. Good to hear from Danny. It really did look like she was so close to getting a big throw out there. She's starting to come back from that injury, and she's looking good leading into Tokyo. As we go to the start of the Open Women's 200-metre Ambulant final. So Loveland 2, Bruce Gilchrist 3, Party 4, Holt 5, Jordan 6, Clark 7, Snowden 8, Osborne 9. So good start there by Clark and also Jordan. Party there as well. She's moving on really nice and strong. So it'll be Party to enter in the straight in the lead, followed by Clark, and on the outside, Osborne. Bruce Gilchrist is running on, so is Lovell. But as they come down, Ella Party, she's going to take line honours in this one. Clark will be second, followed by Osborne, and then Snowden and Lovell. So Bruce Gilchrist coming across the line. 27.89 there for Ella Party. Clark 28.41, and Ella Osborne 29.25. So unfortunately, no Isis Holt or Alyssa Jordan in that event. Both the fastest qualifiers through to that final. So it's a shame to not see them in that national final. As we see Murphy on the runway.
First place in gold medals for the time of 9:36.85, representing Queensland.
As Murphy got here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge your medalists in the women's open 3,000 metres steeplechase.
Fortunately, the red flag just stepping over the board there. So Murphy's gone 7.32 this season, and he'll need to better that form if he's going to get himself up into the medals as we see Shemaya James on the runway.
Second, South Australia, F20, Lily Wakefield. Third, Queensland, F38, Samantha Schmidt. Going fourth from Tasmania, F20, Rebecca Mathers. Going fifth from New South Wales.
What has James got here? What can he produce? We've seen him in the triple jump. He's here in the long jump. He gets the white flag, but it's probably only a shade over 7 metres. So that won't find him up into the medals. But looks like we do have Tamsin down trackside with the CEO of Athletics South Australia.
I'm down here with Shane Fuller. Now, Shane, South Australian Athletics looks like it's in a great spot because we've seen a couple of great victories here this week, even in the men's pole vault. That was a fabulous victory by Jack.
Jack has had a good day.
Yep. Now, what's happening in South Australia that's producing these great performances? The club scene, is it healthy?
Tamsin, it's very healthy, yeah. We've got a really strong competitive club environment, about 16 clubs in South Australia. They've been growing over the last 5 years, and this year's been no exception. And we ended up at the state championships about 6 weeks ago with 15% growth in our numbers at the state champs. So we had just under 600 competing, which is the most we've had in more than 20 years.
That's fabulous to have growth in your sport, and especially when there's a lot of sports that are vying for our athletes' attention. That's a fabulous effort. What do you think the reason is that South Australia's been able to have that 15% growth?
I think the people involved at Clubland and in our team at the office have been listening to what the athletes and what the community are actually looking for. And so delivering competitions and opportunities for athletics, you know, and training opportunities that are resonating with what the community wants, really. So I think that's a key for it.
Well, I know one thing that the community wants, because I did quite a lot of training in South Australia. They wanted a new track for quite a while, and they've got one now, haven't they?
We have. We've only had one for 20 years, or for more than 20 years, and now we've got a second one at Bridgestone Athletics Centre, which is at Salisbury, which is in the northern suburbs of Adelaide. So for the first time ever, we've now got 2 synthetic tracks to train on and compete on. And we opened it about 3 weeks ago on a weekend. Competitive competition on Friday night, Saturday, and Little Athletics were out there on Sunday. So the whole community is really excited about it. And the reports from the athletes from that first weekend, thumbs up.
Love it. Salisbury track near Para Hills out there in South Australia.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Now, you've got, after this championships means the summer athletics season concludes. What about the winter season?
That's coming up very soon. I mean, it's almost upon us. We'll start in mid-May, and we've got 8 events, which is a mixture of cross-country and road events. And we've set them 2 weeks apart. So what we've done this year from a program perspective is very consistent every 2 weeks. And that worked for us last year as we came out of COVID. We just had regular meets on every fortnight, and the athletes got behind it. And our numbers last winter were up about 70% overall, which was brilliant.
Well, congratulations, because you're doing great things there in South Australia. It's been fabulous seeing your athletes out here participating in the national championships.
Thanks.
Good luck for the winter season ahead. And I know the boys want to do a wrap-up of how Alberto Campbell just ran that 200-metre race then. He was flying.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tamsin. And also Shane Fuller, CEO of Athletics South Australia. Yeah, Alberto Campbell, what a celebration. He looks across at Hendy and says, just got you there, and it was close. 23.72 for Campbell, 23.73 for Hendy. I tell you what, that was close. So it's good to see we've got some of the best photo finish officials in the world working on this, because I couldn't tell who got that one. But Campbell, happy with himself as he should. He's taken line honours. So Cowley on the runway. He's gone 7.96 this season. He did it in Brisbane in March. Can he recapture that form here? Frane's gone 7.97, so he'll need to better it to get himself up into the gold medal position. What's Cowley got in this attempt? That won't improve him. He gets the white flag, but it'll be around the 7 metre mark. A bit shy of what he's capable of. So 7.27 there for Cowley. You see Rucker now on the runway. He wants to clap. What can Rucker produce here in this men's long jump final? Looks good. He gets the white flag too. That'll be close to the jump that Shemai James produced in. So 7.44 there for Jalen Rucker. So just having a chat to his coach. He'll have more jumps in this competition. So we see William Fryer now for his attempt. 7.62 this season. Set in Canberra on the 13th of Feb.
Richard Coleman. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists in the final of the men's 200 metre wheelchair open.
Just losing that landing a little bit on the left side. So that'll cost him some distance. And as we see Metrevsky at the top of the runway. He's been in brilliant form this season. He's the only jumper to go over 8. He jumped 8.03 in March. And he also produced an 8.02 up in Brisbane. The Queensland Track Classic. Take the win. He's chasing Frane at the moment. Can he get an 8 metre jump? It's big. It's very big, so that looks like that's a high 7 jump. But will it be enough to jump up into that gold medal position that Frane's currently sitting in with a 7.97? So 7.79 there for Metrevsky. As we see Jeremy Sticks Andrews now on the runway.
He's back to me.
$7.63 this season, which he did in Canberra back in February. He'll be looking to try and recapture form.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Let's see him jump big.
medal presentation for the women's open Ambulant 200 metre championship.
He moved from Western Australia to Queensland. He coached by Gary Bourne, who's produced so many long jumpers in his time. So Andrews with a jump.
Representing Western Australia, Ella Hardy.
It's decent. That'll be another mid-7 jump. Unfortunately, the red flag goes up. So he goes, has a chat to Gary. So make some adjustments.
Yep.
As we go to Branko. He's a talented athlete. Over both 200 and the 100. Here he is in the long jump, which he's now turned his focus to. 784 this season. Just didn't quite get that run up right. So the red flag goes up. So no improvement on his position. So Dufresne, our current leader in the competition. Opening round, 797. Really sort of put the field on notice. And he's here to take another national title. So he wants the clap. He wants the crowd behind him. What can Frame produce? Gets the red flag, unfortunately. It's another big jump. Couldn't quite hold the run up. So Frame.
Hugo Whitehead. This is your field. The men's 200-metre B final.
Looking for his first long jump national title. He's won them in the triple, and here he is. Look to try and take one in the long jump. He's sitting in first position. As we see James, another one out there on the 7-metre mark. So he went 7:27 in the previous round, and looks similar as we go to 200-metre B final for the open men. So away from the insides to Bruin and Nasir Taib, Bonnie, out to Cameron, Atkins and Whitehead. And it'll be Atkins will lead him into the straight. On the inside, it's De Bruin. Starting to move through the field now. Bonnie's trying to fight on. And here comes Cameron, but it looks like it's going to be De Bruin on the inside. Will take the win, 21.73. $21.71 there for De Bruin. And he'll take a win in that B final. Cameron, 21.77. Atkins will be third in 21.82. And Bonnie, 21.85. As we go to Cowley on the runway.
From New South Wales, 21.98. Russell Nazir Tahib from Malaysia, 22 seconds.
He gets the white flag, and it's a good jump. Another mid-7 jump. 763 there for Cowley.
Thank you.
Just talking to his coach there, Stacey Tarima, brother of Jai Tarima, who took out that famous silver medal at 2000 Olympics in what was one of the most epic long jump competitions with Ivan Pedroso. Shades of the Powell Lewis battle, going jump for jump, with Pedroso coming out the victor. Tarima was a household favourite. So it looks like we have another Coles Australian Record Challenge winner, and Tamsin is trackside with Julie Charlton.
I am, and Julie, an Australian record. You must be feeling pretty pumped about that one.
Oh, extremely, really happy. It's been an amazing season. I've actually broken the Australian record many times this season, and it was just amazing to be able to do it at the National Championships.
Well, you know what that means, don't you? That means Patrick from Coles is going to be donating
Thank you.
$1,000 gift card to you. Now, it's not only the $1,000 gift card, you're also going to be getting $1,000 to your little athletics club of choice. Which club have you chosen, Julie?
Cherrybrook, please. I would love to give back to them. They've given so much to me, and this is the least I can do.
Now, for somebody so young, you also coach as well, don't you?
Yes, I do. I have 5 athletes in seated throwing events and also running as well, which is quite surprising, me being in a wheelchair, but it's a pleasure to be able to help out in any event that I can possibly help back, because athletics has given me so much, and I just want to help in any way that I can.
Well, Coles is doing such a fantastic job with donating their gift cards and the $1,000 to the Little Aths Clubs. So far this week, they have given away 9 Australian record $1,000 gift cards and the $1,000, which means $18,000 donated by Coles so far. And Julie, you are one of the lucky recipients, and you are the Australian record holder. So go spend wisely, and well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's fantastic, and Cherrybrook Athletics Club will enjoy that $1,000. I'm sure they'll put it to good use. They do a wonderful job in supporting all of their athletes. As we see Matrevsky just couldn't control that jump. So he'll get the white flag, so they'll measure the distance, but he won't be too fussed about that one. Just wasn't able to control the run up. Still amazing that even on a jump like that, you just run through, you can still run through it and go 5.96. It's now time for Andrews. Recently married.
Ladies and gentlemen, next event will be the women's 200 metre B final. Full field of 8. Introduce the fielding lane.
Can he produce?
Number 2 from Victoria, Jessica Payne. In 3 from Victoria, Elizabeth Dingledy. In 4 from New South Wales, Sundance Fuller.
Unfortunately, red flag. It was a big jump. He knew it too.
7 from New South Wales, Kelly McAndrew. Lane 8 from Victoria, Alana Grandin.
But it was big,
9
and the officials just showing him the marks on the plasticine because he knew it was close. We're talking just millimeters in it. That would have put him right up there with the leaders in this competition. We go to the B final for the Open Women's 200 metres.
Well, I think everyone should.
So away from the inside, it's Payne, Dingle, Dye, Fuller, Andrews, Smee, McAndrews, Grandine and Ramsey. And Grandine having a brilliant bend in the middle. Also Andrew and Smee. Dingle Dye is trying to fight on now, as is Payne. Looks like it's Andrew from Victoria. She's coming down. She's going to take a win in this B final. 24-24. Grandine on the outside. She'll take second. Good running from Jesse Andrew. But it's back to the men's long jump for Branko. The yellow flag's up, which means he only has 15 seconds left to looks like he's timed himself out, so I'm not sure.
The field to the final of the men open javelin. 14 competitors in throwing order.
What's happened there? So obviously, attempting his jump. So we now see Frayne on the runway.
Cruz, Hogan. From New South Wales, Saxon, Ward. From South
And we see Frayne go 8 metres.
From Queensland, Nash, Lois. From Queensland, Michael, Criticos. From Queensland, Howard McDonald. From Queensland, Liam O'Brien. From New South Wales, Jonathan Bell. From Western Australia, Thomas Hilditch.
So Frayne on the runway.
Won this title 4 times. Please welcome Hamish Peacock. From New South Wales,
He didn't like that one, bailing out halfway through that one.
And in position 14 from New South Wales.
Some of these athletes just having a little bit of trouble controlling it off the board. It is amazing to think that an athlete the quality of Frayne, who has 2 world medals in the long jump. So 7.56 there for Frayne. Won a silver medal in World Indoors in 2012 and a silver medal at the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games, yet hasn't won an Australian title yet in the long jump. So this could be his time to finally get that Australian title in the long jump.
Shows how deep the long jump's been for so long. And the injury issues that Frayne's faced over the seasons. Tom's not even been able to open up his season until after the national championships. Here's Josh Cowley in PB shape.
We're going to have our second attempt at 182 here in the women's open high jump. McDermott coming in at 186.
There goes Cowley. His speed off the board, maybe just a little bit flat there. So this is now the women's open 200-metre final. On the track in lane 2 from Western Australia, it's Kiara Speechley. In 3 from Victoria, Madison Coates. 4 from New South Wales, Monique Quirk. In 5 from Queensland, Riley Day. 6 from Victoria, Sophia Figuera. 7 from New South Wales, Larissa Pastanatsky. In 8 from the ACT, it's Helen Pretorius. And in 9 from New South Wales, it's Bronte Carroll. Riley Day, the only athlete in the field with an Olympic qualifier at 22.77. You saw at the Sydney Track Classic at this venue. So all she needs to do is win. She will be an automatic nomination to the Tokyo Olympic Games. It is a little bit cooler here at the moment. In Sydney Olympic Park, a couple of clouds are starting to pop up in the sky, so the temperature drops a little bit. So Riley Day, a brilliant start there, straight up to the shoulder of Figuera. Quirk's trying to close that gap, but as they come around into the home straight, it's going to be Riley Day, the Queenslander, with the lead. Figuera, Quirk either side of her, then Pastanatsky and back to Coates, but it's Riley Day in the lead. She's holding on. Figuera and Quirk battling out for the minor medals, but Riley Day now pulling away from the field. She's going to take gold here. A big run, 23.43. The wind a negative 1.3, so not fantastic sprinting conditions, but the victory goes to Riley Day. And with that Tokyo Olympic qualifier, she's done the business to get herself on the plane to Tokyo. Had a fantastic run out of the blocks. It didn't really go away from Figuera or Quirk in that first 50 of the home straight, but too much strength at the end to pull away from the field. 23.43 and 23.83 for Quirk on silver. Sofia Figuera 23.92 for bronze. Larissa Pastanatsky 23.98 in fourth place. Metrevsky now on the runway. It's a better jump from Metrevsky. Tough jumping conditions out there.
Oh,
7.47. So there's the full results for the Women's Open A final. Riley Day, Monique Quirk and Sofia Figuera, your 1, 2, 3 here for the 2021 Australian Track and Field Championships.
So Riley takes out her second national 200-metre title, coming back in 2018. Jeremy Andrews on the runway, just waiting for the wind, waiting for the right moment. Really using up the time clock on this. So 10 seconds left. And once the crowd support takes off. Looks good. He gets the red flag though. Another big jump. It's unfortunate for Andrews. So we're going down trackside where Tamsin's got the winner of the women's 200 metres, Riley Day.
Now, Riley, a few weeks back, this was the track where you ran that Olympic qualifier. Today was a little bit different for you. The plan was just to get that job done and win that national title, wasn't it?
It definitely was. A good time would have been a bonus, but the headwind this afternoon didn't really agree with us. So I just put that aside and just focused for the win. And I'm really happy that happened.
How are the nerves heading into that race?
I was pretty nervous just because there was so much riding on this race. Just the win being so important for the national title. I'm really happy that I've got my second for the 200 metres.
Well, not only that, I've just heard you are going to be automatically nominated to that Olympic team, which means the young lady from Beaudesert who raced against Usain Bolt as a teenager is now going to her first Olympics. Well done, Riley.
Thank you.
Good job.
It's good to see Riley Day announced for her first Olympic team. As we see Henry Frame on the runway. He also wants the crowd support. Can he go big? Can he see 8 metres from Henry Frame?
So look good on the board there, Henry Frame. Slaps himself. The crowd slaps as well.
It won't improve, but doesn't matter. So he takes out the gold medal in a jump of 7.97. So he takes that first national long jump title. As we see the lineup for the Open Men's 200-metre final. Drew Rodriguez Chico will go in 1, Justin Kavanagh in 2, Alexander Hartman in 3. He's won so many national titles, and he's here to try and see if he can win his 6th in a row. Connor Diffie, he'll be in 4. Alex Beck, the 400-metre champion, in 5. Abdullah Sim, second fastest through from the heats, and going 6. In 7, Joshua Azzopardi, saw him in the 100 final. 8, Will Johns, and 9, Michael Romanen. So there is your lineup for this Open 200-metre final. So Hartman won his first back in 2015, and he's never looked back since. He was lucky to get through from the heats. Coming into this, he's actually the slowest qualifier through. But he'll be looking to see if he can pull out something as a 5-time national champion. He's drawn lane 3, so he's a big athlete. We'll see how he goes around the tight bend, but he'll have the rest of the field out in front of him to watch and chase. Again, Alex Beck do the double. Be interesting to know if or when someone's been able to go the 2-4 double.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next final will be the men's 200-metre championship of Australia. Let's introduce
There's a couple of athletes that spring to mind that may have had the ability to be able to do it.
in lane 2 from Queensland, Justin Kavanagh. In lane 3 from Queensland, 5 times national championship at this distance.
Just looking through some of these recent results, Daniel Batman was one of the athletes that always had the ability. He was brilliant over both distances.
400-metre champion from Queensland, Alex Beck. In lane 6 from New South Wales, Abdullah Sim. In 7 from New South Wales, Joshua Azzopardi. In lane 8 from Victoria, Will Johns. In lane 9 from Victoria, Michael.
The athletes just being introduced.
Final of the men's 200 metres championship of Australia.
So, Darren Clark, the last one, and potentially the only one to do it. He did it in 89. He won the 400 in 46 flat. He took out the 200 in 21.27 into a 4.3 headwind. So tough conditions on that day. Can Alex Beck repeat that feat here? Seems like a bit of unsteadiness in the blocks. Starters ask the athletes to stand. Green card goes up, so no disqualification. Starters will reset the athletes. So who will make history? Will Hartman win his 6th national title? Will Alex Beck do the double? Or will someone spoil the show? So a good start there by Sim. Also has a party on his outside. Alex Beck now starts to get who's running, as does Hartman. So it's going to be fairly even as they come into the straight. Throw a blanket over him. Look at him across the track. On the outside, Rahman, and Sim now starts to come through. Sim's looking really good. Alex Beck's there, but Abdullah Sim is going to take the title. Abdullah Sim, 2078. What a run by Sim. They were close as they came off the bend. They came into the straight. Throw a blanket over him. There wasn't much between them. But Abdullah Sim just too strong in the end down the straight. Alex Beck, maybe those 2.4s that he's already run prior to this, taking their toll. 2078 for Sim, 2088 for Beck. Rodriguez Chico, he got through to the final after having his block slips in the heat, and he goes out there and captures himself a silver medal, 29-0. As we watch the replay, just a Sim super strong in the final stages. Beck fighting on, as was Azzopardi, but Chico Rodriguez on the inside, snatching that bronze away from Azzopardi. What a race. Abdullah Sim is your new national champion.
Easy as that, McDermott, 190 first effort over.
So we said who was going to spoil the party for Hartman or Beck, and it was a Sim, and he'll be having his own party, I'm sure, tonight. So a Sim coached by John Quinn. In that group that features Bandira Boya as well, so he's got a great stable here in New South Wales. And they've taken out the men's 200 and the women's 400. So Quinn doing some great work with his squad.
First place in 23.43, our gold medalist and Australian champion from Queensland, Riley Day. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalist for the women's open 200-metre final.
So the athletes in the women's high jump just finishing off. So that bar being set to 194 in the women's high jump. But we do have Tamsin trackside with the winner of the men's 200 metres, Abdullah Sim.
Well, Abdullah, you got a fabulous start there and you held your cool because everyone was coming at you, but you were the one who just stayed relaxed under pressure and you got that win. Great job out there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Now, you're from Gambia originally.
Yeah.
When you came out to Australia, there's been a lot said about how you lived quite rough. You slept under a bridge in Parramatta.
Yeah, that's true.
Now look where you're at. You're the Australian national champion.
Yeah, no, that's life. Sometimes you have to go through like bad things before good things in life. It was like pretty hard the first time I just came here, but right now I can say it's easy. I have a family here, like my coach, I'm on training partner. It's just like my family.
Well, let's talk about that. You crossed the line and there was an almighty roar from the crowd. Was that your family cheering for you?
Yeah, it was my family, man. And yeah, they are good people. That's why, like, if we are good people, anywhere we go, you're gonna find like good people.
Well, and your coach, John Quinn, he's had a couple of victories this weekend with Bendiri winning on her 21st birthday in the 400 metres. What a squad of athletes you guys have.
Yeah, my coach, I cannot call him my coach, I can call him my father. Because of the time I just came here, I don't see anyone. I saw my coach. He was there for me like different kind of ways. Like a hard time, good times. I cannot call him my coach, I can call him my father.
Beautiful words, Abdulli, and we can't wait to see you representing the green and gold at some time in the future.
Yeah, me too. That's my dream.
Love it. Well done.
So, interesting as we watch the replay here, we must say we actually do have a yellow on that race. So, the referees are currently looking at it. I'm not sure which athlete it is. As we see, Nicola go clear at 194.
That's a classy jump.
What a jump. Nicola McDermott putting on a show out there in the women's high jump. So McDermott in form.
Yeah, I wonder where the bar's going to go next. Obviously, 199 the Australian record, her PB 198.
Bar going to 197 in the women's open high jump.
So we're going to go down trackside where Tamsin has got a bit of a special guest in Sarah Carley.
I am trackside with Sarah, and we've been missing you out here on the competition track. We saw you take to the Albie Thomas race late in December last year, and you ran that fabulous 400-metre hurdle PB, and 55.0 it was, wasn't it? It's Olympic standard qualifier, personal best. And then we haven't seen you. Where have you been?
So I had a bit of an accident in the gym, sort of the last week of Feb. I was stepping up onto a box and I had a bar on my back and I slipped and the bar came down on my neck. So just based on medical advice, they kind of said it wasn't safe for me to compete this weekend, which, you know, was hard, but I have to listen to the doctors. But, you know, I'm back running and I'm feeling really good and I'm feeling really positive. So it could have been a lot worse, and anything to do with your neck's a bit scary. So, but I'm feeling good, and that's the main thing.
So leading into the Olympics, you do have that Olympic standard. It'll be at selectors' discretion. But if they watch what you did in Doha at those World Championships, where you went there quite raw and you came away as a top 16 athlete, I think they'd be pretty confident that if you can get yourself in shape, you'll definitely be on that plane to Tokyo.
Yeah, and Tokyo is definitely still the aim. Like I said, I'm back running. We had a plan between now and Tokyo, so myself and my coach Mel have had to shuffle things around a bit, but I'm confident that if we're targeting those races in June and July in Queensland, I know I'll have enough time to get fit, and I'm feeling really confident, and yep, that's the main thing.
Well, you're down here in the final for the 400-metre hurdles. Women's is coming a little bit later. I'm guessing that you've been watching how the season's been playing out. What do you think is going to happen in that race today?
Well, I think Lauren will definitely take it out. I'm really excited to see how fast she's going to run. Two of the girls in my squad, Susie and Brody, it's their first open final, so I'm really excited to watch them and to see them hopefully both run PBs. But yeah, so it just feels good to be here and just to support all the athletes.
Well, can I just say it's really lovely seeing your face trackside again, and we look forward to seeing how that recovery goes, and good luck on your journey towards Tokyo. Thanks, Sarah.
All right, thanks, Tamsin.
So Nicola McDermott, 197 on the bar. She's going up by threes, which means if she can get over this, 2 metres will be the next target. That's her pre-jump routine. Net record is 196, set by Vanessa Ward back in 88. She was a joint record holder for a while there until Patterson cleared at 199. The crowd gets up and about, the whole crowd, for this attempt at 197. Oh, easy. That's a 2-metre jump.
What a clearance there by Nicola McDermott. First attempt at 197. And she goes clear.
Well, we know where the bar's going next.
94.97. Let's see if that Australian record, 199, under threat here today at SOPAC.
Let's watch the replay. Oh, that's a good jump.
Not even a hint of a wobble.
I'll be surprised if that bar doesn't go up to 2 metres.
Notching down a couple of notes of the 197. What a show the other girls in the competition are going to get as well. To be trackside, to be part of the competition. A potential Australian record, Oceania record.
And a 2-metre jump.
And a $1,000 gift card to Coles.
Oh, yeah, there it goes. It's going to 2 metres. It's not 297. They're still changing that.
That is a big jump. I think they've got 2 more zeros to put up there. Just having a look which way the best way to do it. Yep. There we go. Oh. Yep. One more.
There we go.
Perfect.
So Tamsin really sort of set the scene this morning when she was out at the high jump talking about Nicola McDermott's chances of a 2-metre jump.
Australian record attempt here at the 2021 Australian Track and Field Championships.
So now down trackside we do have Tamsin with long jumper Henry Frame.
Hey, I'm Henry. Your first national championships. I can't believe I'm actually saying that, but your first one in the long jump, isn't it?
Yep, 31 years old the other day, and just managed to notch up my first national title, which is, yeah, pretty classic given I've been around for 15 years and been to 2 Olympics. So.
Well, not only have you been to Olympics, you've made the final, but we know the quality of athlete that you are. I think the last time Australians would have seen you out on the track doing great things is Commonwealth Games, where you came out in that heat and you did your personal best of 8:34. So that was only 3 years ago. You know you're still really close to the world-class level. I know you went to Doha. I'm very disappointed how you went. How do you think you can get up to get that qualifier leading into Tokyo?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident I can. I mean, today conditions sort of took a turn for the worse after the first round, so managed to get a 797 out there, which, you know, was a step up from 785 a couple of weeks ago. And then the sun went away and the wind became a headwind, so basically the competition just fizzled out, which is nice that I won a title with, you know, some of the other young talent sort of didn't come past, but disappointing for the, you know, for the crowd and for the actual distance. But my world ranking is pretty decent, and I've got plans to travel overseas, and yeah, I mean, I'm not too deterred by Doha because I went there in really good shape and really tried to coast through the qualifying round, which obviously didn't work because I didn't get through to the final. But, you know, the plan was to do the bare minimum, much like the qualifying round here, and then try and contend. And, you know, you can see what happens when Tajay Gale, the Jamaican, he did the same thing, coasted through 3 centimetres further and then goes on to win the gold medal. So, yeah, you know, 31's not death in long jump, and I'm pretty confident once I'm overseas. That's where I'm sort of happy and enjoy my athletics the most. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back out, you know, 8:20, 8:30.
Gosh, love hearing that, Henry. Hey, well done today on that national championship.
Cheers.
And you're one athlete to watch going to Tokyo for those podiums, so well
Thanks.
done.
Cheers, Tamsin.
Straight back to Nicola McDermott. 2 metres on the bar. This would be a new Oceania area record, Australian record. Cloud Nicola asks for the clap.
Oh. Great attempt at it. Great attempt. Tell you what, that wasn't far off.
So he goes from that to the next event on the track, the final, the women's 100-metre hurdles. From the inside lane 2, Danielle Shaw in 3, Brianna Bean, 4, Liz Clay in 5, Hannah Jones, 6, Celeste Mucci, 7, Abby Taddeo, in 8, Michelle Jenica, and in 9, Imogen Breslin. It is an all-star cast in this event. We've never had 3 female hurdlers go sub 13 in the same race. We have 4 athletes in the field that can or have gone sub 13, 2 others with 13 OPBs in this field. Could this be the race that breaks that record? Liz Clay's on a streak of sub 13-second runs and going for her first national title. Oh, Clay got a flyer out of the block. So did Taddeo on the outside. Jones got a lot of work to do. Here comes Clay. Beans in the picture as well. But with 4 more flights to clear, it's Clay pulling away from the field. Jones coming after her. Jones coming late, but Clay takes the win. 12.98. The wind, negative 0.5. Not as fast as the heats, but she gets her first national title, and she hasn't stopped running.
Yeah, she's happy about it. She should be. Secures that spot. She's got the qualifying. Now she's got the national title to boot. 12.97 there. Hannah Jones second, 13.09. And Abby Taddeo gets up for the bronze medal, 13.18.
Yeah, Mucci 13.19, so super close there between Taddeo and Mucci. The wind a negative 0.5. But she continues the streak, sub 13 runs. Fantastic effort there for Liz Clay, first national title, and that secures her spot at the Tokyo Olympics. As we go straight back to Nicola McDermott, it doesn't end there. Second attempt at 2 metres in what would be a new Australian and Oceania area record.
Oh, she got it!
A new Oceania area record, Australian record, 2 metres.
What a jump by Nicola McDermott.
That is unbelievable. What a time to do it.
You have seen history here in Nicola McDermott, the first Australian woman to jump over 2 metres. What a season it's been for barrier breakers. We saw Lyndon be the first woman to go sub 4. Now we've seen the first woman to go over 2 metres.
Straight to Alicia Burnett. Again, the girls just sat front row to history right there.
Oh, they did.
Unbelievable. Let's have a look at that one again. I'm going to keep watching this.
We sort of lost ourselves in the moment there. Wow.
Oh, again, that was the 197 jump. Huge.
And a great clearance. There's still more in it. That's the amazing part about it. Still more in it. Didn't even touch it on the way over.
Straight to coach Matt Horsnell there. Fantastic teamwork. Central Coast athlete. So Matt Horsnell, he's having a fantastic season as well. What a team. And not only that, obviously $1,000.
Yeah.
For Coles. Gift card. I wonder what her Little A's club is. Trying to think, been in Central Coast. I can't remember if she did Gosford Little A's. There's the official results there for the women's hurdles. But I reckon the crowd was rowdier for that second attempt. I reckon the first one, they were like, oh yeah, you know, they were up for 97. first attempt, they're like 2 metres, that's pretty hard. You know, we'll help her out. That second attempt, they were up and about. I don't know if they were riding the wave of that hurdles too, like it just went bang, bang. But what do you put on the bar next? You can literally, except you can't go to 201. You can't go up by 1 centimetre. But, man.
Gone over to change the board as Nicola just chats to a coach. So 203, the bar is going up to.
Why not?
Attention back now to the medal ceremonies. And it is for the men's open long jump championship of Australia.
And the thing that's been going on is, so Nicola and Eleanor have had this great battle, you know, leapfrogging each other. Now Nicola has gone to the top. It's the same with Lyndon Hall and Jess Hull. They've had that battle, and now Lyndon Hall has leapt to the front. And again, I think this is going to be inspiring for both Eleanor Patterson and Jess Hull.
Massively. So the highest jump ever recorded in Australian National Championships is 194. And Nicola McDermott has far surpassed that with a 2-metre jump. As we go down to Tamsin, who's got Liz Clay trackside.
Hey, guess what, Liz?
What?
You are going to be automatically nominated to that Olympic Games team.
Yes. Oh, it's honestly such a relief. I've obviously had like the season of my life, and today was so stressful because all I had to do was win. 2 not really great races, but my goal was to just execute the start, get in front, and then I was literally smiling from the 6th hurdle because I was like, I might win. So yeah, oh, can't believe it.
Well, brilliant, Liz. You did get a really good start, you know, your trademark start, you're out quickly, but it also looked like you were still powering through that race. You're finishing quite strong these days. You and Sharon Hannon have worked so hard these last few years to make sure that you're a top-notch hurdler, haven't you?
Yeah, we do so much long stuff in the winter, and it just shows that I can pump out a few good times in one day, you know, run fast to the end of both races in a small time frame. So yeah, credit to her. Thank you, Sharon, wherever you are. I appreciate you so much. Thank you to my gym coach, David, and my parents. Yeah, it's just amazing.
Well done, Liz. You enjoy that national championship title, and good luck heading to those Olympic Games.
Thank you.
So here we go, 203. The highest jump ever jumped in Australia is 201. Set at the Sydney Olympic across the road. 203 on the bar. Let's ride the wave. Oh, that was pretty good.
It was another great attempt. It was a bit like her first attempt at 2 metres, where you were like, wow, that's a quality attempt. It's in there. And it's the same for this 203 as we watch the replay. She comes in. That's a solid attempt. This is not out of her reach. As we see the start list for Open Men's 110-metre hurdle final. Alex Schaefer will go in 2. Riley Cairns in 3. In 4 will be Sam Herwood. 5, Jacob McCrory. 6, Nick Huff. 7, Nicholas Andrews. 8, Ryan Neal. And 9, Jasha Costa.
So, just a little Wikipedia search. It's obviously a little bit old, but it says as of July in 2019, 73 different female athletes have ever been able to jump 2 metres or higher. So I don't know what have happened over the last 2 years. It's a big gap. You know, someone should edit these Wikipedia pages. Come on, guys. But look, hey, let's just say she's the 74th athlete.
So she goes through her notes once again. She's a meticulous athlete. He's a student of the sport. Now, Nick's going for his 6th national title. He's only not won one because he wasn't there. But each of the national titles he's been in, he's won from 2014 through till now. He's out there in the Sydney Uni all whites. He's a proud Sydney Uni athlete. So the quickest he's gone in the national champs is 13:42, which he did back in 2015. Just going through the introductions inside the stadium as we see
Nickel McDermott, second attempt at 2:03. Here we go. Oh, another one. Just getting that top half over. She rolls off the mat. Be hard to come to just control the energy that's flowing through your body after leaping over 2 meters. Now I'm on the World Athletics all-time list, and I feel like it's only giving me 3 per country because I'm seeing only 45 athletes have gone over. Oh, hang on. No, that's about 25 at 45. I need to do some calculations. Give me a couple of minutes.
So we go back to the start of this men's 110 hurdle final. So away, Andrews, brilliant start. Same with McGrory. As they come through, here comes Huff now. He goes up to Andrews. They're going stride for stride. Herwood's there as well, but Huff starts to come through now. Huff shows his dominance and he takes the win. 13:62. Nick Huff captures his 6th national title. Nick Andrews, after a brilliant start, will take home the silver medal, and Sam Herwood the bronze medal. So 13:60 for Nick Huff, 13:75 for Nick Andrews, and 14:05 for Sam Herwood to round out that podium.
That's a massive run there from Sam Herwood.
Huge. So Andrews, always the fast starter, gets away, but Huff, once he starts to move, there's no stopping him. And his final half of the race is incredible in the way he finishes. And that's why he's now won 6 national titles.
So that 2-meter jump, according to World Athletics, puts Nicola 45th, equal 45th all time in the world. And she's coming out again for a 3rd attempt at 2:03. 2:03 is a huge performance. 19 athletes gone higher in history. McDermott going through her mental preparation. Final attempt at 2:03. This is not just a world-class height. This is a medal-winning height at most major championships. The crowd is up and about. They've already seen history. Can she repeat it on this last attempt at 2:03? Oh, that was so close. Oh, it's a standing ovation here for Nicola McDermott. Your new Oceania area record holder, Australian record holder. She goes straight to thank those officials. They're very happy to be a part of history here. So we got Tamsin now trackside with the winner of the men's 110 hurdles, Nick Huff.
Well, it's all happening down here trackside. We've just witnessed Nicola McDermott clear that 2-metre height for the first time, see a female do that. And Nick Huff, you said to me before that the heat was more nerve-wracking than the final. How is that possible?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it doesn't really make much sense because the heat was only 10 athletes down to 8, and I was, apart from anything disastrous, I was pretty likely to go through. But no, it was good having that heat run this morning, just sort of got the nerves out, and I could come and execute a pretty good race there. So pretty happy overall.
Well, your coach, Anthony Ben, who's been your coach since you were 13 years of age, you guys, if he watches this one back, do you think he'll be pleased with the way you executed from the gun to the finish?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, we know I'm in PB shape at the moment, so it would have been great to get a PB, but, you know, it's still another national title, and you've got to be able to come out and execute on the day with the rounds. So, you know, it's great to get that title under my belt. I'm pretty confident that I'll get selected for Tokyo with my ranking points.
Yeah.
Ranked 24th in the world, and they take 40, so I'm looking pretty good for that. So I'll just get back into some training now and try and prepare for that.
You know, a lot has been said about your standard because it's basically 3/100ths of a second slower than the Australian record, and we know how good Kyle Vanderkite was,
Yeah.
so they've made it pretty tough. So going for those points is pretty smart, but when you get to Tokyo, because we're going to go with that, when you get to Tokyo, you guys have been flying, you and Nick Andrews. Do you think that you can push close to that record when you're there?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think, you know, to be competitive at the Olympics, you've got to be running sub 13.3 if you want to have a chance of getting into a final, which is what I want to do. So I'm definitely confident I can do it. And, you know, I'm going to need people like Andrews and McCory there with me in the preparation because we're not going to be able to go overseas. It's looking like to prepare. So we're preparing at home, and it's great to have some other Aussies there as well.
Well, brilliant. That was an absolutely awesome effort out there. Well done, Nick, on another national title. Well done.
Great. Thanks very much.
So there's those official results. Nick Huff, 13.60. Nick Andrews, 13.75. And a huge run there from the youngster, Sam Herwood, 14.05, to snatch the bronze away from Jacob McCory, 14.11. She's with her friends Nara Nang. I don't know how she got out on the field of play. Bronze medalist, very, very good friends there with Nicola McDermott. So there to support a friend. There's going to be a lot of photos of that 2-metre mark. So the official results are on the board for that 200 metres. And Abdul Sim, he got disqualified at the Queensland Track Classic, and unfortunately he's trod on that line again. And what does that mean?
Well, that means Alex Beck has done the double, something that hasn't been done since 1989 when Darren Clark took out the 200 and the 400 metre titles. Alex Beck, wow, what a feat from the Queenslander. He moved coaches to Mark Ladbroke, and the work that they've been able to do together is obviously paid off significantly, where we've got Alex taking out the 2-4 double.
Percentage of 69.47, the best distance of 8.74 metres. From Victoria, Ella Hose. Russell Mellors with a percentage of 70.34 and the best distance of 8.85 metres from New South Wales.
Nicole Robertson. And the new Australian with a percentage of 87.51 and the best of 11.01 metres from Queensland, Samantha Schmidt. Congratulations, Ella, Nicole and Samantha, our medalists in the women's.
So as we see, Brooke Stratton on the long jump runway. Good jump.
Leap.
She gets a white flag too.
You can see they've turned the direction around for that long jump. It was tailwinds when they set up the pits this morning. But we have a very exciting race for you, ladies and gentlemen, right now. The men's 1,500 metre final. Oh, I cannot wait for this one. James Hansen in 1, Stuart McSwain in 2, Matt Ramsden 3, Cameron Griffith 4, Ryan Gregson 5, Isaac Hayne in 6, Callum Davies 7, Rory Hunter 8, Adam Spencer 9, Geordie Williams in 10, Adam Pike in 11, and Jai Edwards in 12. The meet record 3:35.71. Tokyo Olympic qualifier 3:35.00. McSwain and Ramsden both have that time. This is going to be an absolute barn burner. Ollie Hall ran the time overseas. He's not here, so he can't be in that automatic contention.
On your mark.
So here we go. Let's see if it's going to be a fast pace. James Hansen, he led through the heats. He was looking comfortable. Jai Edwards on the outside. He gets an easy run to the lead. He wants it to be a fast race. And McSwain now, we saw how well he did in the heats, and he's going to lead this field. The Australian record holder at 3:30.51 from last year goes straight to the front and stretches this field out. Jai Edwards, the next fastest recently in this field there, sitting right behind McSwain. He wants to keep an eye on him. He's been in pretty red-hot form ever since that Canberra Track Classic win. And he's been so close to that qualifier in the field, already stretched out over the first 300 metres. It's quick. 41 seconds through 300 metres. Looking forward to this one.
So 41.6 there for Swain. Edwards 41.86. Back to 42.3 for Hansen. So this field is really stretched out at the moment. And now Swain and Edwards have broken away from the rest of the field. A gap of about 10 metres back to Hansen, Gregson, Ramsden, and also Geordie Williams. But McSwain and Edwards out in front.
I'm loving this. They want the time. McSwain wants to go fast. Edwards, he's on the back of the train. And currently it's the gold and silver look like they've been sorted. So it's James Hansen leading the chase back. Gregson, Ramsden, Rory Hunter, Geordie Williams, Callum Davies, Isaac Hayne. All the way back there, but it's toe-to-toe here. Stuart McSwain, he's doing all the work out in front. And Jai Edwards looks super comfortable right on his tail. But it's a good 25 metres back to the chase pack. And they are tearing around the track here.
So 56.3 there for McSwain and 56.2 for Jai Edwards. These two are really starting to wind the pace up now as they go onto the back straight. There is a massive gap back to the rest of the field that Hansen is winning. Ramsden, Gregson, They're on 3:30 pace at the moment, so McSwain and Edwards are out after this.
This is absolutely fantastic. This is what I want to see. The conditions are still, it's nice and cool. They went through 152 through the 800 metres. They are tearing this field apart. Hansen still leading that chase pack. Ramsden right behind him, but it is Stewie McSwain and Jai Edwards leading into the home straight. 500 metres left to go here at the Australian Track and Field Championships. Tokyo spots are on the line. Jai Edwards needs a qualifier. Stewie McSwain is our national record holder. The moves are being made at the back. Ramsden goes up to the front with Rory Hunter, but with 1 lap to go, it's Stewie McSwain and Jai Edwards.
So 58.4 there for McSwain as they go around. So this is a 2-horse race. There's no one else within cooey of these two athletes as they move on to the back straight. Ramsden, McSwain has been doing all the work off the front. Edwards in behind him. And there's a gap of about 40 metres back to Hunter, who starts to make a move down the back straight.
So Rory Hunter's moved up into the bronze medal position, but with 200 metres left to go, it's McSwain and Edwards. Edwards hasn't changed positions. He's just one short stride away with 150 metres left to go. What's going to happen here as they enter the home straight? The crowd is getting up and about. Gregson's made a move around. Hunter's there as well, but they're into the home straight. Jai Edwards wants to come wide. He's up to the shoulder of Stewie McSwain. Edwards is in the lead. He goes past the Australian record holder. This is going to be huge. Only 10 metres to go for Edwards, and he gets a qualifier. 3:33.99. McSwain second, Hunter in third place. But you get the title, you get the Olympic qualifier, you get a meet record. That's the fastest Australian title for 1,500 metres. 3:33.99. Unbelievable.
What a run by Jai Edwards, and the crowd has gone wild. The goosebumps you feel when the crowd was just going off with the final 100. As they came into the straight, the whole crowd just erupted. They felt it. They knew that Jai Edwards, just sitting off the back of McSwain the whole way, he had saved something, and he has saved something else. A 3:33.99, the qualifier, the national title, and the automatic selection for the Tokyo Olympics. I tell you what, I have not heard this stadium so loud before as what we did just then to see Jai Edwards take out the national 1,500 metre title.
So 3:34.55 from McSwain in second. Rory Hunter, a 56, 58, 57. He just jumped on the back of McSwain, and he was just in too good a shape. You can't beat that. He turned up in better shape than McSwain, and look, McSwain runs a 3:30. That's a half a second faster than the fastest it's ever been here.
Yeah, and in the end, he did all the work off the front. As you see the results there, 3:33.99 for Edwards, 3:34.55 for McSwain, and 3:37.32 for Hunter. Tell you what, all his friends are around him.
Oh my God.
And aren't they happy?
You guys are amazing.
Jai Edwards for Team Telford.
I couldn't be proud of you.
Telford has been doing some amazing work with his athletes down in Canberra. Jai Edwards is a prime example of that.
So that throws a massive spanner in the qualification, because Jai Edwards has that automatic nomination. That puts him to the top. Now they've got to pick between Ramsden, McSwain, Ollie Hoare, and anyone else who runs under 3:35. One of those three has to miss out.
It's intense, and that's what we were saying all throughout these championships. There's a lot of events where, you know, results may have not gone the athlete's way, but it was okay because there probably wasn't going to be 3 qualifier within that event. So they had an opportunity to still be selected. But this event, this is the highest standard out of any event that we've got in terms of the amount of qualifiers that are sitting there and the quality of athletes that we have within the men's 1,500. And as you said, Jai Edwards has just taken away one of those spots, and there's so many quality athletes left for only 2 more positions. So you can see the men's javelin.
Now, off the back of that, it does bring to my attention the Betty Cuthbert Medal, which is awarded to the best performance at the National Championships. As Brooke Stratton gets down the back straight, Another fantastic jump, getting up near that 7-metre mark. Now, the best performance at the National Championships, it also includes the 5,000 and the 10,000. And we've just seen Nicola McDermott jump 2 metres and Jai Edwards run 3:33.99. In perspective, the 2-metre jump, for me, that's it.
You can't go past that. It's a national record. First Australian woman to ever jump 2 metres. It can't be beaten.
Well, in perspective, there's no other Australian records were broken at the National Championships this year.
The only one we've got left is the women's 800, where Katrina Bissett, if she goes and runs 1:57 and breaks the national record again,
damn, that would be good.
Oh. Just couldn't control that on the run up there. That women's long jump. Underway on the back straight. We also have the men's javelin out in the field. But we are going down trackside with the Jai Edwards. So it looks like we're going trackside down to Tamsin, where she's got the winner of the men's 1,500 metres, Jai Edwards.
Jai, we came into this season knowing that, into this championship, knowing that this was the race of the meet. Everyone had eyes on it because there was a lot of qualified athletes in Matt Ramsden, Stuart McSwain, and you've been running so well. Talk us through how that race played out, because Stewie went out so fast and you just did not let him go.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. I can't really believe it, to be honest. It's happened so quick as well. So I made a split-second decision, 100 metres in, to either tuck back into third or fourth behind some other guys or just go with Stewie. And I made that split-second decision to do that and to go after him. And just so happy it paid off. Tried so hard not to let him go. Nearly got me a couple of times, but I thought my best chance is going to be from there. 150, 200 to go, and just stoked. Can't believe it paid off.
Well, let's just talk about, you came into this season with a 3:41 personal best, and now you've got the Olympic standard, and I've just heard that you are going to be automatically nominated to that Olympic team. Your first Olympics after all those injuries. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Wow, I really cannot believe it. It's, yeah, that was the last thing I expected coming to these championships. I just wanted to come here and just race well, and yeah, I'm blown away, to be honest.
Well done. Can't wait to see what you do in Tokyo. Great job.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Tamsin.
So, the women's 800-metre final on the line. So from the inside, it's Cox, Robinson, Kersop, Cole, Pittman, Hollingsworth, Bissett, Sanford, and Bennett.
So Hollingsworth and Bissett out in front. Bissett, the long
It's
stride,
Kersop, Cole,
to her rhythm.
and also Bissett make their way through to the front. Hollingsworth is there as well, as is Sanford on the outside. So Bissett, she gets into a running, and she goes through the first 200 in the lead. Now she's out here to get her national title, and she strung the field out through the first 200 metres. Hollingsworth just tucking in behind her. Kersop Cole there as well. And she steps up to the new distance and come onto the straight. So Bissett leading this field and starting to bunch up behind her now. As they come down, receive the bell with 400 left to run. So Hollingsworth is there as well. So it's Bissett, Hollingsworth, Kersop, Cole, and also Sanford as the first four across the track. So Bissett out in front, 58.48 through the first 400 metres. So not far to go for Katrina Bissett to capture the national title here in the women's 800 metres. Can Claudia Hollingsworth take some scalps and take down the national record holder in Bissett? And Bissett still leading the charge here. And down the outside, Kersop Cole now starts to make a challenge with 200 left to run. Bissett starts to take up now. She's winding up the national record holder. So Kersop Cole, Hollingsworth and Bissett, the first three athletes across the track. Now Bissett really puts the hammer down. She opens up a gap over the rest of the field as they come into the straight. So Katrina Bissett in the lead, Hollingsworth and Kersop Cole Our national record holder is out here putting on a show for the crowd, and she'll come down to take a national title in the women's 800 metres. 2:45 for Katrina Bissett. Claudia Hollingsworth will take the silver medal, and Tess Kersop-Cole will take out that bronze medal.
Another fantastic run there from Hollingsworth, 2:01.75 for the junior. Bissett, this was the venue for her first national title, the same venue for her first sub 2-minute run at Uni Games. And it's almost an identical time to what she ran when she won back in 2019, and that books her the spot to the Tokyo Olympic nomination.
She's pretty happy about that. Finally, the relief. She goes to her first Olympic Games. Katrina Bissett. Watch the replay. Just so strong in the final stages of an 800. The junior Claudia Hollingsworth comes down to take a silver medal in the National Open 800-metre final. And a gutsy run there from Kersop-Cole. She made the attack with 250 left to run. And she's coming away with a bronze medal for her efforts. But it was going to be hard to beat Bissett. The form that she's shown this season with sub 2-minute run. And now she has another national title to add to her collection. So the question is, how fast can Bissett go? Put her in a major at the Olympic Games around other sub 2-minute athletes. Could she improve on her own national record? As we see Kridkos in the javelin.
So let's go down to Tamsa with a new Coles Australian Record Challenge recipient, Nicola McDermott.
Nicola, you have just become the first female Australian to ever jump over 2 metres. Congratulations first and foremost, but you look pretty happy when you cleared that bar. I'm guessing you're ecstatic.
Yeah, the 2-metre barrier has always been something in the Australian high jump community that has been coveted, really. But to be able to jump it today with my friends and my family and an incredible crowd is just without words. It hasn't sunk in yet. When I was attempting my second attempt, I just had this big smile on my face because I knew it was sealed. And we've put together this huge block of work, and I just want to say thank you to my long-term coach, Matt Horsnell, that's in the crowd. We've been training together for 14 years for this, and he said as soon as I started, you're going to be the one to one day jump 2 metres, and I held on to that as a promise. And just want to say thank you to my family and my sponsors and my coaches and everyone that has played a part in this. And it's like all beads into a necklace, and the thing that held it together today, like the string, was really my faith in God. So I just want to give him the glory today, because 2 metres isn't the end, it's going to go higher. So thank you so much.
Well, the story that I really love about you, Nicola, is you went down to Little Aths, and when you were about 8, you found high jumping. You loved it so much, you went and wrote on a board what you were going to jump, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I said I was going to jump high and break an Australian record one day, regardless of how high that might be. And I'm hoping that 2 metres doesn't stop. It's only the beginning, especially with Eleanor coming up. She's next for the 2 metres, and we're going to just see Australia get the medals on the podium in the Olympics in the future. I believe it.
So not only do you win that national record, you're also the proud recipient. Patrick from Coles is going to hand you over a Coles gift card for $1,000 for breaking that Australian record today. Now you also get to donate $1,000 to your little athletics club of choice. So what is your little athletics club?
My little athletics club's Gosford Little Athletics, so they'll be receiving this today.
And you'll also be automatically nominated to that Olympic Games team, which makes it even extra special.
Yeah, thank you. It's a dream today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first female to go over 2 metres for Australia, Nicola McDermott.
So down the back straight, Brooke Stratton on the runway. Another fantastic leap. She's been peppering the high sixes.
She gets the white flag too.
Should be aiming to surpass that 682 and get that qualifier.
So the officials just setting up for the women's 400-metre hurdle final. We see Cruz Hogan in the javelin throw. Puts one out there towards that 75-metre mark. But we're going trackside where Tamsin's got the winner of the women's 800 metres, Katrina Bissett.
Well, Katrina, we're at the scene of the crime in 2019. This is the track where you got your first national title and you walked off the track and you said to me, I'm a real runner now. Well, you're definitely a real runner. You're going to be automatically nominated to that Olympic Games team. You're going to also be an Olympian.
Yeah, I mean, I am so relieved. I feel like, I don't know, it's, you know, yeah, like you're saying last time, you know, I thought, like, when I sort of reached past that threshold, every race would be easy from now on, you know, like, I'd proven myself, I know I'm a good runner, but no, oh man, they're all so hard every time. I was so nervous. It's like, I just wanted to win so badly. I wanted to make that Olympic automatic spot. I've just been dreaming about it. I've just been running through this race in my head for like weeks now. And like, I think I could have done that in my sleep. I'd run through it so many times. And I don't think I've ever been so relieved and so happy after a race. Just like...
The crowd's loud, huh?
Yeah. That's how I feel.
I love it. Now, you went through really, really fast through that bell. That was it your goal to lead?
Yeah, well, the whole idea was to go through quick and then hold a little bit back and then kick at the end. I really wanted to make sure I had something left to just go all jets on down the front straight. No one can pass me. Just to, you know, mess with them a little bit as well. And, you know, you can't always get a free ride on Katrina Bissett. You gotta work for it sometimes.
I love it, Katrina. Hey, well done. Congratulations on the national title, but also well done on becoming an Olympian.
Thank you. Thanks, Tamsin.
This is the final, the women's 400-metre hurdles. To the inside, it's Susie Seterides, Susie Douglas, Ashley Palmer, Lauren Bowden, Genevieve Cowie, Brodie Mate, Marley Wilkinson, and Natalie Otway. Tokyo qualifier 55.40, and Sarah Carley surpassed back in December. And as you go down the back straight, Lauren Bowden, she started in lane 5, but she's almost passed all the athletes on the outside. Probably Genevieve Cowie rising second as they head down the back straight. It's Cowie, and on the outside, Otway's running well, and Ashley Palmer. But they come around to flight 7 in this 400-metre hurdles. Lauren Bowden still looking strong. She's going to lead this field into the home straight. Cowie in second place, Otway and Marley Wilkinson. So it's Wilkinson probably third place from Cowie, but with 2 flights to clear, it's Lauren Bowden. 55.40, that's the time. This is a huge victory. It adds to her many national titles when she gets to the line. And she's grinding towards the finish line to take a big win, 56, 57, and a fantastic run there. Brodie Mate to take the bronze medal, 56.56 for Lauren Bowden, 58.24 for Genevieve Cowie. And Brodie Mate goes sub 59.67 from New South Wales to take the bronze medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, it may be appropriate that you join me in congratulating Lauren Bowden on a wonderful career and her support of the great sport.
Look for Brodie Mate, third from the left-hand side of your screen. She's gone over the 9th hurdle, probably in about 5th place. That last 100 metres is unbelievable. And there she gets in, showing so much speed over that final flight. There's your results. Bowden takes the win, 56.56. Cowie, 58.24. And Brodie Mate, 59.67. Fantastic running there. Marley Wilkinson, 4th place, 60.55. Ash Palmer, 60.63. That's Samantha Dale on the runway in this long jump competition down the back straight. It's basically the only part of the stadium still in the sun.
High jump championship of Australia. Our bronze medalist with best clearance of 1.78 metres, representing New South Wales, Alicia Burnett. Our silver medalist with best clearance of 1.82
Here goes Dale.
metres.
It's another big leap. Stranger coach Andrew Murphy's had a very successful weekend. His son Connor getting silver in the triple jump, and his athlete Roland Browning taking the men's 100-metre title. And if we can go down trackside, we do have Tams, and with the winner of the women's 400-metre hurdles, Lauren Bowden.
Well, Lauren, national title number 13, but they don't get any easier, do they?
No, I don't think 400 hurdles is ever easy. Yeah, it was a funny one out there today. It was good to about 300, and then a bit of the headwind kicked in that last 100, and I guess just missing that little bit of competition either side of me to really push. I'm used to it being me in the clock a few times in my career, and I was confident I could run 55 today, and I think I really could have, but just that last 100 was pretty rubbish, to be honest. So I obviously am very happy with the win, but yeah, there's plenty more there.
Well, you went 15 strides to 7 and then chopped it down, but you looked very strong, like you said, to the 300 metres. Your job now is to try and go and chase that time down?
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. You don't want to focus on times, but that's the way to automatically be selected. So I guess I've done all I could today. A faster time would have been nice just for points purposes, but I think that still pushes me up. And I am qualified at the moment based on points, so I'll just keep doing everything I can towards the selection in June and hope it's enough.
Well, you're a teacher back there in Canberra. Could you imagine what your kids would be like if their teacher was off to the Olympic Games?
Like that.
Perfect timing, wasn't it?
I sent them the live stream link today and said, like, if you guys are not busy this Arvo, I am racing, so hopefully a few of them tuned in. If they did, hello, my beautiful year ones. I'll see you tomorrow at school.
Love it. Hey, well done on that 13th national title, and we can't wait to see you wearing the green and gold yet again in Tokyo.
Thanks, Tamsin. And just two quickly things. Yes, on the live stream, I do have you to thank for putting a bit of fire in the belly after 2009. I've stayed true to my word and made every team since then. So thank you for coming out and giving me that kick that I needed. And secondly, my coach, Matty B, Matt Beckenham, who's at home, awaiting the arrival of his first baby with Mel. Honestly, I always say it, but thank you is really just not enough. And whilst you couldn't be here physically, I know you're here in spirit and you've been with me every step of the way, and I really just can't thank you enough. So that's extended to all my beautiful family and friends that are here today, and everyone in the squad and everyone back home. 13 national titles is kind of crazy, and I think that this is the last one, so it's pretty special. So thank you.
Oh no, we're going to miss you when you're not here, Lauren, but thank you so much for everything you've done for our sport, because you have been absolutely fantastic. We can't wait to have you back at the track in whatever role it is, because we know we can't lose you to the sport.
I'll still be around, don't worry.
Well done.
Thank you.
So an update from the long jump down the back straight. Brooke Stratton is leading the way, 6.66, their first round attempt. Annie Maguire sitting in second place, 6.37, and Relly Caputin from Papua New Guinea in third, 6.25. Close for the minor medals. Bethany Cranendot with a 6.08. It is Brooke Stratton, her fourth round attempt. Well, that is a huge jump. I need to know what that one was as we go to the men's 400 metre hurdle final. So we're off and racing here in the 400 metre final. Luke Major, Noah Rogers, Connor Fry, Angus Proudfoot, Thomas Hunt, Chris Douglas, Mark Focus and Bryce Collins. And the lane 7 athlete, Chris Douglas, he's already passed the athletes on the outside. Thomas Hunt and Angus Proudfoot also running brilliantly down this back straight, but it is all Chris Douglas. He entered the sub 50 club already, and we're right out here in this 400 metre hurdles. Over hurdle 7, smashing this field up at the moment. Angus Proudfoot in second place. It's close for the minor medals. Focus trying to get into the picture too. Here comes Connor Fry on the inside, but with one more flight to clear now for Douglas. He looks comfortable in first place. He's going to take this gold easily. It's a big battle for the minor medals though. Connor Fry couldn't get the steps. Proudfoot's up there, Focus, but it's 49.50. A huge run there for Chris Douglas. That's a massive PB. Unbelievable run. Proudfoot gets silver medal and Mark Focus gets the bronze. What an effort there for Chris Douglas. The breathing, he's trying to stay composed. At 49.50. What a huge run. Now, this is that Brooke Stratton jump we just had earlier. And that jump there was 6 metres 84, which we're just waiting for that wind, would be a Tokyo Olympic qualifying mark for Brooke Stratton. It was 6.82. Just working out if they can get that wind now down the back straight. It's an anxious wait. There's Daisy Lowe. Alyssa Lowe, sorry, with the 6.02 best. The wind 1.2, so that was an Olympic qualifying jump for Brooke Stratton. And if no one else can surpass her, that sends her an automatic nomination to the Tokyo Olympic Games. What an absolute clutch jump. She had so many jumps up there in the high sixes, went 666, 665, 656, and then 684. That is a medal-winning jump on the world stage. See Samantha Dale on the runway next to jump. Dale's best so far, a 6:03 in the third round. She's currently sitting in 5th place overall. It'll go Bethany Cranendonk next, then Relly Caputin, Annie Maguire, and then back out to your national record holder, Brooke Stratton. So that time by Chris Douglas was a 6:24 just then for Sam Dale. And we do have Tamsin now trackside with the owner of a new PB and a national title, Chris Douglas.
A shiny new PB, Chris, and finally you get to come out here and run that national championship because last one got postponed. Congratulations on your first national title for Australia.
Thank you. It's a great feeling. There's a lot of really great names that have won the 400 hurdle title for Australia, so it's really an honor to be able to add my name to that list. With a PB, of course.
Shiny PB. You're getting a lot of help from Maddie B. Lauren Bowden just won her race, who's coached by Maddie Beckenham. He couldn't be here. Sorry, it is loud down here, isn't it? I'll yell a bit louder. Maddie B couldn't be here, so you had to warm up on the track on your own. Did you execute the plan the way that you both had decided that you were going to run it today?
Yeah. You know, I came out here on Friday and you know, since I had the day between, I wanted to get after on Friday, but I just went out way too relaxed. It's one of the downsides of having, sorry, I don't want to scream into this, trying to hear myself.
You're right.
One of the downsides of having a long stride is sometimes I can get way too relaxed with my rhythm and I don't really know that I'm not going fast enough. So the goal today was just to come out and really hit that first 5 as, you know, as fast as not as fast as I could, but, you know, up there and then just hold on and see what happens at the end.
Well, you're making every post a winner at the moment. It seems that when you're in Melbourne Track Classic and you drop that super sub 50-second time for the first time, the borders closed in Queensland, so you couldn't get to that race. So you had to change your plans, didn't you?
Yeah, so he had you know, thankfully he worked with Athletics ACT and they added the 400 hurdles to one of the club meets and, you know, was able to get another race in. But, you know, it wasn't an environment like this, so it's you know, it's much harder to run fast when it's really like a solo time trial. So it's nice to get out here, have, you know, people in the crowd, and it was warm for once. Wind wasn't too bad, a little bit of headwind coming through there, but perfect conditions to run a fast time and took advantage of it.
Now, you've been a Google intern before over in the States, but we're hoping that you're going to stay in Australia for a little bit longer. What are you going to do to try and chase that qualifying time down?
I guess we'll see what opportunities come up. I know there's going to be meets held in June before the qualification period ends, so kind of figure it out from here and see what the options are and see which makes the most sense.
Well, I've said it before, Chris, we can't wait to see you in the green and gold colours, and congratulations on your first national championship.
Thanks, Tamsin. Thank you.
What a fantastic effort there. Putting it all on the line, grabbing a personal best at the Australian Championships. He now moves to 11th all time on the 400 hurdle list. So here's Annie Maguire. She's sitting second at the moment.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's open javelin throw.
Another good jump there for Maguire.
Our bronze medalist with the best distance of 73.69. Representing New South Wales.
Looks like a 6:36 for Maguire.
The Australian champion, our gold medalist, with the best distance of 18.79 from Queensland, Liam O'Brien.
Here goes Brooke Stratton. She's already gone 6:84. Automatic qualifier for the Olympics. Well, that won't pressure the 6:84, but that is another fantastic jump dominating the field here in the women's long jump down the back straight. Be nice and sunny out there.
6, 5, 0.
See Ben Offereins there stalking the results. 6:57. There we go, straight on the text. 6:50, back to us up here in the commentary box. Here's a final attempt for Talia Clark. She's capable of something big. That looked like a better jump. That will be just short of 6 meters. .606.
Medal ceremony for our 400-metre open hurdle championship. In third place, with a time of 51:53.
Katie Gunn.
Representing New South Wales, Mark Bogus.
Next to go, the younger sister of Tyler Gunn we saw roll around in.
And a time of 51:36 from the ACT, Angus Proudfoot.
400, there goes Gunn. Big jump. That's going to be short of the 6 metre mark, that one.
Congratulations to Mark, Angus and Chris. Medals here in the men's 400-metre open hurdle championship of Australia.
582, one for Gunn. So it's Alyssa Lowe. Another good effort there. Probably won't trouble her best. No, 589. Great to see Ben Offereins there working the scoreboard for the crowd down at that long jump competition. So half live stream, half scoreboard operator. Man of many talents. So here goes Sam Dale. No, bailing out on that one. Bethany Cranendonk, a training partner of Nicola McDermott up there on the Central Coast. Just seen her training partner jump 2 meters for the first time, the first Australian female ever to do it. Probably won't be over 6 there for Cranendonk. So Relica Putin, Oceania area champion from Papua New Guinea.
National record 5:43.73.
3 jumps left. A handy jump, plenty of speed off the board. Trains with Phil Newton, Northern New South Wales. Should have 2 more athletes left in the competition. There's a big field here, 21 athletes getting underway in the men's under 18 2,000 metre steeplechase. The barrier's at 84 centimetres, a new height over the last year or so.
Stretched out. We would ask that you clear the stairwell. Thank you very much. So Adam Branch leading from Samuel Hermans from Queensland.
It's athlete number 16, Adam Brunch, leading this field at the moment. It's a big start list over here, Viren. I'm not sure what happened there, but every athlete, as we go, Annie Maguire just having her last attempt. And we'll have Brooke Stratton's final jump as well. We've got to know what happened to that steeple, because that steeple got moved.
And we have a new championship record.
Someone ran straight into it, and we lost half the field off that steeple.
The Australian record holder, 6:84, the new Australian championship record. Brooke Stratton going for it now. White flag up for Stratton.
So Stratton's last attempt here. She's already got the meet record of 6:84. Oh, another big jump, but I don't think that's going to challenge her 6:84. She takes the win, a new meet record. And a Tokyo Olympic qualifier. What an effort from the Victorian.
The last one, but we do have a new championship record. Well, Gold medalist Brooke Stratton.
So let's go through the start list here. I'd love to see a replay of that steeple they're about to go over now. A few laps ago, it was just shunted around. So it's Matthias Forbes Schutz in 1, Innes Hooper 2, Harvey Cram 3, Kai Haynes 4, Max Hooper 5, Bradley Hall 6, Louis Trisley in 7, Matthew Hansen 8, Cameron Gorman in 9, Ethan Grills 10, Alexander Qua 11, Wilson Sarkis 12, Bailey Morrell 13, Thomas Murphy 14, Samuel Harrimans 15, Adam Brunch 16, Cooper Bell in 17, Oscar Cornelius 18, Ashton Hanna 19, Archie Noakes 20, and James Lemon 21.
Making the move is the Queenslander Matthew Hansen.
So leading the way still, Adam Brunch. And then just tucked in behind him, it's Archie Noakes. And then the Queenslander, Matthew Hansen. Looks like Cornelius now making a move around the outside. There's 2 laps to go here in the 2,000 metre steeplechase. The under-18s. You might not see that just on the bottom there. Lost an athlete into the steeple and it moved it off its mark, and we lost the entire back half of the field there. And then the officials scrambling to get it back to its right position. So they've hit that steeple pretty hard. I don't think we have actually lost any athletes in the field. So fantastic effort for them to be able to keep going around. It's a big run for home here. Comes into the home straight for the second last time.
So the move has been made. Tim to come down with 1 lap to go. Archie Noakes broken away.
So Noakes A big run down the back straight we just saw before. And he's going to get the bell with a handy lead. Back to Brunch. Then it's Ethan Grills and Matt Hansen. What can they do on the last lap for those minor medals? Alexander Kwa from Tasmania sitting in 5th place, but it's Archie Noakes, Brunch, Grills, Hansen, and Kwa. And he's extending that lead, Noakes, down the back straight, over the steeple. Brunch just stumbling off the steeple. Grills, we've seen him at the front of the field plenty of times in these events.
I'm actually just shaking my head here, Glenn, because
but Noakes is tearing away from this field.
Down in Victoria, he has been impressive over the shorter distances, but he is making...
He goes over the water jump for the final time. Plenty of pace still left in those legs.
Next, just a big one for Girls. If he can hold on and get a medal here, Kwa will be chasing him. I think we'll have...
So he takes a big look around, and the athletes haven't gone over the water jump yet, so he's got a big... He salutes before he goes over the last steeple. He hit it like he was doing the 110 hurdles. And this is a massive victory for Archie Noakes, the Victorian. It's a huge run too. This is going to be a new meet record. He leaps across the line, 5:45.50. A massive run for Noakes. Can Brunch hold on? Here comes Alexander Kwa, the Tasmanian. He's closing hard. But Brunch just holds on. I think they both have gone sub 6 minutes. What an effort there. Grills takes second place. It looks like maybe Heremans and Hansen, but Archie Noakes, what a performance there. 5:45.52. He closed into 67-second lap there and smashes that meet record. It was 5:50.81 from Matthew Bailey back in 2006. And imagine if he didn't look around and celebrate with 100 metres to go, but he soaked it up. What a way to do it, though. A massive performance from the Victorian. So there is a yellow card on the race at the moment. We'll have to wait and see where that comes from. Look at this victory. Takes a look around, a long look around. They hadn't got over the water jump yet. Salutes the crowd. Flies over that steeple, and he still had it. Big celebration for the Big V there. And a massive one. Leap across the line. That's a photo finish to save. Yes, thank you, Tom O'Shaughnessy. A very good point. Mention how is that meet record set from 2006 when this is a brand new height for this steeplechase. So really, it's only been done at least only one time. So either way, still a meet record anyway. And Tamsin is with the new meet record holder, Archie Noakes.
Now, Archie, you came across that line. You were stoked with that run, weren't you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was a big run. Pace was a little bit off. Start about 600 to go. I thought, let's get going, get moving. So, yeah.
Now there was a big stack in that race. You weren't involved. It was behind you, but could you sense it in the race?
Yeah, I definitely heard that, and I was like, oh, hope it's not one of the Vic teammates, and wanted them to get up there as well. But yeah, I just kept pushing, didn't really look behind. So yeah, just kept moving.
Now, you're also quite a handy little footballer for Fitzroy. You play AFL, don't you?
Yeah, I do, yeah. So, in my last season, probably I was really tossing up this year whether to play or not, because I thought maybe potential injury or... but yeah, no, I've decided to play. I love it, it's good fun. So, yeah, something to take my mind off running.
Well, you've got a great 3K timeout without the steeples.
Yes, I do.
So do you think your goal will be on the flat as you move forward, or the steeple?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm pretty good at 5K as well. I'm probably better at longer stuff, so I'm really excited for cross country. But yeah, hopefully we'll see if we can podium in the 3K. It'll be a good race. So yeah.
Well, well done, Archie. That was a fantastic race, and you're the national champion.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
So we go from the under 18s now to the under 17 steeplechase. A lot of athletes out on the track here. A big field, 23 in the field. There's a lot of athletes out there to share 9 lanes for the start. And it's almost like a cross-country race as they battle for position. So hip number 1, Kevin Zhao. In 2, Tom Millard. 3, Harrison Boyd. In 4, Joshua Redford. In 5, Oscar Rayner. 6, Max Russell. 7, Joel Solomon. 8, Jonathan Meeker. 9, Vincent Behasia. In 10, Brendan Felice. 11, James Frankham. 12, Casper Larkin. 13, Joseph Saunders. 14, Caleb Bettison. 15, Jonas Forbes Schultz. In 16, Teddy Banks. In 17, Benjamin Purser. 18, Jack Ellis. 19, Torben Roberts. In 20, Marley Wagner. 21, Ryan Costin. 22, Lachlan Baptiste. And in 23, Jaden Padgham. Looks like Bettison leading the way at the moment.
Back straight, leading still is Joseph Saunders from Queensland. Padgham on the fence from Victoria. Moving in to challenge at this stage is Max Russell from New South Wales.
So the meet record for this 5:56.18 from Mitchell Lamb in 2006 too. So it was a good year, 2006 for the 17 under 18 steeplechase.
Who's the next one? Will be Russell, Saunders, Padgham, Meeker, Wagner also there, Boyd. Got a good line through the water there. It's looking tight, GT there. Going along nicely this bunch. In the 17s.
Still a big pack here. Obviously the last race with that stumble at the steeple past the finish line. It caused a little damage to the field. Oscar Rayner on the outside. He's gone the shirt untucked, which is blocking his hip number from us getting seen it up here. Joseph Saunders out there as well on the inside. Just easing their way down the back straight.
Is anyone see that front pack just not really separating at all? So we're heading to jump number 3. So Padgham's been a player the whole way through here. So too is Saunders, his teammate Rayner to the outside, then Meeker.
It's starting to wind up the pace a little bit, coming off that water jump. Still some athletes running 2 to 3 wide here.
So important as they hit those final few laps.
Well, Joseph Saunders, the Queenslanders.
So Saunders, and then on the outside, Rayner. It's number 8. It's Jonathan Meekers there on the outside. On the back of the field there, Jaden Padgham as well. Sorry, not the field, the pack. He's up there.
We've got one down there. I think it might have been Boyd, the Victorian. Unusual tumble.
Did lose an athlete.
So 2 Queenslanders, 2 from New South Wales, and the sole Victorian now, unless Boyd can get back there to Padgett.
So they come over the water jump. Second last time. Saunders right on the cones there.
Boyd's got a little bit of work to do now. You'll love the Western Australians trying to latch on and go forward. The Queenslander Padgett now starting to stretch it out.
So they're right out in front. Saunders out in front. Padgett, the Victorian. And then number 8, that's Jonathan Metre. So it's a good run for home here, Saunders and Padgett. Saunders came in with a 6.13, Padgett a 6.28. What are they going to produce? Metre there as well. He's a 6.10 athlete. Oscar Rayner, 6.23. And then Max Russell. But there's a big move there from Jaden Padgett. Halfway down the back straight, he puts the pedal to the metal. If you can keep that rhythm over these steeples, get to the water jump. It's a big run for home here. Saunders trying to hold on to that second place as Metre wants to close that gap. He goes clear over the water jump. Saunders is only now a few strides in front of Metre, but this big room. Victoria going to go 2 from 2 in the men's under 18, then under 17 steeplechase over the last barrier for Padgett. And he goes comfortably clear. He's going to take the win here. Metre now on the side, stumbles off the barrier. Saunders is fighting out the boys shoulder to shoulder, fighting towards the finish line. What a run here. And it's going to be Metre, I think, on the line, but Jaden Padgett takes victory here in the under 18s. Max Russell crosses the line, and Oscar Rayner next up to cross. And there goes Marley Wagner just powering past Tom Millard right at the end with Vincent Buhasia. But Padgett, a fantastic run for the Victorian, and they go 2 from 2 here in these under 18, under 17 steeplechase events.
And Oscar Rayner from Queensland, 6.16.36.
We go now to the women's steeplechase. It won't be too far away either. Just need to move down the barriers. Looks like soon we might be able to catch up with Brooke Stratton. This pole vault 335 on the bar, down in front of the grandstand. Unfortunately, just running through there. And it looks like we do have Brooke Stratton down trackside with Tamsin.
Well, Brooke, what a fabulous competition for you. 684, you got that Olympic standard, which means, of course, you're going to be automatically nominated to that Olympic Games team. Congratulations, first and foremost. You've already been to an Olympics, you made the final. Pretty stoked with how the competition went today because you needed that qualifier, didn't you?
Yeah. Honestly, I'm over the moon. It's been a pretty tough season with injury, and it was, I was a bit unsure whether I was actually going to be able to make it out here today. So yeah, to end up with a 684, great way to finish the domestic season, and obviously booked my ticket to Tokyo. So yeah, very excited.
You know, you came out at the start of the season, you were jumping fabulously for such an early part of the season, but then you disappeared for a little bit, you had that injury. Talk us through how the body is now.
Yeah, so the body's hanging in there, to be completely honest. It's not great, but I guess, you know, I was able to get through today pretty well. Might pull up a little bit sore tomorrow, but yeah, I guess we'll just have to go back home, reassess where things are at, and I guess look at what the next few months hold. But yeah, hopefully, all being well, be able to get on top of it all pretty quickly.
And is Winnie the Golden Retriever watching back at home the stream?
Oh, I hope she is. She better be.
Hey, well done, Brooke. You're going off to another Olympic Games. Congratulations.
Thanks so much, Tamsin.
Good job.
Let's introduce the 9 athletes. Position 1 from Queensland, Olivia Boyd. Position 2 from Queensland, Emma Kate Watt. Position 3 from New South Wales, Arabella Price. Position 4 from Queensland, Amber Nissen. Position 5 from New South Wales, Ella Dybel. Position 6 from Victoria, Matilda Strutton. Position 7 from Western Australia, Ellie Glands. Position 8 from Tasmania, Abby Butler. Position 9
The women's under 18 2,000 metre steeplechase final. Olivia Boyd with hip number 1 in 2. Emma Kate Watt 3. Arabella Price 4. Amber Newson in 5. Ella Dybel in 6. Matilda Strungle in 7. Ellie Glands 8. Abby Butler in 9. Olivia Sevils and 10. Myra Larkin. So off and running here in this steeple. So Boyd, position number 1, goes straight to the front, along with Watt. The 2 Queenslanders front up. Boyd just gets pushed back a little bit there after the first steeple. And she's dropped right back as Watt takes up the running, along with Strugnell. And the West Australian Glands. Now Strugnell, Glands, and they take up front running. Butler from Tasmania, just sitting on the outside now. As we go back to Watt, and also Sevils. So 3 across the front at the moment. And Strugnell, Glands and Butler. All these athletes just bunching up as they go around the track. So after a quick first 200 metres, they've really sort of put the brakes on a little bit, and the field sort of bunched up. As I say that, now they start to get a move on.
And bronze medalist today with a jump of 6 metres 30, representing New South Wales, Samantha Dale. In second place, and silver medalist with a jump of 6:37, representing Queensland, Annie Maguire. And in first place, and gold medalist, Australian champion.
We're going to go down trackside where Tamsin has Patrick Hassett, the Coles Sports Partnership Manager.
Our medalist in women's open, long
Well, hasn't it been fantastic, this Coles Australian Record Challenge? We have given away, well, I say we, but I'm here with Patrick from Coles. Coles has given away $11,000 to the athletes and an extra $11,000 to the Little Athletics Club of Choice. Now, this is the last one. We can't find Michael Burian. I know which club he's going to choose. He broke the national record in the F44 javelin, but he just happens to be from Sandringham Athletic Club, so I know he's going to choose Sandringham Little Athletics to donate that $1,000 to. But Patrick, this has been just such a fabulous extra bonus for our athletes for doing such a fantastic job out here at the National Championships.
Yeah, it's been great, rewarding both the athletes and obviously where they've come from, recognising the communities that have made them into the champions that they've obviously been this weekend, and hopefully over the next 6 months will continue to be.
Well, it's been a fabulous partnership and we really appreciate Coles' support for our athletes on and off the track. And I know that the athletes who won this Coles gift card are really excited about their trip to their local Coles to buy some chocolates for their coaches or just some groceries for themselves. So thank you, Patrick, and thank Coles for us.
Thank you.
This one, I think we're going to see it just ramping up and ramping up. Expecting someone to make a move, a bit of a sideways movement there. Just trying to detect who that one is from. It's one of the Queenslanders.
So Patrick from Coles.
Pushed it forward. That's what they need.
We have spoken to him once before, and we had a conversation about Jabani yogurt.
The different flavours down at ALAC in Tasmania.
I'm sure off-camera Tamsin's asking Patrick what his favourite flavour is.
Thanks, Tim. In relation to the women's open long jump, it was remiss of us not to acknowledge that
As we go back
Stratton's performance was, of course, qualifier for
to
Tokyo.
the steeple, the under-18 women's, as they come down. So it's Watt from Queensland leading this field, Butler from Tasmania, along with Strugnall and also Boyd. So they're the first four on the track at the moment. Glands from Western Australia is just dropping back off that pack. Hasn't been able to match the pace that Watt and also Butler have been pushing in this steeplechase.
So what?
As they move on to the back straight.
Abby Butler from Tasmania.
Just the four of them. Nice little pack that's formed.
Matilda Strugnall from Victoria. And Olivia Boyd.
Someone's going to have to make a move shortly. There's four athletes there and only 3 medals on offer. With 600 left to run. As you see, Watt just accelerates a little bit off that steeple. Boyd starting to drop back a little bit. Every now and then you do see a couple of athletes just drop back coming into the water jump just to make sure they get clean air into it. Boyd just struggling to come out of that water jump, and the gap really starts to open up now. So there's now 3 left at the front of this field. So Watt, Strugnall and Glands, those 3 athletes, 3 different states represented here, Queensland, Victoria and Tasmania.
The next lap or so, Butler, Strugnall on the inside.
So it's Watt and Strugnall, followed by Butler, and there's the belt. So Strugnall now goes to the lead. She goes up to the shoulder of Watt. Butler just sitting in there behind now. Strugnall, she's received the belt, she's picked up the pace. As she comes around onto the back straight, and she's starting to string out the 3 of them. She's making that move. Watt and Butler are going to have to respond. The Strugnall continues to move away as they go down the back straight. So not far to run in this 2,000 metre steeplechase for the under-18s. The national title on the line. But Butler, huge over that steeple. Now she makes her move. She goes back past Watt. Watt now starts to drop off. So this is now between Strugnall and Butler. As Butler comes off the water jump really well. She goes past Strugnall. She goes into the lead. She'll come into the straight. And she's starting to open up the gap over Strugnall. Strugnall isn't able to go with her. And Butler, one barrier left to get over, and she's clean. And she can see the finish line. She's going to come down to take that national title. The under-18 women's 2,000 metre steeple, 7:10.46. Strugnall will be second. And what will come down for that bronze medal?
Yeah, huge runs there for the athletes. Actually had breakfast with Strugnall yesterday, coached by Tim O'Shaughnessy. We went to a cafe around here and they were having breakfast. She actually made the 1,500 metre final. The plan was to come and run the heat and then run the steeplechase, but she accidentally made the 15 final, so she had to run in between as well. She's going to leave here with a silver medal, but Butler, that last 200 metres, just had the speed off the water jump and just ran away with it down the home straight.
You could sense something was coming when the bell went. Just waiting for who was going to make the move. It was Strugnall, but then 200 left to run. That's when Butler put the hammer down. As we see the final athletes come across the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, head down to the medal presentation area for the Winchie ceremony medal presentation to the under-18 men's 2,000 metre steeplechase.
And here's this water jump. As we see Butler really accelerate off it, has a good one. Strugnall just gets caught a little bit coming out of it. And you can just see the strength of Butler down this final straight. And Butler comes down to take that national title, and she's happy about it. So we now go to our final individual event for today's program. It's the 2,000 metre steeplechase final for the under-17 women. There's your start list. 15 starters in this one. Harriet Lloyd-Jones will go in 1. Ellie Barron 2. Catherine Richter in 3. Keely Holmes 4. Alexandra Schultz in 5. Allegra McGiven in 6. Abby Goldsworthy 7. Ella Aikens in 8. Alexia Kalamvokis in 9. Georgia Grimsey in 10. Louisa Lazar will go with hip number 11 and 12. Jordan Martin. 13 will be Grace Doyle. 14, Ella Rodwell. And rounding out the field from Queensland, Isabella Hart.
Oh, it's a big weekend.
It's a massive week for Isabella Hart. So it seems like she's featured in nearly every distance race that's been on this weekend.
But we do have down trackside Abby Butler with Tamsin.
Abby, fabulous race. You got to the bell lap and it kind of looked like you were all really struggling, and until it got away from you a little bit, but you just found that next extra gear when you needed to.
Yeah, I didn't feel too good at the bell. I didn't think I could hold on, but I heard Dad on the back straight and I was like, just go.
Well, you're actually a triplet as well, aren't you? So do your two brothers do athletics?
They used to, but they've both got full-time jobs now, so yeah.
So they're sisters faster than them?
Yep.
I love it. Now, you've been an incredible junior. You were the first female to break 20 minutes in the Burnie 10, and that's talking open, and you did that at 14, didn't you?
Yes.
So do you prefer the longer distances or the brutal event of the steeplechase?
Definitely the steeple. I've always had a natural talent for jumping, and my speed in between the steeples is all right. So, yeah, I just love the steeple with jumping and everything, yeah.
Well, well done on that national championship.
Thank you.
Great effort, fantastic race, and I'm sure Tasmania is all very proud of you.
Thank you.
Good job, Abby.
looks like Ella Atkins out in front, the Tasmanian. That's New South Wales athlete, Allegra McGibbon. And then Abby Goldsworthy and Isabella Hart just making a move around the outside. They're already pretty strung out here. This is the under-17s. Met record 6:40.92.
Leading this pack of 4 ladies. Allegra McGibbon from New South Wales now being challenged by Harriet Lord.
But the Tasmanian, could they go? Victorians went gold in the men's races. Can the Tasmanians go gold here as well? Allegra McGibbon just stumbling over that steeple. Harriet Lloyd-Jones out in front, and then Hart and that group of 4 out in front as they get to that water jump. So the gap's opening up when they come into the home straight here. The Tasmanian running it a little different to Butler. Butler waited for a kick right at the end, but Atkins is a long way in front now. She's a 6:53 runner. Fastest in the field, and she looks really comfortable. Lloyd-Jones and Hart. Then it's back to another Queenslander kill. Ella Rodwell. So it's Tasmania 1, and then Queensland 2, 3, and 4.
Keeping her distance sufficiently in front, although now being challenged.
Well, they've closed that gap up, but Atkins very good over those steeples.
First to second, second to third.
Clearing the barriers and keeping her rhythm going.
So we've seen quite a bit of Hart in this championship, and she has been impressive. So I think that was a good move. Hasn't decided to take the lead yet. They're just sitting nicely in on Atkins, putting the pressure on her. Lloyd-Jones just sitting in that lead bunch as well. Gap there to Rodwell, the next of the Queenslanders.
So Ella Atkins, she led from the gun, and she's still holding this victory.
Schultz in next position, then Martin.
It's in her hands.
Atkins not to be outdone.
She gets to the finish line. She'll have 2 laps to go. So they'll have 2 laps to go. Hart second place. Harriet Lloyd-Jones. And then Ella Rodwell.
Out in front. Atkins.
The gap again, it's opening up. Hart tried to close it earlier, just a lap ago. Going through in 89-second laps at the moment, the first 2. But Hart just can't seem to close that gap. Harriet Lloyd-Jones now is right on her heels. This is the final individual track event here for the championships. It goes straight into the open 4x1 and 4x400 metre relays. Second last water jump attempt.
So Rodwell a little bit back in fourth for Queenslander. Gap there to McGibbon. Atkins just maintaining that break. Lloyd-Jones, I'm not sure which one might try and make the move. Very hard to see at this stage.
So over that last steeple for this lap, Harriet Lloyd-Jones has made a move. She's up past Isabella Hart, but she's still left the door open on the inside. Let's see if Ella Atkins, who's been brilliant out the front here, with about 3/4 of a lap to go. Harriet Lloyd-Jones, she's a sub-7
Everyone does love the front runner.
minute steeplechaser. She just stutters into that one, and Atkins opens up a gap a little bit more. She came off with a little extra speed. Isabella Hart sitting in third place right now. She's had a big weekend, plenty of races in the legs.
Good drive with the arms. Let's see the next barrier. This is what it gets down to.
Third last barrier.
The young ladies. Hart just dropping a little bit there. But Atkins did.
Could we see a similar finish to the under-18s race? Can Tasmania go gold, gold? Atkins off the water jump. And Harriet Lloyd-Jones just gets stuck in the water. It's going to be a big run for home here as they come into the home straight. The women's under-17 2,000 metre steeplechase. So it's Ella Atkins, the Tasmanian. Harriet Lloyd-Jones, the Queenslander. She's coming out wide. She's got plenty of speed left. It's going to be a big sprint finish. And Lloyd-Jones gets into the lead off the steeple. She went out wide, and she's going to take victory here for Queensland. 6:50.41. Atkins takes silver, and Hart's going to take the bronze. That's another sub-7 minute run for the three of them. Ella Rodwell, she'll finish in third place, but that last lap, fantastic effort there. 85-second last lap. So she dropped 6 seconds off her lap on that last 6:50.41, 6:51.74, 6:58.01 for the first three. Harriet Lloyd-Jones, Ella Atkins, and Isabella Hart.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next victory ceremony and medal presentation will be for the under-18 women's 2,000 metre steeplechase final. In third place, the bronze medalist with a time of 7:21.70, representing Queensland, Emma Kane Watts. In second place, and silver medalist with a time of 7:14.22 from Victoria, Matilda Struggle. And in first place, and gold medalist with a time of 7:10.46 from Tasmania, Abby Butler. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists from the under-18 women's 2,000 metres. That's the 90 metres to go. The Tasmanian contingent are all out there on their feet. Lloyd-Jones is challenging. She comes home. Will be into first. She'll take out the under-17 championship. The silver medal player from Bella, and also Isabel Hart from Queensland. Very good medal.
Just wasn't able to get run up right in that one. So it'll be a failed attempt at 3:75. As we go down trackside with Tamsin, who's got the winner of the under-17 women's 2,000 metre steeple.
Harriet, that was a fabulous race. It kind of looked like you were going to go for that silver medal off that last water jump, but you managed to find something in that final 100 metres.
Yeah. It was really hard, but I put in everything and I thought I'd better go. But yeah.
Well, you're a Toowoomba athlete. You train up there with Jodie?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
What was your race plan before today with Jodie?
Just to give it my all, really. I had nothing to lose, so just a bonus race to have fun and then just
try my best and see what happens.
Well, you're a duathlon state champion, aren't you? And you're a touch football player. You do a lot of sports, but what is your favourite sport?
Track and cross country is my favourites. Yeah,
That's what we love.
running. Yeah,
that's what we love to hear. Well, well done on that national title. It was a great run, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well done.
Thank you.
So as we watch the replay there, that steeple finish. And there's the results. So Harriet Lloyd-Jones, 6:50.41. Ella Atkins, 6:51.74. And Isabella Hart, the athlete who seems to have been in so many events this week, 6:58.01. As we go over the page for the rest of those results from that event. Now, we only have 4 events left on the program for today, and they are relays, 2 4x1s and 2 4x4s. The first one will be 4x1. And 2 teams represented here, New South Wales and Western Australia. New South Wales team has put themselves on the line, is an impressive one at that. So it'll be Monique Quirk to Bronte Carroll to Larissa Pastanaski, and finishing off with Abby Taddeo. The West Australian team, Shannon Stratham, Tony Walden, Rebecca Delpup, and Taylor Cruttenden. Looks like we have had a switch out. So Abby Taddeo won't be running in this relay. It will now be Kelly McAndrew, who will anchor for the New South Wales team.
It's my old squad, my old coach's daughter, running the end, and Bronte Carroll from that squad as well, running the second leg. It's a pretty handy team from New South Wales there.
So underway here, New South Wales and Western Australia, Quirk and Stratham. So come around, so good start there by Monique Quirk. And a good changeover. Probably the West Australians have the better of the changeover, so they go in front of New South Wales. As we see Bronte Carroll trying to chase down Walden as they come into the second change. So it's Pastanaski v Del Pup. And good change there again by the West Australians. So they're in this. It's a good team set up by New South Wales, but good changes by WA still have them in it. So it's down to Cruttenden and also McAndrew. So Cruttenden, the junior, versus McAndrew from New South Wales. It's neck and neck. Cruttenden, McAndrews, Cruttenden on the line. Oh! And Cruttenden goes down.
If you're going to have only 2 teams in a relay, that's how you want it to finish.
That's how you want it. So just looking at the photo finish, it's so close to call. They're going to have to utilise the infield camera to
there's
be
no
able
way
to determine who may have got up here.
That was unbelievable. We've had double back-to-back stacks.
So New South Wales has been given it.
It's the exact same time.
It's the exact same time.
I
So
need
it's
to see
gone
the thousandths.
to the thousandth.
Oh, it's a good dip.
So close.
That was ridiculous.
It's actually also the first time we've seen the clock round up.
We can confirm it was a margin of 3 1,000ths of a second between New South Wales and West
Western Australia who we
3,000.
extending an invitation to WA to continue with this great federation of Australia.
So close. Oh, so close. That's what relay's about, and I love it when you have championships where you get to see races that the ladies out there competing, they really desperately wanted that national title for their team, didn't they?
Put 8 people on the gold podium.
Do you want to see that challenge, do you?
Yeah, go for it. Keep it COVID safe as well.
Grab all your own medals, put them on. Stay 1.5 meters apart. Good luck. Well, just a fabulous race. There were a few messy changes there.
Yeah, to be honest, you wouldn't have expected West Australia to stay up with New South Wales in that one when you look at the teams. But the changes that the WA team had were exceptional. And then New South Wales, not clean changes. That's the thing what can happen in relays. It comes down to the changes.
Yeah, it's the speed of the baton. It's not the speed of the athletes.
Well, they both help.
They do, but look, if you've got fast athletes but slow battens, look, how are you going to get to the finish line?
I'd still take Usain Bolt with a slow baton over you with a fast one.
Oh, that's a bit harsh.
Well, I'm sure these men would have seen that women's race and know that got to be on it, got to get those changes slick. And it counts. It's state versus state. There's pride on the line. I remember, I'm going back a long way, but relays used to be so important on this championship program. It's a national medal. And national medals count. And so there'll be athletes out here that'll be really desperate to get a medal for their state.
Well,
not only that, but to be bragging that they're state.
The Victorian team that they've put together, I think they've failed the first rule of relays, and that's wear the same uniform. They're all wearing a different kit. So I think that's actually illegal in a 4x1.
Got to front up in the same uniform.
Oh, just taking it on the way up. So it's New South Wales, South Australia, West Australia, Tasmania and Victoria. New South Wales has Will Roberts, Josh Azzopardi, Shakti Rathore and Mitchell O'Neill. South Australia, Thomas Semler, Jack Donny, Joshua Love, Jack Downey. West Australia, Nathan Zemek, Jacob Christianopoulos, Tyson Gant, Cooper Jenkins. Tasmania's Jagger Pybus, Ryan Cooper, Aidan Cousins and Max Brightson. And Victoria, Jacob Caesar, Will Johns, Michael Hansford and Jake Penny.
New South Wales in 4, South Australia in 5, Western Australia in 6, Tasmania and in 7, Victoria. That's the late 12th final of the men's 4x1 relay championship of Australia.
A lot of athletes be interested to watch here. New South Wales are leading off with the bronze medals from the 100, then the bronze medals from the 200. So that's a pretty handy team. We've got Jack Downey, the pole vaulter, on the outside, and Jake Penny was a silver medalist in the 100. He tried to steal the gold medal. If you watch the medal ceremony, he got mixed up with podium to take the medals from, and he took Rowan's gold. And Rowan was like, "Hang on a second, mate." So we're away here. It's New South Wales, South Australia, West Australia, Tasmania and Victoria. And Jagger Pybus from Tasmania having a great first 100. Tasmania's going to change first down the back straight. Azzopardi now has the baton for New South Wales and he's chasing down Jack Donny. They go down the back straight. We'll see who changes first down here, and it's Azzopardi to Rathorn on the outside. Victoria's going well. A great run on the outside. Here comes New South Wales. It's going to be Mitchell O'Neill versus Jake Penny. Mitchell O'Neill, a bad change there for New South Wales, and the silver medalist from Victoria, a big run here. The pole vaulter from South Australia is fighting hard, but Jake Penny's going to take the win, 41-34 for Victoria, New South Wales and South Australia.
Well, great effort by the Victorians. I think it's really great to see Jake Penny out there running the relay for Victoria. He had a fabulous run last night in the 100 metres and has come back tonight to anchor his state for the win. As you can see here the changes. Jake takes a look around to make sure that his runner's still coming, but Hansford was there, got the baton change, but it was a fabulous last leg also by O'Neill. Now I think Jake's going to be one of those athletes that if we can just get that men's 4x100 qualified for the Olympics in Tokyo, he's a definite starter for mine. I know he did get disqualified in Queensland Track Classic, but I think he's an athlete that could be utilised on that first leg, the replacement for Trey Williams that we lost a couple of years ago.
He's so handy over that first part of the race. Clearance there over 390. Squirms her way over the bar. Georgia Taylor, that's a brand new personal best for her. The meet record though, that's a tough meet record, 4:31. Set 8 years ago by none other than Nina Kennedy. I think we might see a 4-metre attempt hopefully soon for Georgia Taylor.
So the bar and the pole vault's going to go up to 4:01.
So the hammer throw for the under 18 men out there in the cage.
Hopefully they watch Ned Weatherly. And that open hammer throw, we'll hear a few grunts because great celebrations.
I was disappointed. I didn't hear a grunt from Alex.
It was disappointing.
Obviously he won that, he lost that battle.
Do you know, they were sitting trackside with both their medals, and Alex put a picture on her Instagram story, and I just, how amazing is that? Like, what a great story. Boyfriend, girlfriend, both the national champions in the open hammer throw. Both wonderful people and great stories both of them have, and just a fabulous championship for Alex and Ned.
Second place getter from Tasmania for time of 6:51.
Back to hammer throw.
Ella Atkins. Australian champion gold medalist in a time of 6:50.41. Representing Queensland, Harriet Lloyd-Jones. Congratulations to Ella. Harriet.
Get the edge off the side, okay?
Under 17.
On the side, yeah. Get the in-lane before you get to the bottoms, okay? Got the A and F on.
Yeah, I see Sam.
Do you find it helpful? Right over here, gentlemen. Right this way here.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is another field event going on. Certainly we've been watching. Let's give you an update in the under 18 men's hammer throw. Currently in third place
So this is Hilda from New South Wales. Gets one out there towards the 30-metre mark. And the sixth and final round in that hammer throw. So the men's 4x400 metres. Three teams represented: South Australia, Victoria and New South Wales. South Australian team: Jack Donny, Cameron Duncan, Robert Broadhead and Ryan Atkins.
It's a good team. Donny just ran the 4x1. Like it's not the other way around.
In the Victorian team, we've got Joel Stapleton, Cameron Searle, Harvey Morant and Connor Fry.
That's a good team as well.
And the New South Wales team: Damien Mizzy, Keegan Bell, Liam Webb and Tyler Gunn.
Another good team.
Well, and they've put Connor on that last leg and for Victoria, and he walked off that track after the 400-metre hurdles, and you could see in his body language and his facial expressions that he was not happy with the way that he ran. So I think on the last leg, feeling like that, he might be dangerous.
Well, he did. He got stuck. He stumbled into the last and pushed it over, which is an instant DQ.
Yep, you're not allowed to manhandle the hurdles.
No.
I don't like it.
On your mark.
So away in this open men's 4x400 metre final. So South Australian 4, Victoria 5, New South Wales in 6, and Damien Mizzy, as he goes down the back straight, and he's opened up a nice little lead over South Australia and Victoria. So good first 200 from Mizzy. We saw him feature in the 400 metre individual heats, and here he is in this 4x400 metre relay with a massive lead over the other teams. So come into the straight, and he's set New South Wales up for what will be an almighty head start. And the next athlete in line is Keegan Bell. So look for this lead to potentially be stretched out. So the South Australians pass on to Cameron, and the Victorians have Searle. But to be honest, I don't see anyone catching New South Wales from here. They would have to drop the baton for anything to go wrong in this one. So as they come around, Keegan Bell goes through his first two, looking super strong. And just extending this lead that New South Wales has. They could end up winning this by over 100 metres as they come into the straight. Keegan Bell powering down to the line. He's going to pass over to Liam Webb. As we see Keegan Bell, so he'll pass the baton off. Off it goes. And Cameron off to Broadhead and Searle off to Morant. So there's a battle on for second and third. But the gold has been wrapped up by New South Wales because their last runner is Tyler Gunn, the bronze medalist from the individual 400 metres. So Morant down the back straight, looking really nice. Starting to move away from Broadhead. As we go back out to Webb. He's coming around. He's going to come into the straight. There's 100 metres left to run. He'll look up and see the hand of Tyler Gunn. So Webb to Gunn. Gunn, off he goes. The bronze medalist. So 48.24 there from Webb. Nice little leg as he hands off to Gunn. Well, interesting to see how fast Gunn goes. Morant 47.64. Nice leg from him. And Broadhead 48.65. So Morant, he set the Victorians up with a chance to take home that silver medal as we see Gunn come around the bend. He has a look around to see where the others are. He knows they're nowhere near him, and he'll come into the straight and cruise on down. And he's taken victory. It looks easy. As we see the battle for second and third, it's Fry and Atkins. Fry in the St. Kevin's outfit. He comes down. Gunn will take the win for New South Wales, followed by Fry, and then Atkins. To get some splits for these athletes. So 48-24 there for New South Wales. 47-63 for Fry to finish off. So Gunn just cruising. That's all he had to do to secure that gold for New South Wales.
47.93 for Gunn.
47.93.
We did that easy, didn't he? He was felt the baton so far in front. He probably didn't want to spend the next hour on the track, so he thought, I'll just take it a little bit easier than I do in the individual, because we know what he's like if he takes it too hard.
Well, there's only one event left, so if he spends the next hour on the track, we'll all be gone. No one will lob him up off the track.
So we go to the pole vault for attempt at 4:01. Not to be on that attempt, but just want to, I guess, let our viewers know, throughout these championships and over the last few days with the open events, we've been able to call split times for the athletes as they go through the 400s in all the distance events, and obviously we were able to do that just then in the 4x4 relays. Now the fantastic officials here have set up a camera just to do these splits, and they've set up next to us, and they've got a screen for us at the moment. Tony Smythe is there sitting on the camera, and that's why we're able to give you those accurate splits for that relay. So Tyler's gone and run 47.93 as a split for his 400-metre leg. So I think that's fantastic information that we've been given, that we're able to obviously communicate to all of you at home. Just, you know, in the end, distance runners want to know splits, and we've been able to call that throughout the champs.
I legit thought, I'm going to tell you right now, that I legit thought that Lynchy was up here with a stopwatch. So I'm not as impressed now, Lynchy.
He questioned my splits for Josh Atkinson so much during the week that he's got this whole hoopla set up.
Look,
do you want to see what I had for my splits?
I want to give
exactly the same as the photo.
Look.
Okay, boys, I know it's been a long week so far.
I'll reset it, all right, Ben? That's why it says 0-0.
I think you can settle it by after the final race. We'll put you out there in a 400 metres, and whoever wins the race wins the argument.
No, thanks.
I don't think either of us would make the finish.
I'll give up the argument, but I have to run a 400 metres.
There'd be a start, there'd be a results list, it'd be just D and F for both of us.
Well,
dead near finish.
While Georgia Taylor waits to take that next attempt, we've got the Women's Open 4x400, which I'm excited about, because you are going to see some of our athletes who have competed early in today. In one that's worth looking at is our national champion and national record holder, Katrina Bissett, is running the third leg for Victoria.
See, I love that. I love that she's out there competing in this relay, even after running her 800 today. That's the sign of a quality athlete that understands that this is important still.
Yeah.
You know, we were looking back at some of the previous results, and so many athletes came out to run these relays, and it's a shame that it's sort of, it's not there as what it used to be, but people like Katrina Bissett are showing the way, and I think that is fantastic.
Well, there's a few athletes that have competed today. Tess Kersop-Cole also ran fantastic in that 800. Caitlin Ferry is back for New South Wales on that last leg, and Brodie May got the medal in the 400 hurdles as well, which was not long ago, so good on them for backing up.
I'll test out my split timing on this one. Just you watch. So it's Lily Bays leading off for Victoria, Brodie Mate for New South Wales, and Danielle Graham for West Australia here in the last event on the track for the 2021 Australian Track and Field Championships. Mate and Bays will be having the best of the start down the back straight. Remember, it is a 3-bend stagger that they run off in the 4x400 metres. So Danielle Graham for Western Australia, she'll pass to Charlie Rose Carlian. Mate will pass the baton to Sydney Burrell. And Lily Bays will pass to Tess Kearsop-Cole. So Lily Bays coming into the home straight, getting very close to that line there. And here comes Brodie Mate. This is what she did in that 4x400 metres. She flashed home hard, and she's moving quick. She's going to carry a lot of speed into this relay change, but it's going to be the Victorians changing first. Kearsop-Cole off to Sydney Burrell, a World Under-20 qualified athlete, and Charlie Rose Carlian. She takes the baton for West Australia.
And it's an interesting battle between these two because they're both 400-metre runners that run 800s, or the other way around. It doesn't matter which way you look at it because they're both quality 400-metre runners. Tess Kearsop-Cole's only just stepped up to the 800, better known as a 400-metre runner before this season, so it's a fabulous battle between the two of them out there in front.
So we do take the baton splits as they cross the line, so the first split is obviously difficult to get, being there 8 or 10 different, whatever, how many different finish lines there are in this event. Now I've got the finger ready for Victoria to get this split. So Tess Kearsop-Cole, 50 metres left to go. Sydney Burrell, she's flashing home hard. Kearsop-Cole is going to pass it to your 800-metre champion, Katrina Bissett. So it's Alma Robb from New South Wales who has the duty of hunting down Katrina Bissett. And they come around the back straight. West Australians just make their change. Charlie Rose Carlian to Abigail Graham. 200 metres left to go. Alma Robb, she's still holding on to the back of Bissett. Let's see what Katrina Bissett can do as she comes around into the home straight. She's going to pass the baton to Elizabeth Dingleday. And she's opening up the gap. Back to Robb. Alma Robb's going to pass it to Caitlin Ferrier. This could be something fast for Caitlin Ferrier to flash home in. It's a good, strong finish there for Katrina Bissett.
It's going to be a great battle. Sandringham athlete Lizzie Dingleday on last leg for Victoria. She'll be quite nervous because she'll know what quality athlete is behind her from New South Wales running that last leg. Caitlin Ferrier, who has fantastic speed, and you can see her closing fast on Lizzie Dingleday from Victoria. And it's Lizzie lifting, but Caitlin's finding another gear. She's getting closer and closer with every step. Can Lizzie hold on for Victoria? She comes into the front straight. She's got about a 3-metre buffer. Caitlin has really eaten into this lead. Lizzie's lifting again. I think Caitlin's spent, and it's going to be Victoria to come across the line here and take the gold medal in the Women's Open 4x400-metre relay.
What a finish. Just kept something in reserve there. Dingleday just held something back a little bit. Ferry did well to try and get on the back and close that gap, but Victoria too strong. 53.97 split for Caitlin Ferrier on the last leg at 54.41. So it was a faster split for New South Wales, but just could not close that gap. Here comes Mia Conroy. They've actually, the West Australian put in a very young team. Danielle Graham, 14. Charlie Rose, 16. Abigail Graham, the oldest, at 18. And Mia Conroy just there crossing the line, a 16-year-old as well. So, look, you've come all this way, especially from West Australia. You've been led outside.
Yep.
Why not just do as much as you can?
You're going home with a national medal.
Yeah, bronze. Open bronze.
Yeah, and you've also gone through the call room procedure with the Australian national record holder and been able to learn by being around athletes of Katrina Bissett's calibre. So it's a story that you can always tell. When she goes out and she runs at the Olympic Games, you can say, I know her. So it's rubbing shoulders with the Open elites is part of what this National Championship week has been about. What a fabulous week we have had here so far. Day 7 did not disappoint. Have to mention how fabulous Nicola McDermott has been. Female athletics in this country, when we've seen Lyndon Hall break that 4-minute barrier this season, and then Nicola McDermott took the high jump for Australian high jumping to a level that it's never been before, and she has broken through that 2-metre barrier. Just wonderful, wonderful jumping.
I've got to say, for me, that was the performance, again, performance of the meet, the race of the meet, the men's 1500 metres. That was unbelievable. Struven Swain, he tried to break the field. Jai Edwards just tucked in behind him and he kept a little bit of something up his sleeve and he grabbed himself a Tokyo qualifier.
He did, but for me, it was the grit and the determination of James Nibris to come off that last steeple, chase down Ben Buckingham to take that title as we watch the footage right there. What a magnificent victory for the Sydney Uni athlete, and he was ecstatic about it.
And that's what national championships are about, that emotion that James is showing. Jen Gregson, who's Olympic qualified, she was nervous before the race, more nervous than she's been before the Olympics, she said, as we see Nicola up and over that 2-metre barrier. Track and field is alive and well in this country. The Olympic Games, our team is going to be amazing on that one, and the Paralympics. It's just fabulous as we see Liz Clay, another athlete, has booked her ticket to Tokyo. Wonderful, wonderful scenes.
So we've still got one more day here. Join us again. A few people are going home. I'll still be here though, carrying the weight of the live stream on my shoulders. Thank you for joining me, Tamsin and Ben. It's been great to have you. If you want to watch more, come back tomorrow for the last day of the Australian Track and Field Championships.